United States, and also depicted by some of the mainstream, what's called alternative media, not necessarily mainstream media, but we do have a lot of mainstream alternative media. They have speculated, and I believe also they've had inside sources purportedly that these things were somehow linked, at least in New Jersey and other parts of the U.S. over in California, to be linked to the Chinese Communist Party, not the good people and citizens of China, but the government of China, the Chinese Communist Party. Is there any perception in Denmark at all about who it could possibly be?
I mean, there's a lot of people who would guess that it would be Russian drones, right? Being sent off from ships, maybe in the North Sea or in the Baltic or something like that. We also had some drone incursions actually in a town south of Køge, right after the New Jersey flap or during the New Jersey flap, and I think. I think that the main idea, what people think in Denmark, either they think that they don't know what it is, or they think it's a Russian. I think that's a general idea here in Denmark. Linking it to being UFOs and UAP, I don't think it has entered the public mind in Denmark yet. I think that's much more prevalent in the United States. I can't say what these sightings are, and I think I also followed the New Jersey flap for all the way through, and I think that was certainly a mixed phenomenon. I think there was some anomalous phenomena there, definitely, but there were also some normal drones there that could be from many different actors. So I think it is also Louis Elizondo that said, okay, if there are some genuine anomalous UAP, then some human actors can also send up drones to muddy the waters. So we are just getting into an era now, I think, where it's really, really complicated what we see in our skies, and it can be a lot of different things. And I'm not a researcher, so I can't. I'm just trying to report what here. I've just reported what the Danish media they talk about. But I'd love to see that connection, also see, okay, this is. It's almost a similar pattern here in Denmark as what happened in the United States, you could say. Now the Danish authorities, they can't really, people say, well, journalists are, they're kind of frustrated in the same way as the American journalists. Why can't you say you can track drones over Ukraine and you know exactly where these drones come from? Why can't you tell us where these drones over Denmark? It can't be that difficult. But you need the right equipment to register these drones on the right kind of radar, I guess. But yeah.
Okay, Freddrick. I guess I sincerely appreciate your time. I know you're pressed, and if you have time to please stay backstage. One last question for you, since
sure.
You have the Danish Network for UAP and UFO Studies. In your mind and in your heart of hearts, what would you say, in your opinion, in your knowledge, the number one priority is in order to help promote uniting the UAP community? And well, I know that's hard because there's a lot. But.
Yeah, it's about focusing on what brings us together, on our commonalities and not our differences. I think because there are a lot of different agendas out there in the UAP UFO community, and I think people should not be so obsessed with these differences between us. Of course, people have all kinds of different agendas. This is not my livelihood, but I am respectful of the people who has this topic as a livelihood. They operate in a different way, but we must try to kind of bring the community together, and by focusing on what unites us. I think this is a human exercise, also because the UFO topic, UAP topic, it's worldwide. It's not just in the US or in Europe or in South America. It's worldwide, and these sightings have been happening since the Second World War and even before that. So I think it's an exercise of really focusing on what brings us together, and not be so occupied and preoccupied with our differences. I think that's one of the main things.
All right, wonderful. If you have any final remarks and notes, go for it. And also, World Up there in the Uniting UAP community, I am very proud to say that when I went from an independent field investigator over to MUFON, Massachusetts, as a field investigator, and then starting my show Mass Hysteria, and now the UFO Report, I am extremely and painfully, excruciatingly proud to say that Freddrick Uldall was actually my first contact and interview, still being produced, in the UAP UFO community, and it was a very big deal for me, Freddie, and you've touched me right here, and all of us from MUFON, and of course brought to us through Wicked Alien Radio. Sincerely, thank you for all of your time.
It was a pleasure, Jim, and it was a pleasure being on your show, and it was such a privilege and honor. I know this was, and it was fun. I mean, as well.
Okay, terrific. All right,
take care.
Thank
take
you
care,
so
Jim.
much.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Bye bye.
Okay, all right, bye, Freddrick. Okay, all right, folks. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Jim Awrach, MSWE, and field investigator, and your moderator for our first of its kind, uniting the UAP community. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks so much. Howdy, folks, and thank you so much for joining us again on our symposium, Uniting the UAP Community, the first of its kind, right here in the greater Boston area. And we are proudly brought to you through Wicked Alien Radio. That's wickedalien.com. Those folks have been doing a great job uniting the UAP community. So we started off with our MUFON, Massachusetts meeting over there in Norton, Mass, run by Mr. Eric Hartwig, MUFON Massachusetts State Director. 2 thumbs up. He's outstanding, and he knows everything from A to Z about videos and pictures and so forth. Eric, you are one of my mentors, and I sincerely mean that from my heart. So we've expanded that through my show, The UFO Report, and through Wicked Alien Radio to the entire UAP UFO community. And so as a result, we're helping to unite the UAP community, and we're bringing together all sorts of different organizations in addition to MUFON, along with all of the great, wonderful experts and ufologists that we have lined up for you today, including coming up very soon, retired U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Gene Sticco, who's also a former intelligence operative and author of Engineering Infinity, a blueprint. In my sincere opinion, it is the world's first fully disclosed UFO reverse engineering files. Whether or not it is a reverse engineering of an actual craft, and there's a lot of evidence in that Science and Engineering journal by the now unfortunately deceased Soviet scientist Valeris Chernohayev. A lot of indications in the Science and Engineering journal that it was an actual craft that he either looked at or indirectly gave information to him, or if it was based on observation and reverse engineering of that. Later on today at 12 o'clock, we have the honor and privilege of having Dr. Rudy Schild join us. He is a professor emeritus from the Harvard University and Cambridge Center for Astrophysics, and he is going to talk to us about consciousness, out of body, etc. And I did vet some of the ideas in Gene Sticco's book, translated directly from Russian, from Valeris's Science and Engineering journal. And Rudy, who is a world-renowned and respected expert, says that a lot of Valeris's findings are dead on with what he believes. So my opinion is it's the UFO finding of the century. Which brings us to, we are going to talk about now my presentation, Field Investigator Tools. If you go onto Gene Sticco's website, which he'll present that later, he has a lot of tools for investigating and at least understanding UFOs. Also, a very good resource for those of you that are field investigators is actually your, in this case for me, MUFON State Director. They have a lot of experience, and they've been doing this anywhere from 5 years to 20 years and onwards. And there's nothing wrong with having a difference of opinion as far as what you would evaluate those UAP phenomena to be. But it's always good, the only person that knows everything is someone that's full of it, which is why I'm always the first one to say, I don't know if I don't. So it's always good to check your ideas and opinions by anyone. So without further ado, I thank everybody so much for tuning in and joining us. And here's my presentation. I'm going to share the screen, and might take me a second, but let's try it. Let's see here. Okay. Please bear with me. Could take me a couple minutes. We're experiencing minor Technical difficulties. Let's see, not that. Not that. Slides and PDFs. Share screen, hooray. And here we are. Okay. Okay, folks. I apologize. I have an MS Electrical Engineering from Texas Tech University. Highly prestigious, but no, I can't use simple things like this. Okie dokie. So here we are. And terrific. Hopefully you folks can hear me good and well. And I'm going to get started in a second. Apologies, I am new to StreamYard. Right, test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Let's see. Test. Perfect. All righty. Thank you, folks, for your patience. Engineer, entrepreneur, inventor, dull. I can't use something simple. So without further ado, my name is Jim Awrach. I am an MS in electrical engineering, proudly from Texas Tech University, class of 95, go Tech. I am a field investigator with MUFON, Massachusetts, and I'm also an independent field investigative journalist. And my contact info, ufo.report1@gmail.com, and you could see my show and YouTube's at ufo.report. UFO-report on YouTube and ufo-report.com. Alrighty. So, field investigator tools. So this is not, let's say, an earth-shattering, oh my God, I can't believe that we have so many amazing new things. It's more of like kind of like a common sense and something that I learned with field investigation. So some of it may be obvious, others may not be so obvious, but you will notice in the lower right corner, we have the Tedesco Brothers Nightcrawler Eye in the Sky handbook. And I swear up and down and left and right by these folks. And that handbook is excellent because it gives a science and engineering approach to how to actually observe some anomalies that are in the infrared. And what I like about these guys is, although they are not the only scientists and engineers to observe these phenomena that are very difficult to find and repeat, but the fact that they have it down to an exact science and engineering. And so their Nightcrawler Eye in the Sky book is great because it actually gives you hands-on practical information, especially if you have a technical background. Now, and also, by the way, guys, I am waiting on that handy dandy Tedesco Ultra Spectre gun that will show me those anomalies in infrared and UV and so forth. And since you're so late, you now owe me half off for that. Okay, just kidding, guys. Now, you'll notice that right on top of their Nightcrawler book, there is a digital multimeter. That's a Radio Shack, which I don't even think Radio Shack is around anymore. The nice thing about a multimeter, if you are a field investigator, is suppose you have an anomaly and that anomaly happened to trigger some lights and so forth. Don't go electrocuting yourself. You're on your own. I'm not responsible for your actions. But multimeters are great if you want to see, do you have a natural phenomena or is it some sort of electrical loop? They also pick up AC electric fields. Now, something that's very, very, very cool. They're dirt cheap. Around Halloween time, which is coming up now, get yourself as many glow sticks now and get them super duper glow sticks when they're on sale right after Halloween or on Halloween. Those are great for two reasons. One reason, if you're out of power at home, snap it, shake it, and you have got yourself a handy dandy 1 to 2 night emergency light. They're great and they're cheap. Also, if you're a field investigator, whatever you do, don't mess up your investigations and pictures. That's on you, not me. I warned you. However, if you don't have a flashlight, but you have one of these, for God's sakes, for $2 or $3, buy 10 of them. And it's great. Crack it, snap it, shake it, and it is terrific. Put one on your dog's neck. I have Clementine, my puppy sweetheart. She's my field investigator assistant. Don't lose your partner, field investigator, at night in pitch black. Put one of those on them. It's great. Now, over here, you will notice I have a keychain laser. Nowadays, these things are so dirt cheap. By the way, a laser is a weapon. You can blind somebody with it. Be very, very careful. Don't go pointing it at anybody's eyes or your pet. It's not a toy or whatever. This is a keychain laser. It's, for God's sakes, it's probably about 2, maybe 3 inches. I bought it for $1 at the dollar store, and it is wonderful. And it also has a flashlight built in. Those are excellent. And the reason why those are excellent is because, again, the Tedesco brothers and other researchers have proven that some of these anomalies, especially when the drone incursions, but also anomalies that may possibly be NHI or just ultra high technology, have some sort of gravitational field surrounding them. And when they have the gravitational field surrounding them, if you take a laser and you put it in the vicinity of the craft, again, don't shine it on the craft. God forbid, it could be a legit US or abroad traveling aircraft. You don't want to blind the pilots or the passengers and cause an accident, God forbid. That is against the law. Don't do it. If you think it is an unidentified anomalous phenomena, point it totally and completely away from the craft, but in the vicinity. Don't point it on the craft. By doing so, in the vicinity, if indeed it is an unidentified anomalous phenomena, it may very well have a gravitational lensing effect. What that means is similar to the stars in astronomy, how we can see those stars from light years and billions of light years away. Well, it bends. Light bends due to massive gravitational forces. So these things have a concentrated gravitational field. And if you put the laser in the general vicinity of the unidentified craft, then there's a good chance, not always, but a good chance that you will see the laser, even though you're pointing it in one direction. The beam may slightly go bend inwards or slightly bend outwards. And that's a good way of verifying that it is either ultra high unidentified technology or possibly non-human intelligence generated. Also, in your handy dandy field investigator backpack, and again, my buddy, Mr. Eric Hartwig from MUFON, Massachusetts, you're laughing your butt off at me because this is all basic, but you know, what can I tell you? We have several things. I'm going to speed up here in a sec. You get your MUFON handbook. With that MUFON handbook, there's a bunch of things in there, so I won't go into detail, but you can see I've got gloves, I've got an elastic band, I've got a sample bag there, you know, a zippy. I've got my binoculars. For God's sakes, I've got everything. Why don't you take your state director that's an anomaly investigator expert, why don't you stuff him in the bag? Just kidding, Eric. And now this right here is supposed to emulate a smartphone. You see that right there? Your smartphone is a very important tool. We'll get to that in a sec. And you can see paper bag. That's in the MUFON handbook, what that's about. And last but not least, something I found to be very, very helpful as an investigative journalist. I was trying to find a New York Times article on Mr. Timothy Phillips. Everybody was talking about and raving, and I couldn't find it. Geez, I don't have the New York Times. I was like, oh, I remember. Why don't I go to the library like I used to do when I was a kid? Go to the library, get yourself a New York Times subscription, access absolutely free. And whatever you do, don't forget your lucky penny. Put that inside of your field investigator bag. It will bring you good luck. So onward and upward, we now go to your smartphone. At least my smartphone is one of the most invaluable field investigator tools. Whatever you do, make sure you've got plenty of space. Don't be like me where I have to keep putting in new cards and copy stuff out. So start it the right way. And here are some very simple but powerful tools. WhatsApp, okay? Speaking to my good friend, Mr. Freddrick Uldall, during his presentation earlier on WhatsApp. Also, when you work with witnesses and so forth, you can communicate with them. And by the way, when you are assigned a field investigation case, or if you're even an independent investigator, or if you're just a traveler, home or abroad, get yourself one of these Google Translator apps. They're free. You speak in English, and then you press play, and it'll speak onto any other language, for example, Spanish. I did that with someone that I was interviewing, that interview to be posted soon. Zoom, another excellent tool. Seems like common sense, but it actually took me a while. So with Zoom, you could actually have a witness speaking with you saying, I keep on seeing these things every night. So you want to evaluate whether or not you should take a trip out there. So if you're going to take a trip, but it could be an hour or two, why don't you have a Zoom with them first and have them show you during the day or at night what they're seeing. If nothing else, if you're interviewing a witness, you get a sense of their credibility, and also they can walk you through the general area where they saw this phenomena, and you can get a sense of what's going on. Another thing, obvious, simple, but sometimes not so obvious, Google Maps. You get a satellite overview of exactly where the observation occurred. And you can make markups, and you can trade that with the witness. Who can get by without the internet? I could not. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence, in this case through Snapchat. Again, phone's very powerful thing. For God's sakes, you could have MS Office with Excel on your phone. And you've got your pictures for trading, calculators, handy dandy. Voice recorder, make sure that when you interview someone, you get their full permission to record them. And of course, your video recorder and camera. And right here, a Gauss meter, a magnetic field meter, which we're going to talk about in just a sec. So this is all cool. In my opinion, the most powerful yet simplest tool in your field investigators bag of tricks, or I call it a backpack of tricks, a bag pack. So example of Google Maps, suppose you are speaking with a witness and they say that they saw an unidentified anomalous phenomena right there, travel between points 1 and 2. And they saw that happen in so much time, so you could get a speed. And you could say, okay, could you please mark it up? Here's a satellite overview where you said you were. Please put an X marks a spot about where you were. And that will give you all sorts of interpretations, speeds, calculations, geometry, and be very helpful. And also it's very good if the witness is not around, or if you want to do an independent investigation. It's very helpful if you want to revisit the site where the anomaly occurred. Go see for yourself now that you have a markup. There's a outstanding free app on smartphones. It's on iOS and it's on Android, and it's called Gauss meter. So Gauss is magnetic field, and it also does Teslas, which is my preferred, or micro Teslas. So depending on the anomalous phenomenon that you measure, you will get an electromagnetic or magnetic field. And what's really cool is it's very dynamic. So the scale moves as you move, and it will give you 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z, horizontal, vertical, and depth. And it'll give you a storage graph showing you the dynamic movement of your magnetic profile. It's also fun if you like to play with refrigerator magnets. It'll show you how strong they are. Now, artificial intelligence. I'm not talking about when you go to Dunkin' Donuts and they screw up your coffee and you're like, they can't be smart. They're artificial intelligence. So what I'm talking about is AI using Google image search, Snapchat, artificial intelligence. There's a really cool one I like called Android Gemini, There's also Claude, which is well known. That's referred for math and science, and there's Chat GPT. Now, the good uses for AI, for example, sanity checking anomalies, brainstorming if you have ideas or you need ideas. It's also great for sanity checking things like math and trigonometry, or it's great for crop circles. My good friend Pratik Shukla from University of Maryland, Baltimore County will be presenting with me at 5 p.m. tonight. Please stay tuned or come back for that. And we're going to talk about artificial intelligence for crop circles and what you can do. Now, I did something really cool and quick, and I get to kick it up a couple notches for my buddy Gene Sticco to take over with his UFO Soviet discoveries. So this is from a good friend and former witness, Sue. Sue, you're wonderful. Always enjoy our conversations, and we will catch up sometime tomorrow or the day after. And Sue, this is a observed crop circle that you gave me full permission, remember, to share it with folks. So I put it into my Snapchat, my artificial intelligence, my AI, and it comes back saying it's a cool mark. But it asked me, what is it? So then I said, no, you tell me what is it. So it says, could be a fungal infection or something else. So then I played dumb with it. I played coy. I said, is there anything anomalous? And so it said it could be related to something anomalous. So I was kind of coaxing the Snapchat AI along, and I said, could it be something due to anomalous, unexplained phenomena? And it said, maybe. I said, could you compare it to crop circles? And in short, it's saying, not quite like crop circles. So then I said, here's another picture. Thank you very much, Sue, my buddy and pal. Here's another picture, another angle. Look, 1, 2, 3 circles in a strange pattern. Is it a crop circle caused by anomalous phenomena? And the Snapchat AI came back a little confused. It says, oh, maybe it was something to do with the weather. So I said, hey, is that a symmetrical crop circle? And my baby said, from the images, they're roughly symmetrical. It's hard to say. That's because of the angles. I have to moderate myself. I might go a few minutes over. Gene has permission to kill me, but it won't be more than that. Then what did I do? I used Google image search, a totally different type of AI. And Google image search right away goes, bam, I see discolored or dead grass. That's what I see with those circles. Could be caused by a number of things. That's a Google AI search. Now, mind you, Snapchat AI says, oh, I don't have access to the internet, yet when you ask it things, it obviously does. So then Google image search says several possible causes, and one of them is a fairy ring caused by fungus. Interesting comparison. My buddy Pratik from Maryland and I will talk about that later. So Sue, I sincerely apologize. I might have to go with the Google search AI on this, but I'm still, that doesn't mean I'm right, because you don't know until you know. But if you look at fairy rings in the grass due to fungus or decaying things like old roots or whatever, and you did say that there was an old tree, there you are, fairy rings in the grass. Looks very similar to what my buddy gave me. So here was the report. Again, I had full permission to give it. This was an informal report, was not part of an investigation. It was just an on the side. Reported on the left. Fairy rings on the right. They look very similar. So then, of course, in conclusion, I say to my Snapchat AI, hey, is it fairy rings? And then Snapchat AI says, fairy rings are blah, blah, blah. They can sometimes look like the markings in a photo. It's definitely a possibility. Well, gee, thank you so much. Now, it is interesting how it's more of a conversation, which is Snapchat, but Google AI just goes, bam, here's what I found. Last but not least, oh my God, I'm almost on time for my good friend, retired Staff Sergeant, Mr. Gene Sticco, who I'll introduce in a sec. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Again, it's just, in parentheses, a few more field investigator tools, a backpack of tricks. Who is an affiliate of the wonderful who has so magnanimously brought this broadcast to the entire UAP community, to MUFON and beyond, so that we can unite everybody. Thank you so much, folks. And in a sec, I will introduce our next speaker. Thanks. Alrighty.
Here we are. Can you hear me okay?
We are
live. I may have the privilege and honor of introducing you.
Sure.
Very cool. All right, folks. This is my good friend. I met him back in May. I was performing media outreach for MUFON, Massachusetts. Very honored to have done that on behalf of Mr. Eric Hartwig, MUFON Massachusetts State Director. He is one of my mentors, and I really do mean that, Eric. So I got an email, and it said, "Dear MUFON Massachusetts, I'm a research member, blah, blah, blah. I'm having a press conference. I discovered something." I looked this guy up, and I'm like, no, it couldn't be. Apparently, he was involved in a really huge Supreme Court case over in the United Kingdom with Shell Oil. He was a security executive. And Gene is a retired staff sergeant in the United States Air Force, so certainly one of our heroes, and a former contracting intelligence operative and author of what I like to call the Polaris Files, but in my opinion, the UFO disclosure and finding of the century. In my opinion, I vetted it by, well, I vetted myself from electrical engineering. I vetted it by former professors of mine and colleagues, and people continue to vet it. And either through the Russian or English translation, everything is on the up and up. Maybe some minor tweaks with the Russian translation, but overall, I contend it looks legit and it is huge. So without further ado, Gene, thank you so much for the privilege of, in honor of having you, and for me being able to call you my close friend now. Please go ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. So, well, you took the first few minutes of my back up, man. There we go. All right. Want to get the presentation up. So if you bear with me for a moment, I appreciate the introduction. As Jim highlighted, see, there we go. Look at that. Which way works better? Which screen works good? Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, so as Jim mentioned, you know, my background, I was not a member of the UFO UAP community. I was happily retired, and these documents dropped in my wife Natalia and I's lap in 2019. And since then, it has been a journey to understand what they are in and of themselves, and to communicate it and get it out in the community, because what we've been finding has been just remarkable. And, you know, so that's what I'm going to share with you today. Hopefully we'll leave some time. A few people in the audience here live, so if they have questions, we're going to bring those up, bring anybody up that has questions as well. But this is really an effort, you know, not being an outsider to this community, let's say. You know, the problem to me seems to be there's just a lot of anecdotes. There's a lot of stories. There's you know, videos, sure, there's videos and all the rest of it. They get dissected ad nauseum. This is different because this is the paper trail. And we have essentially conducted what I believe is the first real forensic intelligence investigation of documents. And it was certainly my father-in-law's work that we found that led us down there. So what I'll talk about here is essentially the roadmap that I've been down so far, where the manuscript landed in our lap. We had the identified patents. We had found U.S. parallel programs. Just this month, we've had over the last month, we've had a lot of developments now where September 9th hearing, George Knapp, who back in the 90s had talked about bringing back records from the USSR. Those records he submitted to the UAP task force during the September 9th hearing, and they were made public. And those records, they have a direct connection to my father-in-law's work, to Polaris's work. And just over the last couple of days, I've discovered this treasure trove of KGB error documents from the 80s that really bring together a picture of the complete Soviet/Russian approach to UFOs, UAPs, and that's a bit of what we're going to cover today. Is present this forensic intelligence investigation, this pipeline, let's say, the document trail, and what that means for things like the UAP task force potentially, what it means to witnesses, whistleblowers, testimony, looking back on old stories, and all the rest of it. So in essence, if you're not already familiar with the work, it was 119 pages of detailed engineering. An example of it's here that we'll look at later. And when we first got it and started understanding that this looked like something, it wasn't a hobby, it wasn't long, it was people we were able to show it to who had some knowledge of physics and engineering. It wasn't a kitchen table hobby. As I began researching myself into Soviet programs and all the rest of it, that reinforced that this was something. And whether it had scientific or academic merit became the question. And throughout those 4 years, it was both a matter of trying to reach to the scientific community, the UAP community, just trying to find a Russian physicist to help translate it. But there was so much in there that we just said we're going to go ahead, translate it, publish it, and we published it in the book we titled "Engineering Infinity: Earth's First Interstellar Blueprint." And if you haven't looked at it, it's available online at engineeringinfinitybook.com. We've made it publicly available through a flip book. So there's 119 pages of the original scans. With the translations, there's about 290 pages of the book. It is a straightforward translation as much as practical. We didn't dive deep into explaining everything because the prologue of the book was really, or the epilogue was really the crux of it, that we put out an invitation to the public, to the scientific community, to figure out what it is, to figure out where its place was, and just to get it into the discourse as it may be. And so, as I said, it's available on the website, Flipbook. You can flip through it. There's PDF downloads, and you can also buy a hard copy of it off of Amazon for posterity's sake, or just because you like the feel of the books. So this is another example as we were going through these documents originally. The rendering to the right is a rendering based on the original scan, which is to the left. But as you can see, the level of detail, things both written scientifically, measured out, it was really sort of earth-shattering to look at the first time. And, you have that question, well, is this real? Is it theoretical? Was he really looking at it? And the fact of the matter is the language is very specific, and the language speaks in terms of observation. And the thing about that, though, that still remained a question was that there were reports, let's say, or within the system, um, the Soviet system, there would be times where they would write documents as if things were in the absolute. So it was very touch and go as to how confident we could be when we were saying, well, we believe it was based on observations. But there are a lot of other factors that come in throughout the book. So he talks about previous reports that had been submitted to the Duma. He writes about and again, these were written in the 1980s, but there's an interesting section where he speaks about a large UFO that was recently in Earth's orbit and extracting plasma, water, however scientifically called, from the sun. So he's talking about a real incident that had occurred within the context of this. So that again gave us more confidence, and again the consistency of the language, the measurements, the connections to what was theoretical physics in the 80s that is now real physics, that is now accepted, in mainstream science, let's say. So all of those things again lead us to high confidence that this was all based on actual observation. So as I mentioned earlier, the challenge in a lot of this is science versus sensationalism. This isn't something that, you can fast forward and zoom in on, ad nauseum to try and debunk and say, what you think it is, what it might be, what it looks like, da da da. It's science. It's engineering. It is right. It is right there. And probably the unfortunate part of that, it is up to the engineers and the scientists who can dive into the math to give an assessment of that. One physicist who I had a chance to speak to, said, yes, if you looked at it cold out of context, you'd say it was wrong because it's not the physics that we understand. But if the craft were constructed in zero gravity in a place that experienced gravity and magnetism and all of the factors that go into the craft's operation, it very well could be spot on 100%. So again, as an intelligence, somebody with an intelligence background, I should say, my role, wasn't to solve the math. My role was to look at the patterns and to look at the science behind it. And in this side, I'm sort of, for the purpose of this presentation, looking at these four main components, which is the magnetohydrodynamic generator that's fueled by a compact thermonuclear system, the propulsion, plasma, and then field manipulation. So according to Chernayev's works, to try and sum up how it works, you have a thermonuclear system that uses heavy water, deuterium, to convert to plasma that fuels the solenoids. The solenoids then are able to interact and create its own electromagnetic and gravitational field. The crafts operate within that field, and they are piloted by an interface of the pilot themselves through consciousness, being able to in part manipulate all three: a gravitational, magnetic, and what he describes as an energy information field. And it is through all of these things that the craft operates. So we had these documents, we had this science, and then the challenge began. Well, does it show up anywhere else? How legit is the science? He goes on. There's 12 works. There's 52 specific scientific domains that make up the craft itself. So, my first question was, how much of the science is standard? How much is it versus theoretical? And the results were fascinating, because by looking at the science, I began to identify patents that had come up. That I found them in China and ultimately the US as well. And they were all, let's say, thematically aligned. But beyond the scientific topics itself, it was the period in which these patents were filed that became interesting. So, for example, there was one particular Russian patent that has a high degree of match to a lot of the scientific domains in Chernyshev's work. So that patent itself was submitted in 1991. So if we recall for history, 1991 was the fall of the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there was a lot going on at that time. We knew my father-in-law was working in between Kazakhstan, Latvia, and Russia itself, travel between there. Kazakhstan being his base of operations, let's say. So the patent was filed in 1991. It was filed under the name of a person who actually at one point became an interim president between the fall of the Soviet Union and Boris Yeltsin and the proper stand-up of the Russian Federation. So it was a government official, former Soviet government official, transitional official, who was listed as the patent holder and patent designer, and then the patent was ultimately approved in 1994. So that paints a picture because of the chaos, let's say, the chaotic nature of what was happening in the region at the time. As the Soviet Union collapsed, the political structure went with it. A new political structure was trying to stand up. And all of the states, the Soviet states, like the Baltics, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, you could run down the line of them, they were themselves declaring independence. But you had another factor that came into play where the infrastructure in those countries, like the bike park, Kazakhstan, was built and technically owned by the Soviet state. Now the Soviet state no longer existed. Who's gonna own it? So I highlight that to kind of frame the political, the social confusion at the time, because some people have said, well, how did he just walk out with these things? That's probably exactly how. He was being a patriot to a degree. And I tell you, until his dying day, he was still waiting for the Soviet Union to come back. He was a die-hard patriot of the Union. And so whether he, had these all along or he kept them from the collapse, we don't know. We never got the chance to ask. But that began to paint the picture that the science was in these papers, what he was right about, was advanced at some point to the point that patents were beginning to be developed about it. And in a later slide, there's several more I'll reference, and everybody's welcome to explore and compare for themselves. That's I don't claim that definitive sourcing on, on this, on the results of what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing, what I'm finding. I'm happy for anyone else to go out and do it too, and work cooperatively to get to the bottom of it. So after looking at the Russian patents, China, a couple came up there, and then of course the U.S. and probably the most famous one, which actually has a popular correlate, the Navy eyes patent of the triangle shaped craft. Again, the science, the engineering, technical details that mirror this work. And I say mirror because I also want to be cautious not to represent that, we think, oh, well, everybody stole his work and went out there. No, this was probably, and certainly part of a much larger effort that was going on in the country. There were, this seemed to be his piece of it. Where it went from there, we don't know. Who else he worked with, we don't know. But it speaks to this idea that then the U.S. was doing similar things, and if the U.S. was doing similar things, where'd they get their ideas from? And it also speaks to around the mid '90s. What we see is what I call the brain drain. People who began emigrating from the Soviet Union and immigrating into the United States. And there's quite a few notable figures who went to work within the U.S. defense industry. There's a couple that were actually still working there. It would be wonderful to have a chat with and ask about the origins of some of the things that they worked on. And what really, as I can say, pushed this over the edge was the emergence of what's called the Thread 3 documents. These are the documents from Russia that George Knapp brought back, which essentially are a set of orders that direct the military to establish an organization dedicated to investigating anomalous phenomenon, as George described it, the largest effort of its kind in the world. And it really was. And the structure of that was between the military Ministry of Defense. They had particular military units who were tasked with going out and retrieving materials. Now, again, they don't specifically say retrieve a craft, anomalous materials. The wording is all very careful, of course. And that was on the military side. The military side also included things like signals and communications agencies and things that would have that sort of expertise. And the second side of that was with the Academy of Arts and Sciences in Russia. And the Academy of Arts and Sciences was essentially the MIT, the Harvard, let's say. And there were several universities. Again, my father-in-law had attended one of those as well. So as far as a temporal timeline, everything lines up. So following the patents, I began to look at the programs. And one of the, I'm just going to fast forward. Yeah, one of the interesting nexuses, let's say, was listening to discussions about FOIA requests and the struggles. Obviously, Black Vault, Greenwald, is fantastic with the FOIA requests. But I literally woke up at 2:00 one morning, and it kind of struck me where I said, what if it's all out in the public? What if what if it's not hidden? What if we're asking the wrong questions? Let's not ask about UFOs and UAPs anymore, because we have this body of work out of the USSR that is specifically talking about the science behind it, and it's 52 scientific domains. So if they can, if we can look at the science and ask these agencies questions about the science, then we might have a better opportunity at really seeing what they have. So I began that search, taking the 52 scientific domains that appear in Chernyshev's work, uh, and searching for U.S. programs that mirror those scientific domains, and what agencies were doing it, and when were they doing it, what were the end results. And what I began to see was sometimes there were no end results. It was just kind of a project that was done and seemed to have lingered. There seems to have been, there seems to have been, sorry, I lost my train of thought. So there seems to have been programs that where the end customer was the U.S. Air Force or the Space Force. So, that begins to establish a pattern as well when we're looking at these topics. So what became fascinating was then I began looking at them from the time periods, and it was between the 1980s and 2000s, and from the 2000s to present time. Again, the parallels became more and more firm, let's say. And this is the result I'm at right now. That there were 75 agencies which conducted research and developed programs across all 52 of these scientific domains, some more than others. What's interesting was when I looked at things like the aspects of consciousness, which would relate to, let's say, Stargate programs. Those have less program data available to make comparisons to. Uh, so the assumption can be either they dropped it all together, or the more likely that it's still classified under SAPS. And some of what we're seeing now in the field of science, and again, government interest and acceptance and mainstreaming of a lot of that may partially be the response of it. So 75 agencies, with 52 scientific, right across the 52 scientific domains, with upwards of 80 to 95% similarities, matches between the science. So when I'm saying that, I'm talking about where in the 1980s, Chernobyl writes about this specific component needing, 19 Teslas at 20%, whatever. And in the DARPA documents, DARPA orders, the DARPA instruction is to conduct this experiment, and the end result they're looking for is 19 Teslas at 20%. There's little things like that where if we accept that this represents a unified body of work across multiple scientific domains, all relating to the reverse engineering of a UFO, then we take the information from the 75 agencies, and that's all been compartmentalized, and we're able to say, well, if we put all this together, we've essentially rebuilt Chernobyl work that is documenting a reverse engineering of a UFO. So, what is it that you guys were doing? Why does all of this fit together in that same way? In that last field there, we see right now the estimate I've been able to get to is about 150 billion that was actually spent between 2000 and 2025. We were at about 1.5 billion. Oh, yeah, I got it right there. 1.5 billion spent between 1980 and 2000. So again, we're looking at this situation where there was a 10 times increase spending over the last 25 years. And the question becomes why? Why was it so much more spending over the last 25 years. Again, as I mentioned earlier, in 1996, we've got the brain drain of the Soviet Union. Then in 2000, we're able to start seeing more of this spend coming out of the government. So let me see how this comes out here, and I will try to zoom in if possible without losing my place and losing anything there. So this is essentially the roadmap as it stood up until a couple of days ago, where we had the Red 3 orders. So, and just to point out, sorry, it's so small, it's not coming across. So up here, I sort of have a timeline. So in this area, we have post-World War II. So again, we're talking post-World War II. We can even go back into World War II, talking about the German programs, the German interest in UFO and the occult and cosmology and and all the rest of it. 1947, we've got Roswell. Similarly, there's a report on the Soviet Union as well. Then we're looking this way from the 80s into the 90s, 2000s to current. So that's just what that is up top if you're not able to read that at home. So we begin with the Thread 3 documents, and these are, again, what George Knapp brought back from the former Soviet Union in about 1993. And in those documents, they detail, they give the order to go out, find the materials, structure a program. This is what it's going to look like. And it crosses into not only our main scientific domains that we're sort of limiting to ourselves to for the purpose of this presentation, power, magnetohydrodynamics, propulsion, and materials. So that sets the stage. Then we've got the Chernayev documents, which essentially are the work product of those orders. They capture all of those systems: power, MHD, propulsion, materials. So it is a detailed engineering of what the orders said should be done with the materials that the military has found. The orders also talk about testing in data. And so we can call that a gap. We don't know what was done as far as testing. There are additional documents that we are waiting on that I am hopeful and cannot yet say are test logs. But we hope that might provide some information and some clarity there. But even absent of the test logs, we begin to see the patents in the first, in Russia, as I was looking at them. And again, you can run down that list specifically. This patent here, magnetohydrodynamic generators. Right down the line, and all of these available on Google patent. You can find them all, make the comparisons yourselves. Again, somebody who's much more scientifically oriented, this may be a wonderful evening project for anyone that needs one. So we can, in the absence of test data in logs, it seems that a lot of these patents that came out of Russia, some of which are by people who also have associations with the Thread 3 project, begin to paint a picture of technical logs and data and give a little more support to the overall reverse engineering aspect of this, and whether it was purely theoretical or based on actual observation and measurements. Similarly, then we cross the ocean, and we've got the U.S. with similar patents, similarly themed patents around the science coming off, and the U.S. programs themselves, particularly NASA, DAPA, Air Force Propulsion Laboratories. And here's the thing, none of this is, this is all open source. This is all publicly available, declassified data that is available. Some of the programs themselves were never even classified in the first place. So if you believe in the old adage, the perfect place to hide something sometimes is right out in the open, that then gives us an indication of what might be where these things might lie, and able to put the programs together. And so ultimately, how does it all connect? Again, from orders to engineering to patents to making that comparison against what exists in the US. And the statistical odds of all of that being coincidental, just concurrent science being examined during the same time periods. I worked it out one day, was 10 to the 630th power, which is a 1 with 630 zeros behind it chance that it's purely coincidence, and that it was not of similar origins and or an exchange of information. So now I mentioned the KGB documents, and this is what's developed over the past couple of days. So this has been online for some time, as it seems. And these are, again, hundreds and hundreds of pages of archival research by the KGB that discusses everything that you hear discussed in the community, from the Nazis to the Anunnaki, to what the pyramids are and why the pyramids are created, to the origins of humanity. These are volumes and volumes that the KGB has broken down and examined all of these stories and theories that we talk about, and they presented them to to Andropov, to the head of the Soviet Union, the chairman of the party. And they present them in a way as to say, here's what the US is doing, and here's all of this phenomenon, and here's how the US is approaching it, because they had concerns that the US had such knowledge of these subjects and such awareness, that the US was actually preparing for the end of the world, or a catastrophic event that would come about in 2012, at the end of the Aztec calendar. So now we're talking 1983. The Soviets, in an official government program, classified setting, are talking with the chairman of the party about these things, and it goes on to what they, as the Soviet Union, should be doing similarly. Why is that important? Well, it's important because it shows that the KGB, through their access and networks, became concerned enough in the 80s, and with the advent of Star Wars under Reagan and all of this, to look at all of these things like pyramids and the Anunnaki and the place in the universe. So if they were taking it serious, it was only because they saw the US government was taking it serious. Now, where did they see that the US government, what was their access into that? We can't say. But, it certainly wasn't just out of newspapers and UFO books they found at Barnes& Noble or wherever they went at the time. These were things that were coming from US sources. You could certainly, make a case it was disinformation, it was managed to throw them off, anything like that. But I think the significance of it is that they put it into their own classified documentation system. and we're taking a serious look at it. And if we go back to our timeline, let me just be quick if I can. So if we go back to our timeline, now we're looking prior to the Thread 3 era. So we're talking a little bit before before all this starts in this post-World War II period, before the orders are written. So it is, I would say, highly likely that this KGB project, this Project Orion, as it was called, and all the elements of it, were the precursor that led and drop off to order the military to create these programs, to look at all of this, whatever materials it was that they had. They saw the U.S. as taking it serious enough that they were going to establish a program around it. What else does that say? What else is significant in that field? Then it also says whatever anomalous phenomenon that the Soviet Union was investigating, they knew it wasn't the US. They weren't worried about, well, could it be the US? A lot of what we hear today, we don't know who it is. It could be an adversary. It could be could be Russia, could be China, could be. This puts a framework around the idea that the Soviets knew what they were looking at did not belong to Americans, did not belong to the adversary. And they established a complete program around that. What I think, and what my read on this evidence, as it might be, as we may categorize it here, is that the US took a much different approach. And if we look at the programs that the US was developing in that time, so I apologize for jumping around here, but I want to go back. Some of these NASA programs in the early 80s were looking at things like cloud seeding, ionization of the atmosphere, all of these atmospheric conditions. They looked at things like EMP, which we are all very familiar with now at this point. All of these were early programs by these agencies. And so my question, my next area that I'm going to be exploring and conducting this forensic intelligence investigation. Both the Soviet Union and the US were experiencing this anomalous phenomenon, these craft around nuclear facilities. These programs that the US was developing were also around the same time. And coincidentally, when I looked at these programs and the data that are available, and there were particularly 6 of them, what I found were those programs, the technology that was developed by the US would be countermeasures to the craft that Chernobyl describes. So I'll go back. He talks about, again, in terms of the craft needing to optimize, and the craft's creating their own magnetic field using the geology of the planets of the Earth, to create their magnetic and energy fields. And so my question, what I'm wondering in all of this is, and what it kind of looks like, is while the Soviets took a very structured approach to specifically focusing on these craft and anomalous phenomenon, it seems the US was developing countermeasures to the craft that also had dual purpose, or at least had a really good cover story for defense and potentially civil applications and other scientific applications. But the idea, again, if you're somebody that believes or doesn't believe in coincidence, the idea that the U.S. was independently and unrelated to any idea or knowledge of any type of anomalous craft. So we're going to say they had no idea that there was a UFO that might have been captured or reverse engineered somewhere. But they developed the exact technology necessary to defeat that type of craft. And they did it again during periods where the reporting was of particular concern around the nuclear facilities. So that, as I say, it's not sexy. It's not a blurry photo. It's not a shaky video. It's nothing you can stare at all day and try and see different things. What we have and what I'm presenting and sharing and want to get out and speak about it more is this roadmap that shows at least the Soviet Union, the Russians, had developed this kind of program, that it appears that it is directly related to or concerning at least this part of it that we have possession of, the reverse engineering of a UFO. It shows up in our lives today in the forms of mainstream science, in the forms of these programs. And the other interesting thing I've been able to do with this technical information is correlate whistleblower and witness testimony and statements. So essentially, it's allowing us to put some science behind the stories, behind the antidotes that people are putting out there and telling us the government has this type of thing. And when we take the story, we apply the science to the story, then we are able to find the parallel US program that supports it as well. So we can't even see, so we're at this point, I think we're on the threshold of potentially being able to further identify or correlate whether something somebody saw might have been part of a US program, as I think the government likes to explain away sometimes. And even if that's the case, then we still have the origins question, the genesis of that US program. And this is part of the trail that can help the UAP task force, that can help our legislators sit down and ask very specific questions of agencies about very specific programs and demand the documentation on the history and the origins and the genesis of those programs. Where did the idea come from? Where did the science come from? And what's been done with it since? And where is it gone? As I've said in other formats and forums, I've sent this to everyone I can. I have mailed hard copies of the book. I have emailed. I continue to call out, because if you don't want to engage with me, then I'm going to call out. But I know from July 25th, David Grush has had this in Representative Burleson's office. He's had the explanation. They have had the opportunity to reach out to explain it prior to even the September 9th hearings. Again, my find it interesting. For 40 years, George Knapp sat on Russian UAP documents and they never saw the light of day. Over the 4 or 5 months prior to the UAP hearing even being announced, I was sending this stuff around and trying to get discussions in order to say, listen, I think this is a path. I think this might be where, some attention and focus needs to go. Nobody wanted to engage, but now all of a sudden, Rep. Luna is interested in talking to the Russians about what they have, and George Knapp's interested in bringing out documents he's had on his lap for 40 years. So, again, a lot of this has to do with coincidence. So, I'm not one that buys a lot of coincidence, but I guess if they can sell it, people will buy it because they have the format and the forums to do it. So, I thank you all for listening. Anybody free to reach out to me. Again, the website, I'll just go back and put it up there if you haven't captured it yet. You can find the book, you can find the results of a lot of these correlations. There's sections on the Russian intelligence, the US intelligence, the programs, all at engineeringinfinitybook.com. There's the contact link on there. Send me an email. I am sincerely happy to communicate and with anybody who has insights. We have several people who have come forward who said a lot of the translation's messy. Great. And they are helping to fix it. They are like, no, we can tighten this up a lot more. And these are people, Russian language skills, physics, mathematics skills, who are willing to give of their time to provide the cleanest, clearest translation that we can. And I appreciate, that happening. That's exactly what I hoped for. We did what we could within the parameters, skill sets we had to get out as honest and straightforward of a translation that it might be. And there's always a difference between translating and interpreting. We didn't want to rush into or try to interpret, not having those backgrounds. So, but fundamentally, the basics, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the intel side of it, the patterns are there, the subject matters align. It is time for us as a community and to get on the theme of, what we're talking about here, Jim, and uniting the UAP community. It is time for us to get away from, just the recycling of spectacle and start really talking evidence and what is evidence and what does evidence mean, and for as unsexy as a bunch of physics and engineering is, when we can incorporate this, and we're going to start doing it and start pushing it out. And again, open invitation to anybody who wants to be part of it or host it or provide a format for it. When we can compare the science to the cases, compare the cases to the programs, and help make the questions easy for the legislators who are out there, I think we can have some real movement and really be useful to the people we're demanding things of, beyond just making demands. And that concludes my presentation. Jim, back to you.
Okie dokie. So I did check for some Q&A. I haven't seen any yet, but in the meantime, as usual, I have a lot of questions, but I'm not sure if over here in Broadcasting HQ, if anybody.
You're gonna speak up.
Okay, if anybody has any questions right here over at HQ, like I don't know, maybe Seth or Ty or anyone.
Sure. I'm just curious if it seems like it's so detailed. It seems kind of like some type of
Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So if you weren't able to hear over the stream, so the question was about the origins of the craft itself. Was it a crash retrieval or anything like that? If characterized. Yeah. So there's nothing in the documents that speaks to the origins. It doesn't give a backstory, where it came from, why I'm examining it, anything like that. Again, you got to keep in mind these were just some guy's notes, right? These were just what he was keeping for himself. I am sure he would be absolutely horrified, as I've said, the idea that I'm out here, selling the story about the UFO, USSR, and these documents, because he was such a patriot. He'd be mortified, potentially. But like I said, we thought about that very carefully and recognized that these had more of a impact to humanity, and so we really focus on that as part of the messaging here. Is that we're not trying to make this about the U.S. versus the USSR or about Russia. This is about science and a body of work that this man did that could advance so much within humanity that we thought that was the greater good. Now, in my own research, I have sort of come to the idea that it has to do with a craft that has a relationship to what they call Russia's Area 51 Kapustin Yar. The Soviets the History Channel did a special about Kapustin Yar. And let's see if I can talk I can do two things at once. I might actually be able to pull this up. There is an image that was associated with that. And interestingly enough, a couple of months after I published the book, there's a gentleman who wrote me, an author from Texas, who was specifically working on a book. Here we go. So this is a clip from the History Channel's special. This was a hand drawing that was done from memory by somebody who said they were involved with this Kapustin Yar craft. This other author had also noted the similarities. So he reached out to me after buying the book, researching himself. He sent me this photo and a bunch of other ones saying, hey, I think this might be the Kapustin Yar craft. And to just briefly highlight, so this would be, sorry, let me do it over here. This would be what my father-in-law described as the thermonuclear system. We'd have the crew compartment up here. Over in here, the solenoid structures, which actually run throughout the craft. The hatch for people to get in and out, which for anybody else might not be able to see, that's the hatch. So we're talking the power system, solenoid systems, crew compartments. So again, using AI to make some comparisons, essentially the outcome of that was like this image here is obviously drawn from memory. Father-in-law stuff seems to be a more complete engineered version of the same thing. So could it have been the same craft? Could there have been multiple crafts? I ran similar things against even Bob Lazar's drawings and his testimony. And outside of, element 151, 115, Chernoyev doesn't mention element 115. It seems to be aligned. It seems to be very similar models of craft. So we can go further on Bob Lazar's testimony, in all of the different kinds. So these all seem to be the same model, at least. Yeah. Go on. I got a couple minutes left.
nations that have similar patterns. Do you think those are global programs, or is that because of espionage or somehow them leaking Russian information that they were able to benefit from?
Yeah, I think so. The question was about the patents and again the origins of the patents and where those was it their own research or the result of espionage. I think all of those things played into it. I'm a big proponent and fan of brain drain, as we've been calling it. So if we go to Vietnam, during the Vietnam conflict, Cambodia, we had large influxes of Chinese scientists and intellectuals that came into the United States. Again, a lot of them went to work in agencies and academia. And we know the relationship between academia and government programs. Right here in Massachusetts, we got MIT, Lincoln Labs. So we had that during that period. We had as I mentioned earlier, the Russian brain drain after the fall of the Soviet Union that came in. So I think throughout all of that, I think all of those things would feed into, the patents and what came out of it. And it, depends on where it came from and how they decided to tell the story is, once they put it on paper and we're going to release it. Yep. So,
Okay, Gene. Well, thanks so much. That was really enjoyable, and I will say every time that I read I call it the Valeris files, but every time I read this book, I get deeper and deeper meaning, and I think it's fabulous and enthralling. And from a technical standpoint, as Gene would say, you could probably use 10 or 12 different fields of scientists and engineers to fully grasp it. But as our friends at the Hannibal TV UFO channel say, including Casey, there's something in there for everyone, including paradigm shifts in humanity, consciousness, galaxies, and how that relates to craft. And it's all kind of like a cross between exciting, surreal, and just really cool. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. And should we bring in Dr. Schild?
Yes. Okay, Rudy, thank you so much for joining us. So, folks, we have Dr. Rudy Schild from, he's a professor emeritus with the Harvard University Center for Astrophysics. He's really known throughout the UAP and NHI community. And on top of that, I first learned about Dr. Schild through one of his papers about these things I'm always obsessed with: plasmoids, plasma brains, Boltzmann brains, and the atmosphere. Basically, these things could be wired up through ion propagation within an enclosed plasma, such that they have essentially the same wiring as a human brain. Thought to be proposed by Dr. Schild and some of his colleagues, either a form of pre-life, either in outer space or in the Earth's atmosphere. And then on the planet Earth, I did ponder with Dr. Schild over what these things could be with orbs and spheres. And last but not least, Dr. Schild knows all the key players and has dealt with all the who's who in the American space race and astronauts, and is an honor and privilege and very exciting to have Dr. Rudy Schild join us. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, James. Am I up and on?
Yes,
hear me?
we're go. Absolutely, Rudy.
We are going.
We are go.
Thank you, and thank you for your invitation. I have been asked by James to recount some things for a key player in the recent story of how we got here. That key player was Edgar Mitchell. Edgar Mitchell, you recognize as the Apollo 14 astronaut, sixth man to walk on the moon, and he has a long history of association with NASA. Unfortunately, he died in 2016 at age 85, and I am now myself 85 years old and feeling, oh yes, you are definitely have a feeling of precarious at that age, but I'm still carrying on, and I'm very happy to now report to you these recollections of Edgar Mitchell. In a sense, I know that most of the UFO activities and related activities of MUFON are related to integrity of reporting. I once appeared on a national MUFON symposium about 13 or 14 years ago, and I think I understand the nature and the importance of the organization. It was to bring consciousness and awareness with carefully detailed and researched and investigated reports of credible sightings of spacecraft. I will tell you why I, in my own mind, have no reservation about the existence of these craft, but my professional colleagues at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics want no part of this, with the exception of Avi Loeb, of course. Edgar Mitchell. I knew Edgar as a personal friend. He and I spent many hours together in automobile rides. Both of us were featured speakers at the Rangeley series of Cosmos and Consciousness presentations over the years, from approximately 2001 to about 2010. Very often, Edgar would give me a phone call from his home in Florida. He lived in Palm Beach. And he would say, Rudy, I need a ride to Rangeley. I can get a direct flight from Palm Beach to Portland Airport. Would you be so good as to pick me up on your way to Rangeley, Maine? And so I did. On one or two occasions, the connection required that he would stay at my home. I have a summer home in Gloucester, where we had long hours of discussion. Edgar liked me especially because, with my science background, he recognized that he and I shared a profound understanding of the quantum hologram formulation of the nature of quantum space. And I was one of the first persons to get it, as he understood it, from Walter Schempp. And he saw immediately also that where he had been flying jets around in the 1960s to 1980s era, I was a research astronomer dealing with the nature of the universe, black holes, the origin of cosmic structure, and these major questions, which all have part of the story of what is the UFO, why is it here, how does it get here, how is it propelled, and what is the nature of their mission. On my first, let's see, my first point that I want to make is something that he told me that has come up in the literature recently, and now that the Chinese are talking about a near future mission to the moon, in particular a landing on the dark side, I want to tell you about one question that I posed of Edgar. I asked him, Edgar, of course, you were orbiting the moon constantly for a day or two before the lunar landing and after. Could you say that you scanned the surface of the moon through your portals in the Saturn orbiter or the lunar orbiter? Did you see anything in your survey of the moon that would indicate the existence of some extraterrestrials having been there, or there having been a secret government base or anything of that kind? He said to me, Rudy, no. He said there was nothing of interest. So let's examine what the no means. Remember that the lunar module orbited the moon 17 miles above the lunar surface. And I live twice 17 or 34 miles in Gloucester from Boston, and I sort of know what the view of Boston on the horizon from Gloucester is. And so I know pretty much also from seeing Boston from Salem halfway, that you can recognize a skyscraper like the Prudential Center in Boston and see it's a squarish object up in the sky, looking very regular as a square. And you can recognize that it's not ovate or round in any way. And so you can begin to distinguish some details at a distance of 17 miles. So I offer that to you, that I have it firsthand from an astronaut who's been there, that there is nothing to see from a distance of 17 miles on the surface of the moon where you would see anything in the size of the structure of a large skyscraper, say something more than 20 stories tall. That's the report from the moon for the man who was there. Now, secondly, I want to tell you about something else he told me, again firsthand, that has profoundly affected my approach to the UFO topic. This is of relevance because it has shaped my view of the UFO research as it's been practiced over the last 25 or 30 years. I knew John Mack, read his book back in 1993 or 1994, met many of the people whose cases he brought forward in his book Abductions. And so I know a great deal about the attitudes and the problems of trying to do research on the UFO issue, and the kinds of counterforce that you encounter in doing so. And I want to now tell you a story that Edgar told me about the earliest days before there was a space program. He told me that as a young man, he had been a naval pilot, had flight training, was a naval officer. After he graduated from MIT in 1954, he joined the Navy and the Air Corps there, and became a credentialed naval officer. And at the beginning of the space race, he switched over to the moon program. That was after the Kennedy speech about in this 1960s decade, by the end of the decade, we will have an astronaut on the moon. Apollo left his naval career for a career in the new space program, the Apollo mission. But before that, he had an experience as a naval officer at Alamogordo, New Mexico, so a much earlier time when the paperclip scientists from former Germany had been introduced to America and had taken positions at the University of New Mexico at Alamogordo. And Edgar was present in the room when there was the first meeting of the paperclip scientists with the American scientists working at White Sands, New Mexico, where America had a program of firing V-2 rockets and studying their properties and doing engineering studies of them and thinking about scaling up the V-2 program to be a viable program to take man to the moon. Before that was in the air, there was the introduction of the scientists, as I said. It was held on the campus of the main street reception hall for the university at Alamogordo. And there they were. The paperclip scientists were introduced. The staff and faculty of the University of New Mexico were there, and Edgar among them. And he recounts how they were all standing around holding their wine glasses somewhere and all being very lovely and talking about their plans for the future American space program and engineering studies and blah, blah, blah. And suddenly, Edgar says, a uniformed military officer in that very trim military cut and snappy uniform came up to Edgar and tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Edgar, a very important phone call for you." Edgar left the room following the uniformed officer, and they partied on for just a minute or two when when Werner von Braun re-entered the room, ashen white-faced, barely under control, obviously shaken by something he had heard on the phone. Edgar continued to party on. That's the end of that part of the story. But some years later, Edgar started putting two and two together. Many of you probably don't know that Edgar Mitchell is a graduate of Rodwell High. He was born nearby and raised in a nearby community to Roswell. And he then noticed, wait a minute, the day of that reception with Werner von Braun, that was the day after Roswell. Whoa. When I heard that from Edgar, I said, wow, this changes everything. We know what that phone call was the day after Rodwell to Werner von Braun. So this change in my psychology is we're done here, folks. We're done worrying about, are they here? Is it all a bunch of made up stuff? Did Roswell really happen? And all of that. Yes, folks, it happened. I'm reporting to you what I heard from the man who was there firsthand. Roswell happened. I would also like to tell you about the events at the conclusion of the Apollo mission to the moon, Apollo 14. Edgar recounted how he had his samadhi experience, and I will be saying more about that. But first, I want to tell you about what he told me about the experience in splashing down in the Pacific and how the helicopter came and picked up the capsule before it was even unsealed and lifted it off the ocean surface, carried it to the nearby aircraft carrier where it was left on the deck. And also on the deck of the carrier were two trailers. The capsule was unsealed, and the astronauts were led out of the castle and into a first trailer, which was a decontamination trailer. They took off their uniforms and clothes and put on their military uniforms, and when proceeded after half an hour decontamination, they were accompanied to the second trailer, which was the mission debriefing trailer, where NASA debriefing specialists asked them questions and to describe the mission. And this was kind of an annoying experience to Edgar because he wanted to tell him about his amazing samadhi experience on the return from the moon. Unfortunately for Edgar, the NASA debriefers wanted to hear nothing about this. They wanted no mention of it. And I have never explored this, but it would be interesting to research whether there are any debriefing notes or records. But we do know that Edgar left the NASA debriefing, and there were the ticker tape parades in New York City and all the hoopla that was expected and appropriate. And Edgar realized that he was never going to get anywhere within the NASA organization. And so he gave up his mission to try to arouse NASA interest and form the IONS group, which you know. That did not end extremely well. Edgar left the IONS group and went on to seek other avenues by which he could explore this mission, which he only in those later years discovered had been discussed previously by Hindu mystics and given the name of the Samadhi experience. Now, I want to then also tell you the story Edgar told me about his departure from NASA. He said that in this time period, it was clear to him that NASA was not going to go off on this direction of exploring his samadhi experience. They were more interested in the analysis of his collection of lunar rocks. You know that he scoured the surface of the moon to find interesting rock samples and maybe moon dust collected at different sites and so on. But Edgar had to conclude that he was never going to get any cooperation and interest in the Samadhi experience, which he thought was some of the most important goals of his mission to the moon. And so he submitted a letter of resignation to NASA organization, and that letter, of course, found its way to the desk of Wernher von Braun. Wernher von Braun asked him to visit him in his office in Washington, D.C. at the NASA headquarters building, which Edgar did. He by then had a T-5 trainer jet at his disposal. I presume his name Mitchell painted on the door, and so he hopped over to Washington and met with Wernher von Braun. And interestingly, Wernher von Braun did not dismiss at all his having had this experience and his interest in it. He instructed Edgar, would you please visit all of the NASA centers and see if you can find anywhere within the NASA organization other scientists who would research this with you. And Edgar did. He flew out to NASA Goddard NASA JPL in Altadena, California, NASA Goddard back in Maryland, NASA Houston, the main headquarters for the Apollo missions, and so on. And in all of his explorations, he did not find anyone, any research group, or even any person within the organization that was interested in such an exploration. And it is for that reason that Edgar went back and reported to Edgar von Braun, and Edgar said, all right, I will sign the letter. Thank you. It's been swell. Well, I don't know just what he said. I'm making that up. But you get the idea. Edgar separated from the NASA organization at that time and for that reason. He then went on to found the IONS research group, and part of the ways from that after about 10 years. And then the rest of his life was spent trying to arrange funding for a major institute for the exploration of Samadhi and the experience he had of a greater universe and a greater sense of being as he had in the return to splashdown in the end of the Apollo 14 mission. I would also like to tell you, because of its very profound significance to me personally, about something that Edgar told me that he learned in the NASA astronauts program. He told me that NASA has long had a problem that has never really been discussed in public and is not really known, and barely known even within the NASA organization, but it is a problem that astronauts have. He said, you know, in an orbiting capsule around the Earth, an astronaut experiences extreme disorientation. He said, in earthbound life, we are known that reliably there will be a sunrise and a sunset every 24 hours. Our internal clocks are irrevocably set to that experience. But in a space capsule, you have sunrise and sunset every 90 minutes. And that lack of time orientation is very upsetting to your whole being. But wait, it gets worse. He said it's also true that being in the space capsule orbiting the Earth, of course, you have no experience of gravity. And that is such a non-human state of being, because I know where my down is at all times. We all know where down is. That's with us. That's the force of gravity. But you've lost that in a space capsule. And he said, so it is that very often astronauts, especially in extravehicular activities, lose a sense of orientation, become disoriented and confused, and this is very unsettling, setting, and dangerous indeed. Now, worse, he said, people in this state find their consciousness is somehow more loosely held from their being than they have ever experienced before. And in fact, he said, you tend to lose your sense of consciousness, of being, and you easily slip off into, and he cited this example, into the experience of being an elephant. That's ELEPHANT, elephant. And it is not that you find yourself picturing an elephant somewhere in the Mojave Desert, but rather you are actually experiencing being an elephant. You are apparently sharing the conscious experience with an elephant in the Mojave Desert. So your experience is one perhaps of terror, where you say to yourself, I know that when those two mountains are lined up, then I will see a tree and next to it my watering hole. Well, I see the mountains, but I don't see the tree. And I'm about to die. This is a dangerous, treacherous experience I'm having. You are literally living the experience of another conscious being. So I want to tell you why this is profound to me. In my view, consciousness, the experience, the human experience of being conscious, is one that's modulated by my heartbeat. And I have discussed this in the Ray Hernandez book on the ones on the survey. I wrote a chapter which is titled A Computer Model of Consciousness. And in it, I discuss how we in our brain processing are known from brain scans to have a sensitivity to all of our tactile senses, our sense of sight, smell, hearing, touch, taste. These are all delivered to the brain's left lobe. And in the right lobe is our experience of our past history and our experience of our being. And the brain, to the clock beat of our human heart, actually a 16th submultiple of it, that is at consciousness frequency of 1/16 of a second, is clocking, comparing input information from your senses to your experience of being and your sense of danger, perhaps, or of delight or ecstasy or whatever. And that's being done at consciousness frequency 16 hertz, the well-known beta frequency, and that is your consciousness. But brain studies so far have been on human beings and have shown that people having a human experience of, say, terror or elation develop the same brain patterns in that left lobe of their brain. That's actually probably the combination of the left and right lobes of their brain. But the new this new experience that I've learned about from Edgar Mitchell says that the animals are doing the same thing in their experience of consciousness, but also our brain can interpret their experience. In other words, their experience of terror must generate about the same brain patterns as the human. Their experience of ecstasy must induce about the same brain patterning as in humans. Whoa, that's profound. Anyway, I take that going forward with studying the nature of consciousness. And thank you, Edgar. That was extremely instructive, that little anecdote. I also want to tell you something else, another experience I had with Edgar. Edgar, when he was coming to Boston to attend lectures or symposia or receive an honor at MIT, would call me up and said, "Oh, Rudy, would you meet me at the airport and drive me down to MIT, and you'll be part of whatever we do, and I promise you'll enjoy it." So I would pick him up, and on this one occasion, he was to give a lecture to a class being taught at MIT on space medicine. And they had asked Edgar to come to MIT and witness the last day of class, where students would give a 10-minute summary of their student theses. And Edgar would be in the room to comment on space medicine and comment on their theses as appropriate. And so all of this came to pass, and I picked up Edgar at the airport and took him to MIT, and we went to the class, attended the class together. And at the end of the class, the instructor turned to Edgar and said, well, that was a thesis presentation, and now, Edgar, would you be so good as to answer questions that any members of the class might have for you? "Oh, sure," said Edgar. And one student, a female student, interestingly, got up and asked, "Edgar, what was the most surprising thing that happened to you when you were on the moon?" And Edgar didn't really have to stop and think a moment. He said, "Oh, there was a major problem that we had not anticipated. We found ourselves that we had gotten lost on the moon because we hadn't realized or practiced that on the moon is so much smaller in diameter that when you're on its surface, you don't have a distant horizon, like I spoke of seeing buildings on the horizon 34 miles away from Gloucester. No, your horizon is only a short distance away from you because of this extreme curvature. And they had landed in a field surrounded by volcanic vents, and one looked pretty much like the other. And after they had gotten over the experience of that leap walk that they do as astronauts because of, in celebration of the low G forces on the moon, then they suddenly stopped and wait a second, guys, we're lost here. We didn't leave a trail of peanuts. We don't know where we are and where the space capsule is. We can't see it. The landscape here looks pretty much the same in any direction you look. We're surrounded by volcanic vents. Well, anyway, they did eventually follow their footprints back and rejoin their space capsule and go on with the rest of their mission to collect rock samples and dust samples on the surface of the moon and bring them back in sacks to the NASA Mission Control, where they were, in fact, analyzed in part by my colleagues up the street here in Cambridge. The Smithsonian Institution got some of these samples, and geologists working for the Smithsonian were busy analyzing them. And I did see some of the smallest moon, I would call them stones. So that's my little section on Lost on the Moon.
Hey, Rudy.
I just looked at the clock.
No. We're actually enjoying this over here at Broadcast Headquarters. I'm just letting you know, a colleague of yours is on in 15 minutes, but we probably had like about 5 minutes of questions. So I guess unfortunately the bad news is we only have 10 minutes, but the good news is there's a few of us that want to squeeze in about 5 minutes of questions. So
let's do so then, and I'll end my remarks. I was nearing a logical ending point anyway, so that's fine. And am I still joining you later on for a Q&A, perhaps 5 o'clock? 6 o'clock.
Yeah, please do. We do, Rudy, we do have 15 more minutes. I mean, if you want to save the Q&A for our roundtable at 6, by all means,
Let's do the next 15 minutes and make plans from there.
Okay, terrific.
All right. Okay, so I will let you modulate this, if you would, James. So you lead the charge.
So we do have a lot of folks in Massachusetts expressing excitement. Some folks from Cambridge commenting. So someone did express interest in one of the chats as to let's say, as far as Massachusetts is concerned, Dr. Schild, would you say the Cambridge-Boston area is probably, let's call it, a hotspot for sort of consciousness encounters, or it doesn't really work like that? Like, what would you say based on your experience and, for example, your organization, Free FREE, you found in terms of, for lack of better terms, let's call it a consciousness hotspot?
Interestingly, I would not really be so quick. I would not really agree to that, because I'm also the editor-in-chief of Journal of Cosmology, and we have done special outreaches to the theological community, because much of the subjects we are talking about and encountering as we talk about and explore consciousness, now bleed over to, well, what's the relation of human consciousness with whatever cosmic consciousness there is? And I have to say that I have found no interest in either the astronomical or the theological community here in the Boston area, in particular centered on Harvard University. So that's disappointing to me, and I would not be congratulatory of myself and of Massachusetts here. I find that there are centers of consciousness studies elsewhere, and in particular, the University of Arizona has a Department of Consciousness Studies. I think it's Gary Schwartz is the director of that institute, and I've visited there on the Tucson campus. Now, in theology, I likewise don't find much interest. My wife belongs to the Anglican or the Episcopalian Church, and I did try to engage the pastor, the Holy Father of that church, and he seemed not interested in engaging me in a discussion on the purpose of the universe or things of that kind. And so I'm disappointed that I don't find other people reaching out to me discuss matters that go to the bigger picture of life and consciousness in our universe.
So, Dr. Schild, have you ever in your practices encountered any clergy folk or religious leaders of any culture or background or ethnicity at all in your entire career where you found even one religious leader that was interested in just discussing or exploring, not necessarily to contradict people's religious beliefs, but to say, yeah, I'd be interested in, what do you think about consciousness and other entities? Have you encountered even one that you can recall?
That one would be Edgar Mitchell, actually, but none other, actually. And I think the feeling was mutual. While this never came up, I found that Edgar Mitchell would often keep me updated on the progress toward his forming his own research organization. He found evidently none either. And I believe he had in mind to tap me on the shoulder when I retired from Harvard University to be perhaps the director of his organization. That suggests that not only have I been unable to find people interested in these topics, but Edgar, likewise, with his extensive travels and outreaches, has not been able to. I can't understand it.
So Rudy, but I appreciate you let me call you by your first name. I know it sounds all formal and stuff, but you're a kind-hearted, good, easy to speak to person. Someone who knows even more than me. I'm MSEE, so I'm good in calculus and imaginary variable calculus, and that's where your math begins, sir. So here's a conundrum for you, Dr. Schild. So we spoke about Edgar Mitchell somehow afterwards having a recollection that his consciousness was in that of an elephant experiencing stress, looking for its water hole. So what if we turn this question 180 degrees, Dr. Schild? Is it theoretically possible, or is it not maybe biologically possible for the consciousness of an elephant to understand the capacity of and be in the consciousness of a person? So you could have that very same elephant. Maybe he swapped with Edgar Mitchell and he was like, oh, now I'm in the capsule
or whatnot, or thinking about his family. Is anything like that possible, or would you say that's nonsense?
I think it's not only possible, but I think it's extremely likely that I was in conscious connection with the elephant. That is to say that if I had been the person having this experience, we would have shared an entanglement. And many of your colleagues here at MUFON, will probably have the experience that I think all humans have of suddenly remembering an incident from when you were 9 years old, and your brother said something to you, and after you got over your shock that this seemed such a full memory of this incident and was so unrelated to anything else, I would say that that's very much like seeing an orb. It's like we were in an entanglement for just that instant, and the universe arranges these entanglements at random. And so that's why in our daily experience, we often have a surprisingly clear memory of something that happened a long time ago and that you haven't thought about in 30 or 40 years. That's the properties of entanglement, and it has everything to do with the mathematics of the universe and how the universe can focus these entanglements or all consciousness activity. Now, that gets very mathematical very quickly, and I don't think I would have to make some graphs and pictures and drawings and so on to get into that, and I would have to do preparations. But it's all about entanglement, stupid.
Okay, yeah, I'll take your word on the graphs, and
don't take my word literally on stupid. You're not stupid.
we'll talk about flashbacks back to undergrad and grad school when I see those equations, Rudy. But so another interesting one, and then after that, we could, if anybody in the room over at broadcast headquarters has a question for Dr. Schild, we could take one if you had about regarding consciousness or remote viewing or plasma brains, anything like that. But you could think about it. We have a good almost 10 minutes left with Dr. Schild. So Rudy, a question for the layman or for people not familiar with consciousness models or brain models. You and I had a brief discussion about modeling consciousness
with artificial intelligence, and then also you've written at least a couple. I apologize.
At least a couple of papers on models of consciousness, models of brain, including that of one of my favorites, the Wolfram brain, which again, folks that want to that session, it's a plasma that has ions, which means charged particles connected within that plasma, which plasma is simply a gas that's ionized. So it conducts electricity, wired up and conducting in such a way that it models a brain, and then it's possible, and you've proven that, Rudy. Could you tell me, just for the filter, why would we want to examine and study such things, and why would we want to model these?
Yes. We would want to study these things because they offer us new understanding of how, why the aliens communicate with us the way they do. I would like to call everybody's attention to the beautiful book written by Ray Hernandez after the publication of the first pair of books was on non-human intelligence, that is Beyond UFOs on the nature of consciousness and contact with non-human intelligence. That first series, and then the second one, Cosmos and Consciousness, was the 4-volume set. But then he wrote a 5th volume called The Mind of God. And the questions that you're asking now, he takes up in that 5th volume. And in it, the main central focus and idea is that we have previously in our volumes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 had essays by principal academics in fields of near-death experience, Ken Ring in the near-death hotel. We've had people with remote viewing. David Pritchard is a senior associate editor at my Journal of Cosmology. So he is interested and contributing to these topics. But all of these topics are the ways in which human beings are reporting contact with non-human intelligence. And so the mind of God is seen in these contact experiences. And a fabulous research study is that Ray Hernandez study of experiencers, because this study done by academics and academically approved, this study does relate to how it is that we communicate through entanglement and through tricks of quantum fields and our physical universe, our physical space. And that's what you want to study if you want to understand what the mind is, how it's working, and how what we do is in many ways comparable to what non-human intelligence is doing and expressed through these interchanges.
Hey, Rudy, we have the honor and privilege, now a friend of mine, Ty Roberts of Total Disclosure Podcast. It's a great following. He had a question for you as well. Go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead, Ty.
Can you hear me?
Only faintly. Can you speak slowly and clearly?
Let me take nope, you didn't unbuckle it there. So what do you think of the study of mind-altering drugs like DMTR in relationship to consciousness? I'm sure you've heard this before, but many people who have taken things like dimethyltryptamine, mushrooms, whatever it be, have gone to other places and come back very changed people. Do you put any merit to that?
Yes. I have not myself explored these substances you described. I have done magic mushrooms and I have done pot, but that's not very interesting. And the other ones that you name, I can't even pronounce. But I believe that their study or their use probably has good merit. I can't say that for sure because nobody has told it to me in an academic way, or I have not experienced it myself. And so I'm probably not a very good person to discuss them with you. I'm sorry, but I can't help you very much with that question.
That's okay, Rudy. I can't tell you that all of us nerds, be us PhD level scientists or MSWEs or disclosure podcasters, we've all had our party days. Myself, no exception. In grad school, between my girlfriend and getting a C, yes, in solid state physics, I was put on academic probation for one semester. I was like, and they're like, you get another C and you're out of there. It's like, go Texas Tech. But I'm totally there with you. And with that, Dr. Rudy Schild, I thank you so much for joining us, and you're more than welcome to stick around backstage and watch, and there's private chat, or please, if you don't have the time for that, they're more than welcome to come back again at our 6 o'clock roundtable. It'd be wonderful to have you participate again. I'm sure we'll have more questions.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, I would like to see the proceedings. When do you guys take a lunch break? Has that happened already?
We just kind of go back and forth and take turns.
Oh, okay, you graze, fine.
and,
Then,
what can we
if
do?
I may I stay tuned to the proceedings as under your moderation, and sign out when the spirit moves me.
Okay, absolutely. Well,
Okay. I hope to meet everybody in the future, and I'm sorry that I can't be with you now. It was a little bit too difficult to arrange on the relatively short time scale. So I already have suggested that if you like this and want more of it, that you set up a future meeting that's closer to the Boston area, maybe on the MIT campus or something. And I join you there, and we dive deeper.
okay, Rudy, we appreciate it, and thank you so much for your time, and this was enjoyable, and hope to see you back later tonight at 6. And either way, if not, then we do look forward to meeting with you really soon.
Okay, I'll see you at 6 then.
Okay.
I suppose you open the channel and I can just sign in with the same address as previously. So I'll just press my magic buttons and be joining you then. And thank you very much. I enjoy having opportunities for outreach, and I'm hoping to perhaps meet some of your number in smaller sessions if they're interested in more details of anything that we've been talking about, although we can't really bring up any more details I've brought out about all that I remember of these conversations with Edgar Mitchell. I've already produced the highlights, so I think that's a dead horse now. But I'm very happy to discuss the nature of consciousness, the nature of the brain, the nature of consciousness, and other topics that go and ally with our attempts to communicate with other civilizations by those modalities as stressed by Ray Hernandez. So thank you all, and I'll probably be joining you at 6 tonight on this same channel.
All right, that's great. We look forward to it, and I'll move you into the back room.
Okay, folks, so thank you so much again for joining us for our one-of-a-kind first symposium on uniting the UAP community. Gene Sticco on my right, depending how you see the screen, Jim Awrach on the left. We'll be back in a few minutes, hopefully, with Dr. Avi Loeb, 3IA, 3I Atlas, the latest and greatest, and more to come. Thanks so much. Okay.
Hello.
Dr. Avi Loeb, ladies and gentlemen. Avi, this is the second time that we've met by interview. Now, our first in our organization, first of its kind symposium on uniting the UAP community. I hope all is well, and thank you so much for joining us. What can I tell you, Avi? Everybody knows who you are. I see you on all the news stations, and everybody knows what's up, and you're the man, so I won't even explain any of it. We'd very much like to hear what you have to say, and we're very grateful for your time. And of course, we'll have tons of questions afterwards, and we'll absolutely respect your hard stop at 2 p.m. So thank you so much. And of course, you know me, the science and engineering nerd. Please, Avi, please, what's the latest and greatest on 3I Atlas?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure. In fact, if you want, we can, I will say a few words about other research that I'm doing and focus on 3I Atlas if that's the subject that is of greatest interest. So let me just see if I can share my screen. I'm looking for the button that allows that. Can you guide me on that? Oh, okay, I found something. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I hope you're able to see, and can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. Okay, Avi.
Perfect. So I will just go very briefly on other topics, even though we could have spent a full hour on those, but I will just go very quickly because we want to discuss 3i Atlas. It's a very timely subject. So in general, obviously, we don't know where is the nearest neighbor in our cosmic neighborhood, and we know there are 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and most of them formed before the sun, billions of years before the sun. So it's completely reasonable to search for things like us out there. And when Enrico Fermi asked, where is everybody? He didn't really build a telescope to search. And this is a question that every lonely person asks. And what is usually said is extraordinary claim require extraordinary evidence, but extraordinary evidence requires extraordinary funding. You need to dedicate resources, and unfortunately the mainstream of the astronomy community is not doing that. They are obsessed with microbes, and I say we should invest billions of dollars in the search for alien intelligence, because frankly, when we read the news every day on what's happening here on this earth, it's clear that there is room for improvement, that our intelligence is really not the best that you can hope for. And maybe someone from our neighborhood will bring a better sense of intelligence. And so let me skip on the details here and the fact that, I'm involved in the Galileo project, which is searching for unidentified anomalous phenomena in the Earth's atmosphere, following 3 reports that were submitted to the US Congress by the Director of National Intelligence. And we have a number of instruments in every observatory that we have. And we have 3 observatories. The latest one was in Nevada. And I will not get into details. But the main thing that is recently in the news has to do with interstellar objects. And here, there are 4 objects that were discussed in the scientific literature. The most recent is 3i Atlas, discovered on July 1st, 2025. These 4 objects came from outside the solar system, and they have different sizes. It looks like 3i Atlas is the biggest by a large margin. It's at least 10 times bigger than the others, meaning it's at least 1,000 times more massive than the others. And it makes no sense that there will be an object 1,000 times more massive without seeing 1,000 smaller objects before that. We saw only a few before that. And so maybe it's Rama, as discussed in the novel Rendezvous with Rama, the science fiction novel by Arthur C. Clarke, because the dimensions are similar, of all the tens of kilometers in diameter. And there were a number of observations already. I mean, there were 227 observatories around the globe that looked at 3i Atlas. Last week, I analyzed the 4,000 data points from these observatories on the path that 3i Atlas took, and given that it lost mass in the direction of the sun, we see that in the Hubble telescope image here on the right, it's elongated towards the sun, not away from the sun, and it's not fully understood why, but actually we're looking at it almost edge on. We're seeing a jet that is 10 times longer than it is wide towards the sun, and that should have given a recoil to the object, just the momentum conservation. But we don't see a deviation of the trajectory from a path that is sculpted by gravity alone, and that means the object is extremely massive, at least 33 billion tons. This was the limit that I obtained in a paper a week ago, based on all the data we have. So it's a very massive object, bigger than 5 kilometers if it's solid density. And there is a plume of gas around it, mostly carbon dioxide. It was observed by the Webb telescope, Spherex telescope, as you can see here. And the plume goes all the way out to 350,000 kilometers away from the nucleus. It's made the 87% out of carbon dioxide and only 4% water, so very different. If people claim that it's a comet, it's very different than comets that we find in the solar system. And you can see the path of this object at the bottom. It's nearly aligned with the ecliptic plane of the planets within 5 degrees. You can see 3I Atlas coming in on the left, and it just came very close to Mars 2 days ago, 29 million kilometers from Mars. And then it will continue on its path and reach a point that is very close to Jupiter on March 16th, 2026. And the question is, what's the chance that it will come along the ecliptic plane to this precision? The answer is 1 in 500. But moreover, it comes very close to Mars and Jupiter. For that, the timing needs to be right, because Mars is going around the sun, and why would it be at the right time at the right place when Mars is close to it? And that requires some fine-tuning of the timing of arrival. Even if you maintain this path, the timing itself is very fine-tuned. And so if you multiply the probability for that timing that will come close to Mars and Jupiter, and also the probability that it will be in the ecliptic plane, these are two independent probabilities, that you find that it's the chance of it exhibiting this close passage to Mars and Jupiter is less than 1 in a million. Very small probability. So it's unusually rare. And of course, people that claim that it's just a natural comet, they don't explain why it's so aligned with the ecliptic. Why does it come so close to Mars and Jupiter? They just say it's it's a coincidence. We happen to be observing the third interstellar objects detected through telescopes happen to be on a very rare trajectory. Okay, even though the chance is 1 in a million. There are other anomalies of this one, like we see mostly nickel without much iron coming out of it, and that's the way nickel is appearing in nickel alloys that are industrially produced. There is also a very negative polarization that is observed coming from it. And most recently, about a week ago, yes, I realized that it actually arrived from the direction of the WOW signal within 9 degrees. The chance of that, again, at random is 0.6%. So maybe the WOW signal from 1977 was emitted by this object. They were almost from the same direction. So many of these anomalies, are not fully understood. They could be explained perhaps in the future as we understand the nature of the object from a natural origin. That has to do with the composition. It has to do with the size of the object being so large. Perhaps there is an explanation. But one thing, several things that cannot be easily explained, irrespective of how much more data we get, is why is it aligned with the ecliptic plane of the planets? That will never go away. That's puzzling forever. And why does it come so close to Mars and Jupiter? And why is it more or less from the same direction as the WOW signal? These are coincidences that would not be relieved by future data. And 3 months ago, I proposed a scale that is called the Loeb scale now. There are 2 papers on it, which gives a rank of 0 to an object that is completely natural, and a rank of 10 to a technological object that could be a threat, a global threat to Earth, to humanity. And I gave 3i Atlas in recent months a rank of 4 because of these 7 anomalies that it has. But future data may bring it down. It will never go below 2, I would say, because the alignment of its trajectory will never go away, and the timing of its trajectory will never go away. And these are coincidences that cannot be easily ignored. But if we get more data and it looks as if it's technological, then obviously the ranking will go up. If it maneuvers, for example, or emits a radio signal, or we see some artificial lights coming from it, or it looks strange because it's it came very close to Mars 2 days ago, and there are 7 orbiters around Mars that could have taken data, and we haven't seen it. It was not public yet. The only images we've seen so far, very preliminary, are from the Perseverance rover. So there are 7 different orbiters. One from NASA, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, that has a camera called HiRISE that can take an image with a pixel resolution of 30 kilometers. So we will know much more from that image because the brightest pixel will constrain the area of 3i Atlas. And then there are several European orbiters that could take a spectrum, an image, and there is one Chinese orbiter and one from the UAE, another orbiter. So altogether 7 of them. And I really look forward to seeing that data when it comes out. It's not public yet. There was a question of whether we should message or intercept 3i Atlas, and that, of course, depends on the details. And one thing I recommended in a paper a month ago that was already published is that we use the Juno spacecraft near Jupiter to observe it. It could have almost intercepted it if it had all the fuel that it started with, but because it's used most of the fuel, it could only get a little closer than it currently is. But at any event, Representative Luna called me on the phone for an update about 3i Atlas, and I mentioned this paper to her, and she wrote a letter, official letter from the U.S. Congress to the interim administrator of NASA, Sean Duffy, that you can see on the left here, that encouraged NASA to use the Juno mission. And as far as I know, they didn't plunge it into Jupiter. It was supposed to die in September, a month ago. So I hope they will keep using it to observe 3i Atlas. So obviously there is the fundamental question of what should humanity do the day after an interstellar object is recognized as a technological alien technology. And so I came out in an essay a month ago. I came up with 15 principles. Just to summarize them briefly, obviously this is a concern for all humans on Earth because we are all in the same boat, and so there should be an international organization that, and in fact I submitted an official letter with a white paper to the United Nations last week, suggesting that there will be an international committee that evaluates interstellar objects and whether they're a risk, because they could, even if they look innocent, they could potentially appear like a Trojan horse or a black swan event where probability is small that they are technological, but then the implications are huge. And so it's well known within the intelligence agencies that when dealing with a low probability event, you really need to have a contingency plan because you don't want to be surprised. The big failure of the intelligence in Israel during October 7th was a result of them not considering a low probability event, not taking it seriously. And we all saw the consequences, the devastating consequences from that. So So at any event, there should be an organization, international organization, that considers the data we have on future interstellar objects. There will be one new one every few months, discovered by the Rubin Observatory in Chile. And so over the next decade, there could be maybe 50 of them. And we should study them and decide whether all of them are rocks, or maybe one of them or more are technological in origin. And this is a serious matter. And of course, the politicians or the financial markets will not respond to this threat seriously until we have the first encounter. Humans are known for being always late to the first surprise. And so that's okay, but once we have the first encounter, it will become a major item. And I think we could imagine even trillions of dollars allocated to an array of interceptors and probes that will alert Earth to incoming threats after the first encounter. And of course, there was the previous interstellar object that looked weird, and that was Oumuamua, and it was its brightness changed by a factor of 10 as it was tumbling. It had a shape that is most likely flat, and it was pushed away from the sun by some mysterious force without showing any cometary evaporation. And I suggested it's not a comet, but the comet experts argued, well, it has an invisible cometary tail, which is a crazy idea. And believe it or not, the crazy idea is embraced by the mainstream of comet experts, rather than them considering a new idea. So they would rather stick to something that makes no sense, which is an invisible cometary tail, like the Emperor has clothes that are invisible in the Hans Christian Andersen's tail. And so it just shows you the mindset of those comets, and many of them are attacking me personally just by suggesting something different. And I'm not trying to solve their psychological problems. I think it's something that their therapists should deal with, not me. Because we know that we produce the space trash, and not everything in the sky, therefore, is rocks. We know that. So the next Copernican revolution would be that we are not alone. And I will mention just in a few words an expedition that I took a couple of years ago, and it was documented by Netflix filming crew, and you will see the Netflix documentary in 2026 coming out. This was another interstellar object that collided with Earth in 2014 and was confirmed by the US Space Command as being interstellar at the 99.999% confidence. And so I led an expedition to go to the Pacific Ocean to search for the materials, and we recovered some materials and brought them back to the laboratory of my colleague Stein Jacobson at Harvard. And since then, we found that 10% of the materials had a chemical composition that is different from solar system materials. And these were molten droplets that we found on the ocean floor that is about a mile deep down there. And so we are hoping to do another expedition to find bigger pieces of this meteor, but it would cost $6.5 million, and we don't have a donor as of yet to support it, so we're waiting for that. The next year will be very exciting because aside from the new observatories of the Galileo project, you can find a few million objects in the sky over the coming year. We will search, of course, for unidentified anomalous phenomena out of these few millions. Aside from that, there is the Rubin Observatory in Chile that was just inaugurated and has a camera of 3.2 gigapixels, and it could find the UAPs as well as interstellar objects. So I very much look forward to the coming year with plenty of data from both the Rubin Observatory and the Galileo observatories. So that is it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, especially about 3i Atlas. Let me just see if I can now stop sharing. Okay, great.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Avi. If anybody would like to come up, we're over here at broadcast headquarters, and we'll also take some questions in our online chat. If anybody has any, feel free to come on up. But in the meantime, I do sincerely thank you very much, Avi. That was very cool, and this is the latest and greatest. Sanity check on my end, Avi. Some people, for example, the angry astronaut, I'm sure you know him. We all love him. He's very angry, and he suggested that, yes, he's great. God bless him over in Australia.
Hey, by the way, he might be angry, but is he an astronaut?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm speechless on that. But and I invited him for an angry comment. I'll have to check later. But he did say, I think he touched on you possibly mentioning it, and he mentioned it. Could 3i Atlas in any way be some sort of spacecraft that on the outside it's a meteor or a rock or something, because it has this bizarre green light emanating from it? Would that be outrageous and sci-fi, or
No,
is it possible?
I mean, that's definitely a possibility, because we all know about the story on the city, about the city of Troy, that accepted a gift that looked like a wooden horse, and obviously, you know, that was an existential threat. That was the Trojan horse, and definitely that is possible, that that some alien gadget is masquerading itself with an appearance that looks like a comet or a rock. And the way to figure it out is to see some excess heat coming from it, some unusual maneuver, artificial lights, a radio signal. There are many ways by which we can figure it out. And until we find those signatures, we should assume that if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a duck. So I'm suggesting using all the instruments at our disposal to search for anomalies. But if they are not there, you know, it's probably a comet.
Okay. Will, did you have a question for Dr.? Yeah, come on up, and yeah, feel free. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Loeb. My name is William Underwood. It is so great to meet you, and a big fan, obviously, yes. I was wondering, as 3i Atlas gets closer towards like its nearest pass by of Earth again, back without anything like interfering in between it, wouldn't that be around like around December, right?
Yeah, so actually, I mentioned that it comes close to Mars and Jupiter. Mars 2 days ago on October 3rd, and Jupiter on March 16th. In the case of Jupiter, it's 54 million kilometers. In the case of Mars, it's 29 million kilometers. Now, relative to Earth, it seems like it's avoiding us, because during the month of October, it comes closest to the sun on October 29th. And Earth is exactly on the opposite side of the sun. So the sun is between us and the 3i Atlas. When you look at the sky during the daytime, during the month of October, just imagine that 3i Atlas is flying behind it, okay? And maybe it was intentional, maybe not, we don't know. If it's natural, it must be a coincidence. If it's if it was designed by some intelligence, then perhaps there is a reason for that. But you know, we cannot reach it with any of our rockets, because it moves the opposite direction of the motion of the Earth around the sun. So therefore, you know, in the month of October, it will be roughly 2.3 times farther from us than the sun is, okay, because it's on the other side. And then in December, you know, we come out of our trajectory and it continues along its path. So even though it's not close to the sun, it will get closest to Earth when we come to the other side of our trajectory around the sun, and that will be in the middle of December. Yeah, so it will not be close to Earth at any part of its trajectory as long as it follows this gravitational trajectory. Now, if it decides to maneuver, if it's technological, then obviously it can get very close to Earth, or it can send a mini probe, if it's a mothership. So we should watch the sky in the coming months. And I told the Galileo Project research team to check if there are any unusual, if there is any unusual activity near Earth, as a result of something that it released, because it's moving in a retrograde trajectory that is opposite to the motion of the planets around the sun. So that is ideal for actually sending probes that would collide with the planets, not need to chase them, as they move around the sun. And so we just need to watch it, keep our eyes on the ball, and if it turns out to be a comet, then we learn something new about unusual comets, because it's very big. It's made of materials different from any comet we have seen. It had this jet pointed towards the sun, not clear where it came from. So it is anomalous, definitely. But maybe we're just lucky. And it's ideal for us to observe it because it came along the ecliptic plane. So there are lots of telescope space assets, spacecraft that are in the plane of the planets, because we went to visit those planets like Mars and Jupiter, and so they can observe it. So that's a gift. We should count our blessings, even if we don't know why they were provided to us, even if we, whether it's natural or some artificial origin, we should just take advantage of those blessings and observe it. And so let's see what the data shows.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Would someone else like to come up and ask Dr. Avi Loeb anything?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Avi Loeb. So my name's Alyssa, and you've been really inspirational to me, especially lately with your comments on your feeling of if this was, something technologically made, and the pull together that we could possibly do as a society, instead of doing a lot of our focus on conflict and putting our money into those places. And the idea that there could be a cosmic neighbor out there who could maybe even help us, bring us together. I mean, I could go on and on. It brings me back to like the theories on, the things that go on in Egypt and everything. But I have kind of a crazy question for you. So with the timing of the government shutdown and the news kind of coming out slowly with everything from these cameras, and I was kind of wondering if Trump or like the government had really any knowledge upcoming about 3i Atlas that would have maybe like had something to do with their decision to the government shutdown, and if there is like the possibility of the Galactic Federation. I know that was brought up to Trump and he spoke about it in 2020. So yeah, I know it's kind of a wild theory, but
yeah. Well, first, thank you so much. Every day or two, I put an essay on medium.com, and I'm not charging anything. You can subscribe for free, and I insist on making it free. I see it as a work of love, so anyone can read it. There is no paywall. So Avi Loeb at medium.com. Now, with respect to the shutdown, I tend to believe that it's not a result of extraterrestrial intelligence. I think it's a result of terrestrial stupidity in Washington, D.C., that the politicians, are shutting down the government for no good reason. It just causes pain, and it's just playing games, and so I don't think it's sort of related. But I should say that on Thursday night, I was interviewed on Newsmax and about 3i Atlas, and that was with Rob Fernetti, and that interview was followed by an interview of the Deputy Chief of Staff at the White House, and you can find it in an essay that I wrote on Friday. The links for these two, and he was asked whether Trump was actually briefed on 3i Atlas and the research that I'm doing, and he said there is no reason to worry about it. That was the response of I'm not sure how much is how much attention the White House has to this matter, and but I hope someone is briefing them. I'm keeping in touch with members of Congress and letting them know the latest. And the bottom line is, I don't think the shutdown is likely to be a result of this appearance of 3i Atlas, it's possible that now, after these interviews, that in fact there is indeed some awareness over there in the White House, and that's all I can say as of now.
Thank you so much.
Would someone else like to ask Dr. Avi Loeb a question? Okay. No, that's
Actually,
sure.
one quick thing I did see last night. I'm not sure that it's accurate, but there's an image that's been floating around on Reddit of 3i Atlas, and it's showing it in an oblong, like cigar type shape. It's really floating around. What have you seen this image? What's your take on it? It's seeming like people are seeing like a perfectly green, equal size, like rod shape, and it's not really a tail. I'm not sure if you've seen that one.
Yeah, this is an excellent question, and I was asked about it actually also from the U.S. Congress, and I don't know exactly the exposure time. This is an image from the Perseverance rover. That's the claim, and I don't know it from primary sources. That's what the people who showed the image claim. But if it's real, it could always be fabricated because nowadays there are AI tools that can generate artificial images. If it's real, this elongation could be just the result of smearing by the exposure time of the camera on the Perseverance rover. So an object that would be like spherical or so in its appearance would be, or even point-like, would be stretched to look like a cylinder, because you integrate over time, and so as the object is moving across the Martian sky, it looks like a cylinder rather than a point. So that if I saw such an elongated feature, that would be my first guess, because you have to ask how long was the integration time, the exposure time, and then could it this elongated image be just the result of that? And of course, the shorter the exposure time is, the less elongation you should get. So that's how you can distinguish quite easily between a really a real cylinder in the sky that should not change its size depending on the exposure time. Okay, so this is an easy thing to check, because you can also look at the images of neighboring stars. That's even easier. And if the images of the stars near the object are also elongated by the same amount, then you know that it's not nothing to do with the cylindrical shape of the object, because the stars are not supposed to be cylindrical. And so that's a very easy thing. So unfortunately, they show the image without looking, without showing nearby stars. In an essay that I posted on Saturday, yesterday, I actually showed an image from the Mastcam Z camera on the Perseverance rover. It showed some smudge of 3i Atlas, didn't show any elongation. So I just want to see where this image that was distributed around over the past day, where did it come from, how long was the exposure, and so forth. And this is actually the essay where I talk about the Stephen Miller in this separate news segment that spoke, that was asked about whether the US president was briefed about 3A Atlas after I appeared with on this program of Newsmax.
Thank you. And just lastly, if I could ask, I think today I did notice that you had maybe upgraded the Loeb scale for 3A Atlas from a 2 to a 4. Am I accurate with that, or has it been?
Sorry, I had what?
Was the Loeb scale upgraded for 3A Atlas from 2 to 4 recently?
No, I was always at 4.
Oh,
I haven't changed it because I'm waiting for the data to be collected by the orbiters around Mars. That would be the most definitive data about the size of the object and whether it looks anomalous. So that's, I'm really waiting for the month of October before I will change my ranking.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Excellent questions.
Thank you.
Wonderful questions, and folks, and I would like to say from a personal experience that Avi, or Dr. Avi Loeb, however you like to call him, is very kind and approachable. So please feel free. Any questions at all if you want. He's not going to laugh at you. So if he hasn't laughed at me, he's not going to laugh at you. So, all right.
I also wanted to put on the chat the link to my essays on medium.com, so you can check it on the chat. Just click on that and you can actually subscribe and receive those updates by email. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Loeb. My question, it's a little vague. I was just thinking, with the thousands or hundreds up to thousands of discoveries of extraterrestrial, whatever you want to call them, crafts, there's a lot of speculation of it's a duck. Obviously, this is something of higher intelligence, or, let's collect the data. Let's take a look to see where we can pinpoint this as.
Oops, we lost the sound. Can you repeat the last part of your question? We lost the sound for some reason.
Yeah, I'll sum it up. When we take a look at these crafts that are moving through space, is always a speculation that these could be like type 3 civilizations or type 2. What do you say to anyone who's apprehensive of us going out to collect data that maybe we would get a negative response from whatever's out there?
Yeah, so in terms of the type of civilization, that really depends on the size of the object that is of technological origin from interstellar space. So for example, the 3A Atlas, if it has a mass more than 33 billion tons, just to get it up to speed of 60 kilometers per second that is observed there, it requires a huge amount of energy. You need a very significant engine to power it, and also to maintain activities inside such a huge spacecraft. So that would require something, that is a different class of technological advancement than humanity, definitely type 2 or something. So my recommendation is not to assume anything, just to see what comes our way and then decide. Once we have enough data to make it clear, to everyone that there is no doubt that the object we're looking at is technological, then we can ask, okay, what are the implications as to the senders? What does it mean about their abilities and the fact that they reached us before we reached them, and they have used an engine with a power that is so much greater than anything we can imagine. The biggest rocket that we launched was roughly less than 100 meters in size. So here we're talking about 10 kilometers. It's the difference between a football field and the size of Manhattan Island. It's quite a different size object, and so it's quite possible that that those that reach us are far more advanced than we are, and we can learn from them. But first, we have to clearly detect them, and for that we need scientific quality data from instruments, not eyewitness testimonies. I mean, these are intriguing, but we cannot rely on them because sometimes people are wrong. They have wishful thinking. They mistake something natural for something that looks artificial. And so that's what I'm trying to do with the Galileo project, to get the scientific quality data. And if the US government has such data, I would love to see it. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, hopefully it paints a big picture.
Yes, we'll see what comes up.
Okay, great. All right, Seth, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Loeb. Thank you so much for being with us today. Really appreciate it. I just have a question. I was wondering if you could help me out. I'm really excited to have, world's leading scientists and academics like yourself taking this topic seriously. Whenever I try to talk to my closest friends or family about NHI or UFO, UAP visiting Earth, I'm always met with, it's impossible because you cannot go faster than the speed of light.
You don't need to. You don't need to go faster than light. They are completely wrong. So here are the numbers. You can tell them. The universe existed for 13.8 billion years. Okay, the sun formed in the last 1/3 of cosmic history. The sun formed, 4.6 billion years ago. That's 1/3 of cosmic history. Exactly 1/3. So most of the stars that we find in the universe formed billions of years before the sun. Okay. Now, how much time does it take for a spacecraft like Voyager? Our own technology from the 1970s. So tell your family, friends, and members. We all know about Voyager. It was in the 70s. Old technology, nothing really fancy, nothing in the future. Just the thing that we launched in the 70s. Okay, that would take. Voyager will eventually exit the solar system and. It will arrive at the opposite side of the Milky Way galaxy in less than 1 billion years. Okay, so it will be opposite to the sun on the other side of the galactic disk in 1 billion years. So if the difference in age between stars like the sun, most of them formed several billion years before the sun, there was plenty of time for a Voyager-like spacecraft to make it to our backyard. I don't understand what they're talking about, because just imagine us in 1 billion years. So the point is that they already went through what we are going through, possibly billions of years ago. And for them to reach us is trivial in 1 billion years. So, I mean, they may not be around, they might be dead by now. But the fact that we can detect their technological products, just like searching, for relics or artifacts from ancient civilizations on Earth, you just do archaeology. And you find evidence for civilizations that existed before the present time. That's what we do in archaeology. There is a whole profession of archaeologists looking for such relics. So why would we not do archaeology of the Milky Way galaxy in the same way, looking for relics of other civilizations that existed before us? It's exactly the same logic. Whoever is telling you otherwise, it makes no sense.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, we've got time. Very good.
Hello, Dr. Loeb. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I have a question. Well, two questions. If you could send 2 musicians to space that are not classical composers and 2 works of fiction, just jut them out to space so our compatriots out there could hear our music or the works of literature, what would you personally choose?
Well, frankly, I would not put anything. There was this golden record that was sent with Voyager and was supposed to pride in the best accomplishments in the arts and history of humanity. So they put on a plaque. I mean, that was a committee that was led by Carl Sagan that decided what to put there. And frankly, I'm not very proud of music of the 60s. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the Beatles and. Well, no, because I like music, always the music of today. I really enjoy music that I hear today more than the past. That's just my personal take. But my point in general is that we shouldn't be so proud of what we produce so far, because we are really at the beginning of our science and technology. We only had science and technology for 1 century, and whoever is likely to see what we are, what we produced, could have, science and technology for 1 million years or 1 billion years. And just think about us, where will we be in 1 million years? What we have accomplished so far is really nothing. And, it's just like, ants on the in the crack of a pavement, they can be very proud of the castle that they built, the ants. But when a biker passes by, the biker doesn't give a damn about their pride, like this is completely irrelevant. And so what we are most proud of, I think, will become completely irrelevant as we make progress and become more and more advanced. And the same must be true for them. They don't care about, for them, we look very close to animals. If they progressed over millions of years beyond the science and technology that we have. So I won't try to brag at all. In a blind date, my advice is instead of bragging, you better listen to the other side. This is my advice for a blind date. Instead of being showing off, let's just listen to the other side and see how far they got. And once we know that, we can assess whether it makes sense for us or we should learn from them. That would be much better to learn from them than to brag or show off about our music or literature. That's my 2 cents about blind dates.
Thank you very much. And one more question. Do you think the philosophy that like humanity has been able to construct, something like Hegel's philosophy, something like Marxist theories, do you think all civilizations, whether they're from space or from here, from wherever, do you think those kind of aspects of it would be humanity, but those aspects of thought, do you think they will permeate throughout all different kinds of, do they hold true for all living material, or do?
Yeah, that's a very deep question, and I think it depends on how their brains are structured. So some people suggest that maybe science is universal, that they would have the same scientific principles that they discovered, and therefore we can converse with them about. But it really depends, so the size of our brain was limited by how much power our body can give to our brain. It's using 20% of the metabolic energy consumption of the human body. 20% is our brain from the entire body. And therefore the brain, by the way, it's not a lot, it's just 20 watts. If you think about the small light bulb, it's just 20 watts. That's all that our brain is using, compared to the gigawatts that the artificial intelligence, AI systems are using. Just think about it. It's amazing that the human brain can accomplish so much with 20 watts, but nevertheless, it couldn't grow bigger because the body would not be able to support it. That's the biggest it could go, roughly speaking. A fifth of the power is going to the brain. So now maybe they have bigger bodies, maybe they have bigger brains. And in that case, the way they think is very different than we are. So it's very hard for us to imagine what someone with a higher intelligence is thinking, and how that kind of a brain is capable of interpreting the world, and writing and coming up with theories. And so, one possibility is that if you look at human history, we are making a lot of mistakes and we keep failing, and maybe it's because we're not smart enough, and there is a solution for how to organize people in a better way, but we haven't figured it out because we are not smart enough. Just look at a group of chimpanzees in the jungle. They don't organize themselves in the most effective way because we do it better, the humans, because we are more intelligent. So going by this principle, if there is something more intelligent than us, perhaps they figured out a better way to organize themselves, better than Marx, better than all the theories that we have. And the same is true about science. They figured out, things that we don't even imagine. So that's why I'm saying, let's just be open-minded and learn from them if they show up. And this will teach us modesty. We are quite arrogant. There are lots of people that say that we are the most intelligent things and there is nothing else out there and we're probably alone. And I think we deserve some sense of modesty, and that may come from a more intelligent student in our class.
Thank you very much.
So Avi, would you please have time for
for one more question. and,
One more question. Yeah, then I need to go to a podcast interview after that. So just one more question.
Okay, and again, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, big fan. So I just had a quick question. So the Angry Astronaut put out like a video talking about how there might have been like some interstellar probe or whatever, just because of the way the spheroids or whatever formed in the ocean when it impacted. But about 14 minutes into the the video, he's discussing how both 3I Atlas and this interstellar object came from roughly the same spot, where 3I Atlas was like Sagittarius, and well, the other one was around the star Vega. And I'm just curious if there's any relevance to that spot in the sky at all, if there's ever been like anything brought to your attention from maybe the area of the Vega star or the Sagittarius constellation, with relevance to like interstellar objects like this, especially like impacting the Earth or green in color or anomalous things. That's all.
Yeah. So an important point to make about that is that in any direction on the sky, there could be a lot of stars along that direction, because there are 100 billions of them in the Milky Way galaxy. So if you just pick a direction, you can pass through very close to many stars, and not just Vega. So we don't know the specific star that it could have come from, any of the objects could have come from. But what we can ask is whether any two objects originate from the same direction in the sky. That's something we can ask. And I looked into that, and it doesn't look like the other interstellar objects came from the same direction of 3I Atlas. There may be some other objects that we will see in the future or that we missed that came from that direction. The only coincidence I noticed was the WOW signal, the radio signal from 1977, which surprisingly came from within 9 degrees of that direction. And it's either a signature of some transmitter on 3I Atlas, or some other source that communicate with 3I Atlas, or something that by chance happened to be in the same direction. This is the only radio signal that was claimed to be definitely extraterrestrial without a good explanation. And so since 1977, there may have been more signals, there may have been more interstellar objects, we don't know. So I'm trying to bring awareness into the radio community to be aware of those possibilities, and just look if there is any radio emission from any of the interstellar objects we'll find in the future. Also check, there was no report from 3I Atlas. It's always work in progress, but we need to find some clinching evidence that will convince beyond any doubt that we're dealing with some technological device, and that's what I'm after. Once we find it, the conversation will change.
Thank you.
All right, folks, on behalf of all of us, thank you so much, Avi. It's a pleasure. I hope to see you again, and appreciate all that you're doing. Definitely keep going. Whole world's watching, and everybody appreciates it and appreciates you. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Okay, folks. So that was very, very cool. And in a moment or two, we're going to have the one and only Ty from Total Disclosure podcast. Quite a following, quite a guy. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Take me to your leader.
Oh, hello. You're muted, Jim.
Okie dokie. All right, very cool. Okay, folks, we are back. We have been having an okie dokie, awesome, outstanding symposium, first of its kind, uniting the UAP community. And now with us, we have the one and only, very well-known podcaster, Mr. Ty Roberts, Total Disclosure Podcast. Thanks so much for being here with us, Ty.
Yeah.
So what are your news and views? So what's the deal overall?
Well, so I came here today. Obviously, I wanted to talk about a few things. We've been dealing. I've been working with several of the nuclear witnesses on getting them into a place where they're able to potentially testify. So a lot of the nuclear witnesses are getting up there in age. Bob Salas is 86. Shindeli is right around there as well. So a lot of these nuclear witnesses, they know that the clock is ticking and they want to do their part for the American people, and they want to sit in front of an open congressional hearing and talk about the stories that I think are some of the most pertinent in the UFO community. They have to do with our most sensitive facilities. People in this symposium today have talked about the drone incursions and all these things. So imagine just imagine some years ago, this all being very, very low key, the internet not existing, but having the same type of incursions over your military facilities. I mean, imagine being the people that are on the base, and they're the ones who are going to determine, what happens, how it happens, and why, right? And they have the most destructive weapons on those bases. So when we have incursions of UFO and UAP over those sensitive facilities, knowing how they operate, what their SOPs are, how tight they take everything, and how they vet the people that are working in those facilities, when they come out and start telling stories about, listen, this craft came over, disabled 10 of our nuclear weapons, we owe it to them to hear them out. So I'll start off with something I wrote. It has to do with unity in the community, touches on some of the UFO, nuclear aspect, and then we can open up and talk and have a roundabout discussion, if you will. So obviously, it's an honor to be here with everyone today at the symposium. Like Jim and Gene said, one of a kind, new thing they're trying out. I really, really love the opportunity to speak. It's a gathering that's, not just about UFOs, but something deeper, uniting the community. We are all here because of a mystery. Some of us have chased it for decades. Some are new to the path. Some have seen things they'll never forget. Some are here out of curiosity or skepticism. But whatever your background is, whatever our differences are, we share one powerful thing. We want the truth. And yet, we also share something else, a responsibility, because disclosure, real disclosure, it's not an event, it's not a headline, it's not even a government hearing. It is a process, it's a movement, and at its heart, it's people. So over the past several years, my own work has taken me into some of the most sensitive corners of the subject. I'm focused heavily on the connection between UFOs and our nuclear weapons and facilities. Arguably, it is one of the most disturbing and consequential aspects of the phenomenon. I've worked directly with Bob Salas, one of the most credible and courageous witnesses we have, whose account of the 1967 Malmstrom Air Force Base missile shutdown remains a cornerstone case. For those who don't know, multiple nuclear missiles went offline under circumstances that no one can explain, with unidentified objects observed above the base. This wasn't a story that was told in whispers. This was documented, it was recorded, and it was confirmed by multiple personnel in multiple facilities. In the last 2 years, I've helped facilitate briefings with members of Congress, including Nancy Mace and Eric Burleson, bringing Bob's testimony and others' evidence directly to policymakers in DC after both subsequent recent UAP hearings. From the outside, that might not really sound like disclosure in action, but here's what I've learned from being inside those rooms. Our leaders, they can't do this alone. They can only act on what they understand, what they can only understand, and they can only understand what we show them, which means the burden isn't on them, it's on us. We often talk about disclosure like it's a single moment, like the curtain's just gonna drop and the president's gonna come out speaking and the craft's gonna get wheeled out on stage and suddenly humanity is changed forever. It is a compelling fantasy, but that's not how history works. History doesn't leap, it builds. Civil rights didn't happen in a day. Women's suffrage didn't happen in a day. The Berlin Wall didn't fall in a day because of one speech or one act. These were movements built on countless individuals making countless small choices across decades to push for something bigger than just themselves. And disclosure will be no different, which means we have to meet our leaders halfway. You might not agree with Trump. You might not agree with this politician, that politician, but we do need to set that aside for something that is bigger than ourselves. It means we have to put aside our differences, even sometimes our ego, to move the ball forward. I know it's hard for a lot of people, especially in this community, but it's something we're going to have to get used to. It means not just demanding transparency, but also demonstrating credibility, patience, and unity, not division. Think about the scope of what we're talking about. The Malmstrom missile shutdowns in '67, Rendlesham Forest incident near NATO, nuclear assets in 1980, the ongoing encounters our Navy pilots have reported and keep reporting off of both of our coasts since at least 2004. These are not just lights in the sky. These are objects under intelligent control, operating where they should not be, sometimes interfering with our most sensitive technologies. I don't think this is just a US issue. I don't think anyone would say it is. It's not even just a national security issue. It's a human issue. And that means every single person in this room, across the internet, every single citizen out there has a vested interest in what's happening. But here's the challenge. We're living in the information age, and with information comes disinformation. For every credible whistleblower that comes out, there's also going to be a charlatan. For every declassified document, there's a hoax. For every effort to bring clarity, there is an effort to muddy the waters. This isn't chaos, it's a strategy. Because as long as we're divided, distracted, and distrustful of one another, we're not going to be effective, and we're absolutely not united. And let's be honest, sometimes we make it easy. This field can start to feel like a cosmic version of a family dinner. Uncle Bob said he saw the Nordics. Cousin Sue says the government has bodies in a freezer. Somebody flips the table, and before you know it, the whole family is not listening. But we can do better than that. We have to do better than that. Because if we don't, if we let the noise drown out the signal, then we risk something far greater than losing a debate on Twitter. We risk losing our chance, maybe our last chance, to do something extraordinary. This is bigger than politics, bigger than secrecy. It's bigger than technology. This is about who we are as a species and who we want to be in the future. The true point of disclosure isn't simply to find out what's in the sky. It's to find out what's inside of us. Disclosure is the ultimate test of whether we can rise above the fear, the ego, and division and stand together as one human family in the face of something larger than ourselves. It's the moment we decide whether we're just tribes fighting over turf and resource, or if we're a civilization that's ready to meet our cosmic neighbors. It's the phenomenon showing us, if the phenomenon is showing us anything, it's this. We are being asked to grow up. And right now, we're not doing a really good job. So my message to you today is this. Disclosure starts with us. It starts with humility. It starts with vigilance. It starts with a willingness to see our neighbors as allies not opposition. Because whether you're here for the science, the spirituality, or the security implications, hell, maybe you don't believe any of it all. We're all ultimately here for the same reason, the future. And if there is one legacy this movement can leave, one history can write, let it be this, that when faced with the greatest mystery of our time, we didn't turn on each other and run. We turned toward each other and embraced. In doing so, we didn't just reveal what was in the skies, we revealed what humanity truly is. Thank you. That's my message to the community today. It is, I mean, like, it's been very interesting for me, starting off as a very, very nuts and bolts kind of person. I had a sighting when I was very, very young. And so for me, it was a lot of the time, it was very, very nuts and bolts. And I didn't really want to go into the abduction stuff. I didn't want to go into the consciousness stuff because that's when the line or the message gets a little muddy for me. But I think it's all of these things together that are going to be what pushes us forward. So it's not just one thing. It's not just this thing. It's not just this person or faction. And if you're defending your favorite UFO guru, like it's your fantasy football team, then we have a problem. And that's what's happening right now, is every person thinks they're going to be the one to move disclosure across the line when it's a team effort. It's a team sport, if that makes sense.
Totally makes sense. That was
so
painfully, excruciatingly, movingly deep, and it makes sense when you said that, right? Because I have a lot of favorites, almost like I love this team, I love that team.
Exactly.
But that's it right there. It's a team effort.
Yes, like for instance, like, and I don't mind saying it, like Dr. Greer is not going to be the one that pushes disclosure over the edge. Elizondo is not going to be the one that pushes it over the edge. All of us together, working together, in spite of all the differences that we have across the globe, that's what's going to move it forward. Pressure, global pressure. And, you know, there's talks in government of, you know, behind closed doors of what they call, a chaotic disclosure?
Chaotic, yeah.
Yeah, so that's like, so what happened to me at 9 years old when I saw a UFO just right over my head, my reality became fractured. So what if that happens to everybody all at once? That's going to be a big problem. So if something just shows up here tomorrow, right now, it's going to break people. So I think what they're trying to do, this is my opinion, and Three Eye Atlas comes into this, I think, because maybe they've known for quite some time that something's on its way and that they can't keep the secrecy under wraps any longer, that it was going to force their hand. And that's why this kind of slow drip disclosure started. But again, I think we're going to have to meet our leaders halfway. We're going to have to put the politics aside.
Yeah, and this is what I've said for some time, that it seems, you know, and these phrases, you know, disclosure, that's, you know, these are terms of art, as I've said, in the intelligence world, controlled disclosure and all that. What I see is happening now is the next phase, which is transition by design. And I know a lot of people have said it, like you said, people want the answers they want. They want the, you know, under testimony, something wheeled in the alien, you know, that walks in behind him and introduces himself and all. Right? Not going to happen. Even if possible, not going to happen. So what we're, you know, I think we're past disclosure, and we are in what's called transition by design. And, you know, I say we're past disclosure because, again, we have agencies and organizations, we have congressional hearings, we have the thing that says there's stuff we don't know about, right? Now, the nuance of that is people want to argue, yes, you do know about it, right? And how much? It's, you know, you don't know, but somebody knows, and I want to know, and all the rest. And I often ask the question, I'm like, and then what? And then what? Right? Why you want to know for what reason? Just to know, you know, what is going to materially change in your day-to-day life? So there's that aspect of it. There's the aspect, and you know, again, fine lines, right? I agree that the truth and accountability is important. I've said it before. I think I said it on, you know, with you and your show, that there have been decades of people whose lives, families, careers were ruined and literally ended because they just asked questions about things that they didn't understand, right? And in my own experience in this community, I get the feeling of frustration of the whistleblowers and these people, you know, through the decades, right? I came out with, you know, I had my father-in-law's work dropped in my lap, had no idea what it was all about, and reached out to everybody who was the expert, the champion of disclosure, the this, the that, and the other, saying, can you have a look? You know, can you have a look? Or once I did start reaching, you know, researching it myself, you know, saying, can you, you know, this is what I think it might be.
Right.
Can we have a professional conversation to some degree between somebody who has found some materials I think significant, I've found some evidence I think is significant.
Right.
What did I get tonight?
What'd you get?
What did I get? You. Right, I got you and Jim.
Yeah. There's resistance to other.
Resistance would have been nice.
Yeah. It's flat out closing the door on you.
Right. Flat out, you know, what would have been nice is a 10-minute conversation, right? A follow-up to the email. You know, I
a bit of discourse.
Just a bit of acknowledgement that I was somebody reaching out for help with something.
Especially given, and what I find peculiar about your framework is that you do have this kind of technical blueprint.
Yeah.
And there are many people who
They've got stories and anecdotes.
that would fit with it.
Fit with it, sure.
Right? And it would kind of make maybe the picture a little clearer. But due to you not having enough conferences under your belt or enough notoriety in your schism.
Again, this is what makes me mental, right? I'm an Air Force veteran.
Yes.
Right? Served in Desert Storm, Somalia, Bosnia, Presidential Honor Guard.
Yep.
Right?
No one wants to.
I get a good, clear military record. You know, I worked as a contractor, CIA, DIA, Homeland Security,
secret clearance or above. Oh yeah. So
yeah, you brought me a great sign for the studio.
Operated in the clearance world, as Jim mentioned earlier in my introduction. I'm a corporate whistleblower.
Yes.
I blew the whistle on Shell Oil on a case in Nigeria that went all the way to the UK Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not.
You're not just
some
nobody.
guy
Yeah.
from the street.
Right.
In an extent. Now I retired. I didn't do any of this while I was in the world. You know.
And that's when people stop listening.
And that's when they stop listening, because it's like, you know, it's crazy to me.
Yeah.
That in particularly I'm doing all the work.
Yeah.
Right now, mind you, had anybody I sent this to said, "Wow, this is amazing," and you know, and I said to them, "Yeah, you know, like I've done with you guys, you know, when I first introduced you to it. This is what I've done. This is what I did." The first person who was like, I know what to do with this. You'd have never heard my name. You'd have never heard from me. I'd have just handed it over and been like, you know, blue skies, green lights, God bless you. You know, let me know if there's a party at the end of this, you know, or what have you. But it was this idea that I'm, you know, to sit and watch all of these things go on online and be, well, I wonder what this is. I wonder, and this is what I think, and da-da-da. And then to say, well, listen, I've got this body of engineering work, and I tested it against this. And what you're saying is on the right track. Here's something that adds to it. You know what I get then? Well, I still think, you know, I don't know what to fucking do with you then. Then I don't know how to help you, because you're so convinced by your ideas that, they just block out anything that it seems to even add to them, never mind contradict.
Right.
It's like
It's a very big problem.
We want to add to it, but these walls go up, and these little fiefdoms, are formed, and that's part of the reason why we're doing what we're doing in formats like this, to say it doesn't. Nobody's trying to steal your audience. Nobody's trying to take money out of your pocket for your book. No,
right. The rising tide lifts all the ships.
Rising tide lifts
but
all
no
the
one wants to see that.
And my thing is, my challenge here is the idea, and it's why I become more skeptical, and I become more convinced that the worst thing in the world that can happen for any of them is disclosure.
Absolutely.
Because if your scenario comes true, and Trump walks in the Rose Garden and gives a speech, and they wheel everything out, this entire the celebrities of this entire community are done. They're all gone, because then what happens is your David Muirs and your Lester Holtz start calling their buddies.
Yes.
Their contacts in the bed. Then we don't see we start seeing retired 4-star general, retired admiral, and now they can talk about everything.
Yes.
And now they've got a bigger, broader picture.
No more need for Mr. Disclosure. The middleman needs to get cut out.
And scientists, like Professor Loeb, come out and they're like, oh, well, now we see what this is. Now I can explain. So amateur hours over.
Yeah. And the thing is, one of the things that I talk about, I don't want to sit in a room where everyone agrees with everything I say. I like a little discourse. I like when someone challenges me.
In a constructive manner, nothing, no personal attacks. What you get in a constructive.
The fact that you even have to say that is a problem.
It's right, because people take things to heart, and the next thing you know, they, like you said, like Jane said, fiefdoms, and like you said, there's personalities and so forth, and people have their favorites that they're rooting for.
Remember? And anyone, I wish they would have stayed, because I would have liked to poll this, but anyone who is, I would say 30 years of age or above would know this. And do you remember when you grew up and the phrase, it takes a village, Hillary
Clinton.
Right. It takes a village, right? And I didn't have just my mother when I was growing up. The community, the neighborhood I grew up in, we had open door everywhere, right? We could walk in to Zach's house, we could walk into Mike's house, and we'd get dinner and whatever they were having. It was this communal thing. But I look around in my neighborhood now, and everybody hates each other. No, and everybody's door's locked. And if you, God forbid, you have a different political belief, now you're not just someone I'm not going to talk to, but you're the enemy.
Yeah.
We've been super desensitized.
It's funny because
it's scary.
It's in the minority now, open-minded and respecting people's differences. That's the best modus operandi. In reality, it's so silly. From school and sometimes even in day job, I will run into people that have good business. That's no problem. Whereas other people, not just any of us, it's a minority, will say, oh, that's interesting. I disagree that I really respect your opinion. And this was, the reason why I is like, a lot of people can't handle saying, well, I respect your opinion, although I don't agree.
Shake hands and walk away. There's no more of that.
We had a situation on one of the other shows I do. Somebody came in, we have the after chat, and somebody came in, he's like, oh man, did you see Trump? He's going mental, blah, 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 blah. He's saying all this crazy stuff. No, I haven't seen it, So he's like, can I play it? Okay, it's something you want to talk about, go ahead and play it. And the clip he played, after I watched it, I just said to him, well, I think the clip and what you're saying about it is out of context. I think the context wasn't he was saying something crazy. There was a discussion happening before that clip. The person who started speaking went off topic.
Right.
And Trump went back to the topic and this and that. And several people were like, yeah, I think so. He didn't want to hear it.
No.
He just wanted affirmation of, his opinion and everybody else to say, oh, a lunatic. And again, my career, particularly the civilian part of my career, right? Geopolitical analysis. I hardly watch the news. I'll hardly react or, to a headline. If I see a headline, then I go investigate on my own to see what it actually is.
Right.
And the headline and the story never matches.
Well, what's funny is now I've been, like I said, I've been working with some of the nuclear witnesses, and without giving too much away, let's just say they're mostly blue, if you catch my drift.
Sure.
So, but the only people that will meet them are red, Nancy Mace, Burleson. So imagine setting these conversations up. Fundamentally, the witness disagrees wholeheartedly with the member,
Right.
but in that moment, they're just
Common
people.
ground.
And it's the most beautiful thing. I watched a very democratic person tear up to a Republican because at that moment he was just happy he was getting to tell his story to a sitting member of Congress who had just that day chaired a hearing on UFOs, which are the only topic I know of that are typically bipartisan completely.
Oh, and again, they cross national borders.
Yeah.
We're not talking about something that's, and a lot of people have that misperception. I think we're just so much more open about it.
Right.
And to go back to my earlier point about this, this period of transition by design, what we're seeing from other nations now is an indicator of transition by design, that our allies are beginning to have similar conversations.
Yes.
So we've had drips of it in the UK where they took a meeting, but I think it was just recently Brazil had
Brazil's pretty forward, yeah.
pretty, pretty big, hearing on it. But and even the statements by like Bill Clinton, Obama, before office, out of office, again, from a political standpoint, those are very telling.
Yes.
Because so long as they do not say it or indicate it when they are the head of state, then it is not official.
Right.
And that's why Mance will talk about it, Gabbard talks about it. Everybody in that circle grips that, again, just because I agree, it's setting the stage for something, where they've, going to make it more of a policy, make a more direct statement, be more transparent. And, my guess, as I said before, 2027 isn't about any big lie or anything else. It's 75 years from 1952. The UFOs
fly over DC.
A lot of that automatically gets declassified in 2027. It's an easy, quick political win. And that, more than anything, is going to determine when disclosure happens, when it's a political win.
Right. Actually, it's funny. So this 3-Eye Atlas, I have a friend who is a former NASA chief of, he was chief of aerospace medicine and chief flight surgeon for the Air Force. And he was telling me, I'm not sure if Avi got to this during his, I'm sure he did. I just didn't get to see it all. But so the NASA, Dr. Rogers was telling me that first off, there's a bunch of nickel, but there's no iron, which we don't usually see. It's very, very odd. It takes a manufacturing process to separate. You always see nickel and iron together, unless it's been manufactured to some degree and you take it out of it, because iron is corrosive, it's heavy, it's not good for space, right? For spacecraft. So the fact that we're only seeing nickel on this Atlas thing, the shape of it, the trajectory of it, then the carbon ratio is upside down, all these oddities. I mean, could this be what we've been quote unquote waiting for? I don't know, but there's definitely a lot of oddities to it. And he brought up the wow signal. That's what caught my attention.
Yeah.
Right,
the distance and because it was the distance and the direction that the wow signal came from is the same, essentially, is my understanding.
Right.
Okay.
But didn't Beatrice, that other doctor,
Beatrice Valerio,
she had correlated something with the DC flyover as well with the transients.
Yeah.
So the fact that we're seeing all these similarities in the stories now start to come together. The
Right,
wow
there's a
signal and
convergence.
Atlas,
Yeah.
or the flyover and the transient objects. Why are we seeing these parallels, these similarities? Again, brings me back to this idea that the government has known something and has been getting it ready and kind of waited till the last minute to start unraveling them or letting the mystery kind of slowly get out there. Could I be way off? Probably.
Yeah, but in anything, listen, we do it, we do it in families and relationships too, right? When there's something coming, it's like, oh, okay, all right, I'm gonna tell my mom and dad first, or I'm gonna tell my uncle first, engage it there, and then I'm gonna go to my second cousin,
exactly,
who's a little different. I'm gonna road test it there, right?
Right. So we're seeing, and you could even argue, that the pandemic, as much as I don't want to politicize anything, it could have been a test run for, can we stop the world dead in its track? Can we pause everybody for a couple of weeks?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Well, the interesting thing about that, when that happened, and I found like a lot of the responses fascinating, because if you recall, they were kind of scrambling to make plans.
Yes.
For the couple of years prior to that, so I retired about 2017. So like 2014, 2015, when I was working actually with a guy who was I can't say he was a lobbyist, but he was like a government advisor.
Right.
And in New York State, that's all we were doing were plans, working with FEMA and under some of the FEMA structures to create points of distribution for medicine. So we were signing contracts with universities, with Walmart for the parking lots, and this and that, and all these plans. 2014, I know we were putting them together. That major event. This is how we are going to distribute medication.
Right.
And all. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, why are we acting now like none of this exists? I know it exists. I know, I know it's out there.
Right.
So yeah, the idea that, again, they saw an optimum opportunity, right? They never let a crisis go to waste.
Crisis go to waste,
Right,
yeah.
never let a good crisis go to waste.
And she, the girl who asked the question, that's the first thing that came to my mind when they shut the government down,
Yeah.
where Atlas was at the time, almost eclipsing itself with us via the sun. And now NASA can't use its funds, if you will. That's really odd timing. So for, when Dr. Loeb had said he doesn't think there's a correlation, I'm like, okay, either the timing is impeccable, because you know what else was in this was the Disclosure Act was in that bill that got put down. So I think could it be something that is a lot bigger behind the scenes than they want to tell us? I think the answer is probably yes.
Yeah.
I think is this maybe just Awrach? Probably, right? But what is the motive? What the who, the what, that stuff really doesn't really matter to me anymore. It's the why. Why are they here? Why do they show themselves to certain people? A rock that's flying it through interstellar space at a very slow rate of speed, that has a little bit of offness about its trajectory and composition, that doesn't really excite me.
Right.
What excites me is the stories of like Betty and Barney Hill.
Right.
Stuff that can be here and be gone in an instant. The stuff that we know there are too many people saying exist.
Right.
So is this just a left hand? Like, look at the left hand so we can.
Well, and this comes to something I often ask about, because to me, you can't have it all ways. Okay? We cannot have a organized galactic federation who has established edicts over millennia that say we will not interfere with humanity.
Perfect.
Right? So we can't have this galactic federation sitting there doing that. We can't have craft that are living organisms in and of themselves that transform themselves through a transmedium structure from a plasma to a solid to a submersible to a person and giant space rock, and they transcend, interdimensional this and that.
Yeah.
And then
You see the huge
giant
difference?
Space rock disguising it takes 40 billion years
To get here.
to get here.
Right. So
we can't have, we can't have again the Galactic Federation and the aliens that come down and can telepathically tell you to put your dog away, but then play intergalactic charades the rest of the time without actually giving you a message.
I think I know what you were saying with that dog.
We can't have, we can't have, I can, go into your mind and tell you things, but I don't know the same stuff Dr. Phil kind of tells you and Joel Osteen tells you.
It's true.
Be nice to one another, da 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 da. And my final rant as I go on is the idea that again the Galactic Federation and we can astral project and go to a conference on the inside of the moon in our astral projectile body, and we can sit at a conference with all of these intergalactic and light and spiritual beings. But we don't know shit.
Right.
But we don't have any
Answers, nothing.
Anything. We don't have. We have love one another, be nice to one another.
Disarm those nukes.
Live long and prosper.
And that's why I say the more I hear about that, I went to this meeting on the inside of the moon, and they told me to put my dog away and then play straight for a few hours. I'm fucking disappointed in the NHI.
Yeah.
Don't fucking bother coming. You are chaotic.
Saturday, I've worked with a few independent investigators, and they're consistent with ufologists that say non-human intelligence has been trying to communicate with the human race for quite some time, and so you see an orb or whatever flashing, that may be it. And on the other hand, other people's experience will be just a sensation of happiness and joy, maybe. And other times, I heard the voice tell me something. So it's kind of
well, and there's women who live with them and have babies.
Yeah.
So
like let's say the thing which was UFO and was hopping around, right? It wouldn't really flash. You think it would go. And that the message to the brain and say, "Look, I've been trying to talk to
You know what I can say?
Yeah.
What I can say with with affirmation is that from Minot to Malmstrom to Vandenberg to Ellsworth to Loring Air Force Base, all the way over to modern day Ukraine, former Soviet Union, the same craft have been seen, or gaseous orange colored orbs have been seen coming over into restricted nuclear facilities and tampering with the weapons, technology, whatever you want to say. I see a common thread from all these nuclear facilities. So,
and those are the things I think are important, right?
You know that those people are
forensic intelligence.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. These we debate jellyfish, blah 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 blah, right? Fit for purpose. So whether why are we seeing more orbs? Why do we why? Because that thing seems to be fit for a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
What that purpose is, we don't know. We don't understand, and all of that. I think those are the all the other stuff.
It seems like it's always on the edge of what human capability is, right? So that's why in the 1800s they're seeing airships, right? It almost seems like it's trying to get us to push ourselves to the next limit and to the next limit. And what if that's always to get us to a place where we create AI, and AI then becomes the beacon of the universe and says, hey, they've reached a certain intelligence.
Yeah.
You can come here now.
Well, and so that's when I go back to my father-in-law's work, right? Because that's exactly, he talks about tripartite nature of consciousness and human development, and that we are on this journey, and every 1,000 years we get our little cosmic DNA download. We just had it in 2024 was the majority of it. That was the
According to his work, right?
2024 was the last tipping point. And where we've entered this new phase of our intellectual and spiritual and logical development. You know, and it all fits. Now, all that being said, when I think I talked earlier about, you know, his the idea that in the crafty designs, he talks about essentially piloting it, and that requires a human interface, a consciousness interface, and that's consciousness that is able to tap into this information energy field, and as well as the gravitational magnetic fields of the craft.
Right.
We're still 26,000 years away from that.
Right.
Even though we've gotten our recent download. So there's a little bit of patience, and I guess we've got maybe about 10 minutes here.
Well, that's what I mean.
Bring it back into the UAP community.
Right.
Right.
So I mean,
we are on a journey too. It's not just about the government stuff.
Right. We have to be very clear knowing that this is it's almost like a generational shift. If we have to understand that we might not get disclosure, but our kids might. And we have to keep that mentality. Even if we don't get it, we need to keep pushing, because eventually, our kids, whoever it is, they're going to come into contact with someone, and they need to be ready for when that time comes.
Yep.
Right. So could that be why that, UFOs don't just land on the White House lawn? They instead influence individual people at a smaller scale. That's why a lot of people say they saw a UFO and it was almost like it was meant for them.
Yeah.
Like it was meant to spark them to go into this direction. Is meant for them. It was a sighting. Some people have had sightings where 4 people are there and 3 people don't see anything. 1 person does.
Yep.
Why does that happen? So I think there's a lot of questions to what consciousness is. The same psychologist that will tell you that, alien abduction isn't real can't tell me what consciousness is.
Right.
So I'm like, you can't say one or the other, right? If you can't tell me what consciousness is, who are you to determine what can and can't happen?
Yeah.
Because the way I grew up, the world is a lot more gray than black and white.
Exactly. And that's where I think to your earlier point, when it comes to the community and it comes to the work everybody's trying to do, right? You do what you do to get the message out, to get people's voices heard. You were one of the first interviews that Natalia and I did, and to be an advocate and a champion of people to share the stories. And in the same way, we're part of this, we've jumped both feet into this, right? And we just want to be helpful.
It's amazing, right?
We just want to listen. I think what we've got is good. I work on it all day, every day.
Literally.
My sister, she'll tell you, Natalia's in the back there with her head down. She walked in. That's the daughter of the scientist whose papers are in that book. Her there. She's a hybrid. We think she's a hybrid Soviet experiment.
Well, have you guys came for Avi for the most part?
Yeah.
You said he influenced you.
Absolutely.
How? Have you ever seen anything?
Well, so for me personally, 10 years ago, actually more on the line of like 14 years ago, I had a very close encounter with an object where I was going to go into the city from living in West Greenwich, and I was living with my friend Ashanti for a little bit. She was staying at my house, and this was like a ride that we always took, and there were 2 balls of light in the sky, like right on the horizon line that were very, very bright and very close to each other. And it just didn't look familiar to me. And I remember saying like, oh, like, what, do you see that? Like, look at that. And she was like, yeah, what is that? And she said like something like, I think it's a sign. And when she said that, the right light blinked blue and then went back to white. So it was like two white lights next to each other.
Interesting.
And we felt, we both were kind of like, whoa. Like,
that's not usual.
Down and like turning into the gas station, and I like poked my head out the window, like looking for this light again, and it's now gone from the section of the sky where it was. And then we looked up, and there were like maybe 8 or so lights in like this scattered on the bottom of this craft. It like literally came to us and hovered above the gas station, only a few miles above the trees. And we both saw it, and we're like, we yelled like, "Oh, look up!" And there was a guy like pumping gas behind, like he's underneath like,
under the
awning
thing.
So
yeah.
like when we screamed like, "Oh, look up!" Like this thing just it left, and it made no sound whatsoever.
Again, back to my point, it seems almost targeted, right?
Yeah.
It's you and her maybe were the only. That was who it was for. Consciously.
Yeah, we felt it. We both kind of like checked with each other, like.
Yeah, like, hey,
do we really see that? Like, do you still feel the way you felt? Like, we felt
it's a pretty
really
common,
listened
yeah.
to, or like that. It's always bizarre. It's like when you find something unusual in the sky, it's like your attention can't be taken away.
Yeah.
Like you're just locked in.
And then a lot of people be like, "Oh, why don't you take a picture? Why don't you take a video?" These things have a way of like just stopping you dead in your tracks. I think I was saying to him earlier, right? It like completely melts away your reaction time, and you just want to like be in the moment. And for me, it's like, what does that mean? Does the who really matter at that point? It's really the why and the what.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
For me, at least, you know.
Yeah, I think it was a major turning point in my life because it gave me perspective of how small we are.
Boom.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe the guy pumping gas wasn't ready for that, right? Maybe he was in a place of complete and utter, like, he could have been a religious fundamentalist, you don't know, like so many things. But
maybe he was
in the wrong
he's
place.
the beacon at the gas station.
Right. He was at the wrong place at the wrong
And he did
time.
see it, and he knew it was going to happen all along.
The interesting thing is that gas station that happened to me is closed now. But the building, like the shell of the building is still there, but the gas pumps are gone now. So I've always thought about going to just take a night and like
back to the scene of the crime, if you will. Yeah. I've done it because I had my sighting right in front of my parents' house, right? And the only reason I had that sighting was my mom asked me to stay home from school that day, and I was waiting for the kid. So all the conditions that had to be checked for me to see what I saw, it just everything had to line up.
Okay.
And then I had another experience years later on her deathbed. So she was a common denominator in both of my experiences. So again, it just brings me back to the question of maybe not, maybe showing up Independence Day style is not going to be a good thing, right? But individually targeting certain people and then just over time, because time might not be anything to them. They have all the time in the world compared to our linear way of thinking about time. So they have the resource.
Don't get me started on time.
Right. They have the resource to make a long-term investment in us rather than scaring everybody and interjecting in a way that's clearly going to change humanity. Right. So I think they were like, all right, well, down to the individual it is. Right. So that's my thought.
We're down to the last 3 minutes, so I'm going to say farewell, turn it back over to Jim to wrap it up, and it looks like Tucker's about ready.
Tucker Carlson?
Yeah. This guy could put Tucker Carlson down like that. He's huge. He's huge. He's Malorande Matt. He's the one and only Tucker Alger. He's coming now.
I appreciate you guys letting me be here.
We're thankful for having you, and you're going to be here for a
yeah, I'll be here for a bit.
At 6, right?
Yeah, I'll be here for a bit. Yep.
Okay.
So
you pop myself back in there, yeah. And I'll just say, again, to you, Ty, you've become a great friend to Nat and I, and we certainly appreciate what you do to help us, spread the word. And I think you get where we're coming from, that,
I do, it's important.
we just want to help.
As soon as you guys
That's
start,
something that we're like, this can move the needle. Let's move it.
yeah, and as soon as I heard about what you had, I might not have, I might not technically, like, and I mean this technically, I might not technically understand what's on every page, but I know a lot about the history of the UFO lore.
I mean,
So-
you're a disclosure force, which is what's needed, because as Gina said, there's still, well, I don't know if I'd say still, but anyways, there's a disclosure pipeline. Which, that's what I first met Jane, and I was skeptical.
I've been fortunate enough to influence members of Congress, but there is something I will say. One of the last things I will say is there seems to be there is a gatekeeper that I won't name anyone's names, but there is a certain group of people that we can't get past. It seems they're the only people who can recommend people to testify, and they're the only ones who get because I think Bob Salas is more. Bob Salas, Dave Shindelli, Bob Jacobs, Mario Woods, all these guys are so much more, their records speak for themselves.
Yeah.
And they have not been able to testify in an open hearing, but
Well,
others have.
and that's why I said, I think those guys,
I've had to resort to back doors.
yeah, they definitely need to testify. I think the hesitancy is that, I'll leave it at this note, and then Tim, we can move on to Tucker. I think the hesitancy with having officers who control nuclear weapons testify to a vulnerability in nuclear weapons means the ultimate next step is we have to say, well, how can we prevent this? And then they've got to, then the DOD or the War Department will have to come in and explain the countermeasures that they took to prevent these types of things from happening, though they won't acknowledge these types of things happen.
Right.
That's why you can't put commissioned officers from nuke facilities in
Yeah,
front of Congress.
I remember the first time I heard Bob's story, my stomach just it dropped. And anyone with a vested interest of national security, if you can listen to those guys and not have your stomach churning, you're probably not.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Thank you.
I'm gonna grab another Mai Tai for Tucker. Anyone that's out there, again, in the greater Boston area, we're live at Pearl Street Station.
In Malden.
It's flowing, so the conversation just gets better.
Hell yeah.
The entire UAP community is.
Wait till later. I'm gonna have my third time, my time, then come to Tucker.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Gene and Ty. We'll see you guys in a bit.
All right.
Pop in and out. So cool. All righty. And you are free to unmute your mute button, Tucker. That's very cool. And yeah, you got a if you move your mouse around or whatnot, there should be a you should see a little mute icon on
Can you hear me now, Jim?
on the window on the station.
Can you hear me?
Not yet.
Mike
Let me
sounds.
see.
Let me see.
Oh, hold on. I might be able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Try again.
Can you hear me now? Check.
Oh yeah.
There we are.
Check. Speaking of check and triple check. By the way, you can we do have folks enjoying themselves here, but are you still able to hear me speak okay, Tucker?
Correct, Jim. Correct. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. All right, I'll turn it up just a little so that we can all speak. So I'm gonna work my way backwards. I'm gonna digress and then get back to the situation at hand. So speaking of check, you and I first met each other, Tucker, at a interesting disclosure symposium with Luis Elizondo back in March of this year at City Winery, Boston. It was very interesting. And what's that, Tucker?
It was a great venue, and you got Jim. I wanted to give you guys a thank you to the MUFON benches. Mess to Jim, you're a rock star. You got a panel of amazing doctors and everybody else that's been on this panel so far. I mean, thank you guys. Thank you. Because disclosure, this is what we need. This is you're doing it, Jim. So I'll let you keep on talking a little bit, though, and kind of introduce, what you want to. And then if you have any questions, you let me know, because I can.
We got a ton. We got a ton. I'm gonna tell you folks who this mysterious handsome man is. By the way, people out there, I like controversy because I look too conservative, like I'm a nerdy scientist, engineer, geek. So I dig cute, hot, young UFO chicks.
Sir.
So don't mind me when I tell you, I think that you're a very dark and handsome, mysterious man. And the question is, who is this? Who is this mysterious man? Who is he? And I'm going to tell you right now. So I went to this Lou Elizondo symposium in Boston in March. And there was this kind of strange looking, strong muscle dude that could probably wrap his bicep around my head and then just like squash it type of thing. And I thought that was unusual. And me with being an engineering geek, had my at the time 3-pound puppy sweetheart Clementine with me. And so you guys thought I was. And then probably the most bizarre thing was, and you could be honest with me, you're not gonna make me cry. Did Lou Elizondo think I was a bit weird when I said, "Oh my God, my hero," and I hugged him? Like, I hope I didn't wear them out, because I was thinking,
No.
I was thinking, I'm lucky Tucker didn't kill me.
No, you'd be surprised, Jim. We see a lot around the world when we go on our different events, and like I say, we loved you guys, and that's why I was excited when I got. Thank you guys enough, because I say this is huge, and I want to tap when I was watching Gene, because he was kind of going into the I guess with the balance, I guess we got to balance the transparency with security, because that's huge, and that's why you guys were speaking a little bit, tapping brief on some of these whistleblowers backlash from not being able to be transparent.
Yeah.
Therefore, we're probably tired of hearing there's some things that people, there's certain people I help out with that can stay, and there's things they can't say, and we don't look good in orange, and that's the last thing we want to be doing is sitting in a jumpsuit. But no, we really appreciate you, Jim, and like I say, I wanted to toot your horn again, because you came out to that event, and there's quite a few that came to that, and it was a great turnout, and I think we got rolling a little more on some different aspects, and I think the whole operation, like I said, I want to thank you and the panel. I can't thank you guys enough, because what you're doing, and Gene and Dr. Avi Loeb, all you guys are making the magic happen, and the American people too. I want everybody to keep on being curious in the skies and ask those questions, because that's honestly how a lot of this is happening and unfolding. So like I said, keep doing what you guys are doing. Thank you for doing what you're doing, and keep doing that.
Oh yeah, and by the way, just really quick, Tucker, your web connections, I can totally understand you, but it's a little spotty at times. As long as you're aware of that, I don't think it's on our end. I just to let you know.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah,
I got spotty service here where I'm at right now.
I can imagine you got cowboys out there roping steer, don't you?
We're kind of in a one-horse town right here, right where I'm at.
Okay, so
but I love it.
So for those of you out there that don't know who Tucker Alger is, he is well known in disclosure community and in the bodyguard community. But tell me something, Tucker. I'll let you tell, because it's more interesting. So let's see. I go out to see Lou Elizondo, a former intelligence operative, a dude who testifies on Capitol Hill, kind of a celeb. Wrote a really cool, eminent book, and I learned a lot from the guy over the years, just watching his cool TV series and about warping time, space, and things like that. So, and then all of a sudden I see you, and I'm just playing coy here. Yeah, I understand what's going on, but I see you, and I'm like, geez, what are these two guys doing together, and what are you doing there? And all I know is right before Lou comes out, and there's a round of applause, and right before he presents, I see you marching down the aisleway between approximately 200 people, looking left to right as you're marching straight, and very, very curious. So tell everybody out there who doesn't know, what is it that you do?
So I do a lot of different applications in this venue, I was doing security for whistleblowers, and I help out with venues, concert venues. I keep, you know, my clients pretty secure. I don't say too much, but I can tell you this, that since we all know that I help Lou out, he needs the help. There's a lot of, I don't know how to say this. There's a lot of people out there that are not the nicest, I guess you could say, in a way. And we've had some threats come in our way, and so we're just trying to keep the guy safe, because he's doing what everybody else is out there doing, is really giving it hurt and putting out everything on the line. Because there's a lot that needs to be disclosed, but it needs to be in the proper forms and the proper channels and venues. So what I do is I kind of go around with him and individuals, and we make sure things go smooth. They get to their meetings safe. Keep eyes on the prize, watch his six. And Lou's a very dear friend of mine also. That guy really doesn't get the credit he deserves. He's done a lot in the community. He's had a lot of things that goes on behind closed doors that nobody sees. But the guy's always constantly working between his other business ventures and venues that he has, and that's all he does still. Behind the scenes, like I say, a lot of it is, but he's really putting it in for the American people. So I just hope that him and Dave Grush, all the guys that have been coming out and producing information in the courts and the American people, that I just give them, you know, the credit they deserve, and give them some grace too, because we're all human and we're all going through this together. This is, I mean, as you guys know, and as everybody that's been following this phenomenon, there's a lot of crazy unknowns in the propulsion methods and how they're tracking around our F-18 fighter jets. And I mean, all this stuff, it really is.
It's screwed up, and
we're just a kid.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I thought it's.
So tell. By the way, I had a question for you on that, Tucker. Were you involved with Lou back when he had? I'm not sure if it was on History Channel or not, but when he first had his TV series, and then he brought out Grush, and he brought out Lieutenant Ryan Graves, and so forth. I'm not sure if you were with him back then. He was and then he was discussing things with different European countries. Those were interesting times, and that's when all the stuff came out about all these bizarre things and interactions with aircraft. At least, you know, but for me in modern times, and that's what drew my attention.
So I started helping him about 3 years ago now, and so I wasn't privy to that information. I mean, I know the gist of it, but I wasn't helping on them projects at that point.
Okay, so when that, yeah.
Oh, you go ahead, Jim.
Oh no, keep going.
I would say, but we went to London not too long ago, and was, you know, met with some people on that, some folks out on that side of the pond, and like I say, there's a lot of good things going on in the background.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see what's going to be coming out, continues to come out this year as things lead up with Threat Atlas and all this really cool information coming out.
Yeah. So speaking of going to London, that brings an interesting talking point to mind, Tucker. Both, let's say, travel abroad, in this case, London, and I know you guys do a lot of travel, and I've been corresponding with you, and threats, or for example, in the airport. So you've been trained in the field of protecting people, and this is what you do. So obviously, you know, not giving away the inner workings of your mind. You don't want the adversary in your head, but maybe you could kind of give us the big picture in terms of like what's it like? So you're with Lou in London, and are you like, holy freaking shit, there's a lot of people around here, and there's people there, and there's weirdos there, and then they look like law enforcement, but you never know, and then there could be bad. It's got to be a little, I don't want to say overwhelming, but it's got to be at least pretty damn tricky if you're doing that, and on top of it, it's overseas.
So that's the unfortunate other end in my mind, is when I'm on operations, I'm always constantly head on swivel, looking at body language, you know, checking hands and waistbands, and make sure that there's no threats, I guess you would say. especially when we're out of our element and out of the country. You know what I mean? That's when it gets to where you're a little higher stress levels. But at the end of the day, I think I do better under stress in certain situations. Like live speaking like this, I am not good at it. So I apologize to everybody
Oh,
watching.
it's fine. We're doing.
I'm breaking cameras out there. but yeah, so there is certain things, like I go too far into what my operations are and my procedures are, but there is certain things that I do, and I guess you could say I live a little differently than the average Joe, and I'm a little more aware and observant. And for my poor family, every time I go out somewhere, like, God, relax, you know, kids and a wife, and so the road, they're always reaching out and checking in on me, but try to separate the family and the work life, you know, from this industry, because it can be a lot at some points.
Oh, totally. What's so Tucker? So speaking of that, just to give people a sense of, you know, lose a human being. We could talk about the crop circle in a second. Which, by the way, I made the same mistake the first time I saw crop circles on Skinwalker Ranch, and it took me a couple of weeks because I'm really into ufology, but it's a pastime, obviously, like a lot of ufologists. I have a day job as an electrical engineer. And I like to cover things from the science and engineering standpoint. One way or another, you know, after a couple of weeks, figured out, okay, irrigation. So we'll get to that in a sec. But before that, I'm just wondering what you just said about you have to separate your friends and family from your job. As a human being, you don't have to get into too much personal detail for obvious reasons, but has it had an impact on your relationship with your friends and family? Because I know you guys, at one point or another, you're doing a lot of travel, always very prompt getting back to me, and always saying, well, and very polite and friendly, saying, Jim, yeah, we're gonna rock and roll. It's just right now we're off to Jersey. Well, you see, Jim, okay, yes, we understand we're going to talk, but you see, now we're going to DC, and then something came up, so I have to help Lou out because he has to go to the Middle East, and I have to watch over him there. So you've got travel all over the freaking world, and it's like it's insane. And and for God's sakes, I can write an article on that and run it by you sometime and have your blessing before before posting that. But the point is, you guys travel all over the place all the time, and you're always worrying about the bad guys. Would you say your impact on your friends and family, they're tolerant, or it's opposite, they're disgusted with you, or they're kind of like, yeah, we understand, that's your job? What would you say?
I think they understand. I think some of them do get more frustrated because I can't say exactly what I do a lot. You know what I mean? Because I say PAs, and I don't want to misspeak or misportray anything, because, like I said, end of the day, I don't have a PhD. I'm not a doctor. I'm not any of that, and I don't ever tell anybody what to believe. I have my theories and what I believe in, and what I think this whole phenomenon is. But it is kind of hard to separate, because some people go, well, why can't you just tell me what you're doing? And I said, well, if I did, that'd be bad for you, because then you'd have people looking at you, and you don't want, And I was like, so I mean, there's it's a double-edged sword, because in the town I live in, I'm very engaged in the community. I guess we always want to help out, and I have a couple of the businesses here, so we help out with, the school district, and we help out with the kids and special needs events, and a little bar in town that we help out with the vets and PTSD, and we have a really cool a campaign we partnered with, and it's you call 988, you press number 1, it's a veteran suicide hotline. Anyways, long story short, I'm getting off topic here.
Okay.
It's hard to separate that, when I come home, and I'm very one-track minded, so I can multitask, but I need to really concentrate on, like I say, on the security events and on the things, because it's not just a job at the end of the day. I got lives in my hands, and that's the kicker. I didn't care about my job, but I love to help people, and that's also why I hopped into this part of the security part of this operation with the I guess the UAP phenomenon, because I want to help the American people with what we know, and we're getting out there in the right venues, and hopefully people understand that, but it is hard to separate. It's hard to separate that life and work, especially when you you have people's lives on your line, so there's no room for error. You know what I mean? There's no room for error in my industry.
Yeah. Dealing with the UAP phenomenon, which I guess that adds a whole dimension to, for lack of a better term, I'll say you're his bodyguard, but you're a bunch of people's bodyguards. And I know you said you'd do me a favor, and you said, Jim, I'll give you $500,000 worth of bodyguards. So, no, just kidding. No.
Only for you, Jim. Only for you.
But so UAP phenomenon, UFO phenomenon, yet a bodyguard and security services. So how does that mesh with threats? Like, do you and without revealing anything sensitive or whatever, is it as clandestine and linked to and you don't even have to refer to the man Lou himself. You could be referring to other clients or just making a general statement, Tucker. Do you see these threats as a general trend coming from, let's call it, clandestine or offline or rogue sections of the government, dark sections of the military industrial complex? Or do you see it coming from just people that are misguided, confused, and they really need some psychiatric help? And it's not meant as a dig or insult towards people. Many of those types of people, when they get the right help, they're productive in society because they need medication and counseling because it's a medical condition like anything else. And then there's other people that are just malicious and jerks.
Yep.
So where do you see these threats coming from at whistleblowers or other people as far as the UAP community and phenomena is concerned?
So I got to be very careful in the way I speak on these things, but there is some internally government compartmentalized that I do see. I guess people, I would say, like I say, this is the way I first see it, misinforming the American people and divulging incorrect facts that are going to spin a web of, nonsense, in my opinion. But there is, unfortunately, also, Jim, a lot of people that might not be so mentally sane and have some chemical imbalances in their brain, and that's why they do, and they truly believe that this is, their story they spin is the truth, and that we're out there just giving information made up and trying to spin it to a different direction. And then you also do have the vindictive ones that don't agree with what we're doing, and they don't want us around. And so
why would someone not want you? It's a rhetorical question, but at the same time, I am a very kind-hearted, naive person. Although when someone pisses me off and I finally get it, it clicks, I'm like, yeah, they're a schmuck, whatever.
Yep.
Whereas my people say, oh, he's way already here, so I don't like him. But so yeah, but you know how we are here up in the Northeast. But why, to those that are naive or kind-hearted or that are just so caught up down in the weeds with their daily life, some of us out there may not understand why people would be against the disclosure movement or people protecting whistleblowers. Like, why not live and let live? And I don't like what they're doing, but it is what it is. I get my life. Why go after you? Like, what's in it for them? Or why do that?
I think some of them, it is a personal vendetta and it's a target, and they think that, because these days we're living in weird times. We really are, Jim. There's the moral compass, in my opinion, has went to the wayside. Nobody does. I always tell my boys, I say, if you follow the 10 commandments in the Constitution, you're gonna be pretty safe. You ain't gonna, there's no room for error. And these days, I've seen personally some very vicious people, and I think that, like Ty was saying earlier, all ships rise with the tide. You know what I mean? We all need to we're all on this together. We're in this crazy UAP community together, and we have a lot of amazing individuals, a lot of brilliant people. I think at the end of the day, we just really do need to drive that in, that unity, that camaraderie, that banter, and we need to be on the same page, a level playing field. We can agree to disagree. I mean, we're creatures of habit, us Homo sapiens sapiens. We don't want to be wrong. We like to be right. But there is that common ground that we all need to look back on and say, hey, I may not be right, Jim may not be right, so and so over here might not be right, but we can agree to disagree. We have these things that we know, these common interests and these end goals. Why can't we just push that to the side and push forward? You know what I mean? We're better than that. And so I think, like you say, I think some people are just, they have that ego in it. They're like, I want to take them down because I don't believe in them and I don't want them to be right. And that's the only thing, but I can't make sense of it. Whenever I
So
look back,
is
I'm
that
like,
jealousy or what the, like once in a while, I'll catch myself being jealous and I'll say, you know, jealousy is a bad trait. Maybe what I want to do is be envious. And then I remember, well, gee, you know, in life, certain people were envious of me. And to be honest, Tucker, that pissed me off. And my response directly or to their friends was, well, why don't you go work your ass off? Why don't you study for so much time? Why don't you lose? Like I had my own small business performing government contracts for small business research.
Good for you, Jim.
Yeah, thanks. It worked well for a while, but you know, eventually had to go back to a day job. But I all-nighters, double all-nighters, triple all-nighters, and then
no rest for the wicked, brother. I'm telling you.
And so I could when I said to you in that text, I can relate in sleep like that. Working, wake up, it's dark. Working, wake up, it's light. A triple all-nighter. And when I was married,
you lose track of days and time. You don't even know what day it is or what time it is. Half the time you're just running and gunning. You know what I mean?
And I missed my wife and my firstborn. I love both my kids the same.
Yep.
And Goog, you know who you are. I'm watching you, Goog. So he's what? That's a nickname. Yeah, the Googster. Nothing to do with Google. It's different. And all his friends are laughing their ass off at him. Me, the goofy daddy, fake dark brown hair. But anyway, back back to the situation at hand. You know, my reaction, Tucker, is, well, why don't you go work your ass off, miss out on family and friends time, and by the way, why don't you go and work? You know, this is on the internet, so it's okay to say because I only do it once. Why don't you go work a fucking day job for 40 to 50 hours a week, sometimes 60, and then after hours work on your own small business, so that you get about 2 to 4 hours of sleep every night, infinity, until all of a sudden, boom, you get something in the mail. Oh my God, I got funding, right?
Yeah,
and
I
so,
made it.
and so my response was, you know, how dare you be jealous of me? So then when I experience a sense of jealousy, which is a hostile bad thing, you know, Luke, jealousy leads to anger. Anger leads to the dark side, right? So I say to myself, no, it's okay to be envious. Oh, I envy that person. Then you think, well, instead of just sitting on my fat butt being envious, I could do the same thing, or why don't I go after what I believe?
Yep, that's what I tell everybody. I say, if you want something, be proactive. Go out and do it. I see 9 times out of 10 people talking about what I want to do this, I want to do that, don't want it, go do it. The life is your oyster. You know what I mean? Like there's, you know, just as well as I know, Jim. I mean, when you were putting that work in, you were making it work. It works if you want it to, and we're the ones that got to put the work in to make it work. So at the end of the day, if they're disgruntled and mad, it's their own dang fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So do you, when you spot a lack of a better word, Tucker, an adversary or a target, and you don't like the way that looks, maybe they got something up their sleeve, maybe it looks like they're gonna lunge at whoever you might be protecting or guarding, Tucker. Those people, do they fit a general type of profile, and does that jive along with their jealous and or malicious, or it's not that black and white?
It seems like more than none, the ones that have ill intentions, they all do follow certain traits or standards. You know what I mean? That's almost like profiling, so I guess you can't say that. Yeah. But in a sense, you can kind of, and sometimes I'm off, but I always err on the side of safety. So if I think that anything is looking suspicious or, you know, not right, I'm going to have a little more attention. I mean, I'm always scanning, always constantly, you know, and watching the crowd. But if I have somebody closer to us that's in reach length that could, you know, cause some disturbance, I make sure I can have that threat under control if need be, you know. So it's, but to come back to that, I guess yes and no, because when I'm looking at, you know, the problem children, I call them, because there's always, you know, there's always somebody that's going to cause a problem.
Yeah.
They always do have kind of the same pattern, I guess, on things that they do. And it's just body language. You can watch somebody, you can tell when they're nervous, you can tell when they're shifty, when they're kind of, you know, there's something going on. And sometimes in different aspects to it, you can't always judge by that because you're around people that are of importance. You know what I mean? So sometimes people are like you, when you first came on, you said, "Oh my God, Lou," you know? And so I can usually judge just between that. And so you can tell if somebody's excited or if somebody's like, you know, ill will or has bad intentions and wanting to.
I was thinking my lucky stars afterwards that you didn't snap my neck in half. I was like, geez, that wasn't a very smart thing to do. Yeah. Although, you know, Lou himself, people underestimate him because he, you know, I can, you know, I can honestly say that I was amazed that I'm actually maybe 1 or 2 inches taller than Lou, which that's not saying much for either one of us, but he, you know, that guy's a tank also because, you know, former operative and
his arms, I mean, he got some pipes on him. He's a big piece.
You know, I'm sure, you know, either one of you guys. So now technically some nutball goes after Lou, which that's suicide, you know, plus you're there. It's like, you know, good luck, you know.
It's not going to turn out well in their favor.
Yeah. So, so I guess I was, I don't know. I'm sure he knows what to look for too.
Me and him have a weird thing. So we're on the same page. And so we hang out enough, I guess, and work enough together. So when something's a little, you know, not right and something's out of place, we both kind of look at each other and we're both tracking at all times. We don't even got to say nothing. You know what I mean? We don't even got to do our cues or anything. We're on the same page. So
that's really, I'm just curious, a side note, if it strikes a nerve, we could move on, but you did mention that you do assist with helping out suicidal vets, which is a good thing. I'm friends with some really good vets. Is that from a personal family background that inspired you, or?
Yeah, I have a lot of friends that have, you know, some minor cases of PTSD and some more, and it doesn't even have to be, I guess, even, you know, in the veteran community. I have people that have, you know, issues, and like I say, a long time ago when I was young, I've always liked to help people out, even when it doesn't benefit me or work out in my favor. I always feel do the right thing, put that back into the universe, you know, and hopefully it'll wrap back around. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that I'm getting off topic again, Jim, but I keep on doing this. I think that it's just something that I like to do, and I like to help out anybody I can. And PTSD is a real thing. That's, if I ever can come on to, you know, millions, I want to build a level 4 facility, and I want to really actually dig into it, divulge into that, and then and the, you know, chemical imbalances and cognitivity, and go into trying to help people out with natural remedies, and not doing so much big pharma stuff, because I think there's a lot that goes into that PTSD industry, but there's just the navigation, the routes to get to it, to get, you know, the help you need is where it's lacking at. So, but I have a lot of buddies that have, you know, some worse than others, but have PTSD, and so that's why we like to help out and give back any way we can, you know, in that community, especially the veteran community, because some of my buddies, you know, unfortunately seen things they didn't want to see or did things they didn't want to have to do, but all for our country, and some of the greatest men and women in our service, you know, industry, they don't get the credit they deserve. So that's what I like helping out, and for the PTSD end of it. So
it's admirable and commendable. You know, I'm not sure if I could. Well, I'd say never, but like volunteer stuff, I'm more of kind of like a sort of like a hands-on techie guy, or you know, I'm an animal lover, as you know, or you know, things like, or I grow avocado trees or whatever. But I don't know if I'd be up to task for, you know, I'm certainly an advocate for something like that, but I think it takes a, you know, certain personality type, because you got empathy, and sounds like you got close friends, and so you know that definitely was a motivator. Just curious, being in the disclosure community, did you? I know at one point you did go with Lou to DC. were you in any capacity doing any kind of security or whatnot near Capitol Hill?
Yes, we were on Capitol Hill doing some work there. I can't.
Okay. You can't get into it. I know.
We were speaking with senators and state reps and some people and trying to brief them on some certain things in the DC area. But we were out there yet not too long ago, and then it seems like things are keeping on pushing forward. So I think everything's going in the right direction in that area to say. So if people are curious, the ball's still rolling forward, and I know people are asking, well, I haven't seen so and so in news, and I haven't seen some, and it's all moving. It's just some processes take a little bit longer and move a little slower than others. So, but yes, we were, to answer the question, Jim, we were out there and we were meeting with some people in the Hill and in Congress, trying to get some information in the right venues to the right people. So
okay, and and then actually I could see the security detail because I think before Rep Luna got involved in the disclosure, she was like, "You two," and she tried to lunge at you, and you're like back. So like that required some heavy duty. Just joking. Rep Luna.
She's doing amazing. She like I said, I can give them an Eric. He's doing amazing on this disclosure. I mean, all them guys. Tim Burchett, wow, he's a rock star. Love you, brother Tim. I don't know if he'll see that, but like I say, everybody's doing their part and doing great things. Like I say, it's all something that we don't necessarily. It's not happened before, so we're all learning. We're all learning together. Hopefully, we ain't making mistakes along the way, but we're creatures of habit. We're human, so.
I got a bizarre question, and I'm obviously nobody knows everything, and I understand it's only your perspective, but like you've seen so much and done so much for the simple reason that the nature of your job, especially with logistics and security. You've been to Capitol Hill. You know a lot about the disclosure community. Which this question is a lead up to another question. So first, Tucker, pretending I was at one of the debates. What if? So you and I had spoke about my buddy Gene Sticco's book a little bit, Engineering Infinity. I like to call it the Valeris Files, but anyways, this Soviet scientist who, one way or another, in his final days, took his life's work and sent it to his grandson AJ, up and coming, aspiring aeronautical engineer. And so that landed with AJ and his parents, my friend Gene and his wife Nat. So now you look in this book, and it's translated from Russian to English. My good buddy Gene and I, good friend now, let me see here, counting. My brother always used to say, growing up bitching, complaining, Jimmy, everything you do is a number. Lead up to an engineer. So let me see. 1 potato, 2, let's see, May, June, July, August, September. Okay, my friend of 5 months, and really, really cool guy. Anyways, Gene, we're talking and we're arguing over there's something written in Cyrillic with an equation. It says 10 to the 3. I'm like, Gene, it's French Systems International, or however you call it, national. My cousin Genevieve Hirsch is like scolding me because I was supposed to learn French because she's from France, whatever. But point is, it's international system of units. It's standard so that scientists and engineers across the world can communicate. And I said, Gene, 10 to the 3 is 10 to the 3, regardless of whichever language. That means 10 times 10 times 10, which means 1,000. He said, well, Jim. He goes, yes, but no. I'm like, yes, but yes. He's like, Jim, here's the deal. In Russian Cyrillic, 3 has 3 definitions. It could be 3 things. If I get the right. So it's like 3, 3, 3. So I'm like, they probably did that on purpose to piss me off, didn't they, James? When they invented Cyrillic. So we could even bring you on if you want to talk to Tucker. But my buddy, the man himself, is. But here's the thing, right? Here's the antithesis, the crux of the problem. One way or another, that 10 to the 3, whatever it represented. Interpretation, but I'm looking at this book, and here's the bombshell. And I was telling you this, Tucker, for God's sakes, and in my opinion, this is the UFO holy grail. This freaking bundle of files that fell in Gene's lap, as he would say, everything from A to Z about how one of these craft operates. We checked, I've vetted different pieces with some good scientists that I know. Dr. Rudy Schild is in our back room. He's welcome to join us anytime at all. If not, he's going to join us on our 6 p.m. roundtable, which you're absolutely welcome, and hopefully will join us as well.
I'm going to try to make it.
What's that now?
I'm going to try to make it. I can't promise you, but
I know. Yeah, I thank you for your time, by the way, because I know you guys are busy. And by the way, you're putting away 100 6-packs for me for when I come down to Wyoming at your place. I understand.
1,000%. I got a seat just for you, Jim. And then, like I say, Gene, if you want to come on over too, brother, you're always welcome.
I definitely get on the road. I'll be there.
So for God's sakes, right? You've got, in my opinion, the UFO Holy Grail, and people can rewind our recording afterwards on various media. But the point is, these documents, for years and years and years, we've had anecdotes, we've had stories, we've had witnesses, and then maybe a little scribbles in it. This is a whole damn book. One on the left side, Russian. On the right side, English. Diagrams, facts, stats, charts, correlation with the universe, correlation with galaxies, correlation with the interface between the mind and consciousness, and interfacing to the material, reformation of the material at the quantum level, magnetic fields intensified, warping space-time fabric, the duality nature of charged particles and gravity waves, et cetera, mind-warping, mind-blowing stuff. And so the antithesis is, and what I don't get, and what blows my mind, and this is an intro to Mr. Dean, although he knows this because this is one of the very first interviews we did. Why in God's name, when we showed this fucking thing, and I apologize to folks, that's only the second and final F-bomb I'm doing on a podcast. When we showed this to folks out there in the community, thankfully, people have been receptive, although it's taken Gene almost half a year to get there. But he published his damn book. He disclosed his book with all this stuff almost 1 year ago, November 24. And when I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, you published this, and this isn't like the headline on every major news network. But he reached out to everybody. I won't mention names, but you and I did speak in private. We had a cool chat. And I said, well, so-and-so. And you said, well, that.
Drop all the names.
Yeah. and you said, well, so-and-so wouldn't really understand it. You told me, Tucker. But there have been other people, maybe some people on Capitol Hill are a little bit too busy, and maybe it's like in there, I'll get to it pile or whatever. Some people are open-minded, but not too many people I've spoken with fellow engineers, I've spoken with scientists, lots of tech people, and they all admit there's something to it,
Something behind it. Yep.
Yeah, there's something behind it. And I don't know why, the rest of the world was like, holy shit, this is what we've been looking for. And I don't know if you have the answer, but what if I was to walk up to Capitol Hill and you were there with Luis Elizondo, and you're both guarding me from speaking to Rep Luna. And I said, but I got Gene's book. And I was like, Rep Luna. And I threw it to her. It was like, choo-choo, choo-choo. And it landed in her arms, right? Would you flatten me with the tackle and squash and then break my pencil neck neck because that was a threat? Would you let it go? And then after I'm dead and I'm at my grave with flowers and stuff, you'd say, oh, he was right. Look at all these. There's the UFO that George Knapp was talking about. It's consistent with his stories and recounts. And there's the correlation with the galaxies that Luis was talking about, and Luis Elizondo, and there's different formations and stuff like that. But how would Capitol Hill react to it? Because from my understanding, I'll let Gene finish absolutely this part of the discussion. From my understanding, from interviewing with Gene and from being involved with him, we have podcasters and news media and other shows where some of them are like the holy shit, this is real stuff effect, but a lot of them, they don't even bat an eyelash.
Well, I think that like we talked, some of the American people couldn't handle the truth. And this is a lot of information to divulge and look into, as you know, Jim and Gene. Like I said, you're privy to it. So I mean, some people I think are so set in their ways and don't want to change. They don't want to believe anything that could be true. It's been told to us since, you know, the beginning of time that this is how it is and this is how it's going to go. And so now this technology that we've been, you know, coming across, and with the factual basis, the paperwork and I mean scientific equations, some people can't come to grasp with that. And so I think that you're always going to have that issue. I think that that's another reason why the way it's going is it's going, because it's not just a dump of a whole bunch of information that some people might grab onto it and be like, holy moly, like let's go and look into this. But then if they do that, all the traction that's been going with you guys, MUFON, and everybody that's been on this amazing crew and these panels, it might just all be for waste, because it gets dumped out and then everybody kind of forgets about it, and then we move on to the, you know, the wayside. That's my I guess 2 cents, and one of my theories that I look into from the outside looking in. But I don't try to make sense of things these days, because the more I do, the more it drives me nuts. You know what I mean? Trying to figure out the American people and what they want. You know what I mean? Because we're giving them information. You guys are giving them information. Everybody, all the whistleblowers and all the networks are giving them information, but it's never enough. You know what I mean? It's just, it seems like it's, what do you want? You know, I mean, but I do appreciate the American people that are curious, because like I said, at the end of the day, I can't, you know, tap on this enough. The American people are the ones that they're asking the right questions, that are getting it to, you know, to where it's getting released. There's documents getting released, and people are doing the footwork that they need to be doing, along with all you guys, you amazing, you know, guys that are doing everything in your powers and doing these great presentations and having all these amazing scientists and everybody come on the board. So thank you guys enough. But I just want to really tell the American people to keep on doing what you're doing too, because it's a much larger picture than that. I mean, we all need to be doing our part. And so I think it's going as it needs to go. And I think everybody's on the right track, but just don't give up. Don't stop. Don't, you know, give up on everybody. Please keep on being curious, looking at the skies, keeping that, you know, open line of transformation, and keeping everybody on the same page, I guess, in a sense. So, but
I think, you know, obviously Jim's read the book. He's very passionate about it. You know, the problems, I think the problems when it comes to the congressional side with what I have is the idea that and just to catch you up, Tucker, over the course of, you know, the 4 years and investigating the looking into the papers themselves, looking into the science, getting to know more about my father-in-law that even my wife never knew to begin with. There is a very real possibility that this work, or some part of this work, or variation of it, it most certainly was at some point within the classified Soviet system.
Oh, 1,000%.
Continue to hold some sort. None of them are marked. They're his own private notes. But we found, you know, the official government documentation, patents, etc. And then I found parallel science in the U.S. that relates to it too. So, you know, I'm more forgiving of the politicians who haven't engaged on it, because there is a geopolitical aspect to it, that if somebody, you know, if they make a big deal out of it all of a sudden, that it really could be an international incident. So that's, you know, that's one aspect. Now, to counter that, the lack of intellectual curiosity is a whole other issue. And you talk about, you know, Luna has it. I know Grush has it, right? Robert Hastings sent it to him. So, and again, once you ignore me, then I'm going to call you out, and I'll tell all the backstories.
Keep on doing that.
Listen, that's the thing. And again, I'm a veteran. Was a contractor in all the 3-letter agencies for a vast majority of my career. I spent more time outside the United States than I spent living in the United States. I retired in 2017. These landed in my lap in 2019. And I would have been happy to just hand them over to somebody, but the more people close that I spoke with about them said, wow, had reactions like Jim, like, oh my God, this is the, the Holy Grail. I've heard Rosetta Stone. I've heard of everything else. And then the more I'm ignored by everybody else, then I say, okay, because I have that intel background. I'm like, now you're going to make me ask questions. So, all right.
The hard questions to ask.
Yeah.
Well,
That's,
thank you for your service, Gene. Yeah, thank you.
So, I understand, and that's why I said I'm not looking for notoriety or anything like that. I'll put myself out there if they're going to make me. But I understand, there could be a lot of sensitive things around it from a political sense. But as I said, what I find the lack of intellectual curiosity, I've seen many a back channel. Very few people have just come out and said, this is all over my head. And even if they do that, it's over my head a lot of times, right? I hardly passed physical sciences, never mind, even got into a physics class. And I've become a physics, fan here over the last 5 years. But it's that lack of intellectual curiosity that, again, makes me question things more and more when people are making public statements about being the champions and the advocates and all of that. And Tucker, I think you probably, so early in my career before this, I did protective service work in the military. I was on the team for the Commander of U.S. Air Forces Europe. I used to take Ambassador Holbrook into Bosnia when all that was going on. So you get gut feelings about people really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And they good at it. And what they don't say is equally as important a lot of times. And I've found in the little experiments I've done in this community and outreach with the people who are major figures, and just for my own amusement, I'm like, well, let me try this. Let's see this. And the reaction that I find from it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Again, working in the world, right? Retired, intel, trying to have a professional conversation being ignored, and then having nothing else to do the rest of my day. So I've got I spend 17, 18, 20 hours. I can come up with all kinds of ideas to fuck with people.
Yeah, he doesn't.
And all of and it's not, I don't want to come across bitterness, but it's this thing. Don't take to the airwaves screaming, with here's this mystery, and I wonder if there was this and that. And then I reach out and I'm like, actually, you know what? I think I have something to help actually answer that. And then get ignored. So then I'm like, all right, you're not an investigator, you're not a journalist, you're a reality-based disclosure theme content creator.
Bingo.
Yeah, that's what I'm
trying to get famous and trying to get traction. I've seen a lot of that too. That the people are in it for the wrong reasons, and they say they want to help. And what I always say, if you hear anybody say this is how it is, and this is the way it's supposed, then don't listen to them. I always feel that this is the facts that I have, and this is what I know, because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to come out and say this is what it is, and this is what you got to listen to. If you hear that, I probably wouldn't. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Probably wouldn't, follow them around too much, because they're wanting to be a leader and wanting to, bark around, because there's a lot of people that know, but just like you're saying, I think some of the technology is behind why the back end isn't really digging in too much, because they know some of the red and blue technologies that go behind this. You know what I mean? And so I think they're trying to be careful, but at the end of the day, it should be a lot more transparent, in my opinion. But who am I to say, but
absolutely, and that's why I said it's about treating people professionally, respectfully, who are coming, to
1,000%
respectfully. You expect the same. Real quick, if we got time, just a quick question. So, I heard we were in Vegas last week and caught George Knapp speaking, and he made an interesting comment, where he talked about the majority of, or actually the only threats he ever received against his life came from inside the UAP community. he's never had an incident that he thought it was some government agency or anything like that. Has that been your experience or what you've seen or heard otherwise?
I have seen, like I say, I got to be very careful because I've seen some things that I would portray as from the inside. Like I said, that's what I've seen. But then I have had a lot of stuff come my way, information that it has been inside the UAP community. We have a couple of them that are they keep coming back, I guess you could say. They don't stay away for very long, and they'll create fake platforms. They'll create different profiles, and then you'll get a couple comments from them, and then somebody new will come in. And then there's some ones that everybody knows is on. And like I said, I don't ever speak ill on anybody, but I'm sure if anybody follows any of the other whistleblowers platforms, you'll know who these guys are and who these people are that keep on coming up and talking, and they're entitled to their own opinion. Like I say, that's why we live in this great country and the great states and stuff. But I just wish that they would speak more truly, because we're here for transparency and trying to get the truth out, not misinformation, disinformation, and BS. You know what I mean?
So I had a period of time where I was noticing that as well. And one of them, the burner name that he chose actually wound up, I was able to figure out who it was.
Who it was with the burner name. Yeah,
and it turns out he's I'm going to give you the description, and you probably will even know who I'm talking about potentially. He's a retired Israeli Defense Force lieutenant colonel who was in the intel section, and he now does a lot of consulting, and he vets people potentially for some of the other blog or personalities, let's say.
I'm tracking Gene. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And I sent him so I sent him a DM saying, "Hey, interesting background, and I'd be happy to talk with you. I assume you're vetting me for so and so, and happy to talk with you." And then signed it off in Hebrew and everything too for him, but he never responded, surprisingly.
Of course he wouldn't. Of course he wouldn't.
I'm a ball buster. I will bust anybody.
The gig was up, so he didn't want to respond.
He never responded, and then it was like that Saturday or the following Saturday that I had is when the FBI showed up. Those guys, showed up at the door, and I was sitting outside having a cigar, and they came over and did their little fishing expedition, and I told them, I was like, grab the other guys, come in the back, we'll grab, bring a six-pack of Sam Adams.
Well, let's all have a drink and a cigar. Let's talk.
That's what I'm saying. So for all the spooks running around watching and monitoring, I know it's because they're wondering what I'm trying to do or what I'm going to do or where I want to go with any of this. And as you see, I'm as any of you can say, I'm the same in person as I am on any forum.
Oh, 1,000%. Yep.
And we'll have whatever conversations. And again, I fully respect, national security things, all the rest of it. But I also know a lot of it bullshit too. So,
yep. And like I say, I would never, our whole operation, we would never, ever hurt the integrity of national security or anything like that, or any of our, branches in the military. We don't want anybody or anybody's, I don't want anybody getting in trouble or anything. We just want the truth. And we want the American people to have the truth. And that's, like I say, that's why we're doing this. And that's why I don't understand why they have these guys going around and digging into us. And I mean, we've been at shows and they've showed up at our shows. And I mean, it's not hard to pick them out.
I'm sharing information it was dropped in my lap.
Yeah.
Everything I found is open source, declassified, published up there.
Yeah, we would never ever say anything classified or ever do anything
to put patterns together. Sorry, I'm good at it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's there. It's in front of our faces. And if you can, like you say, put 1 and 2 together and recognize that pattern recognition, it's not a hard, equation to solve.
And I say to so many people, and again, they can't get their minds around it. I'm like, I'm telling you, the answers are right. It is right under our noses,
right in front of our faces.
98%.
Yep. No, you ain't wrong at all. It's all right there. It's just what people want to see and what they because the human mind's a crazy thing, and you can see somebody, you can give them the answers right in front, but like you say, they will take it and spin it their own way 9 times out of 10. and that's
Yep.
just, it's a great thing. It's being creative. It's a human, but I wish that when they're asking these questions and then we give them an answer, they're not like, well, that's not what we asked for. And I was like, well, that's exactly what you asked for. But you don't want it in that form of directing. I guess, I don't know. But
All right, I'm going to step into the other room while you finish up.
Cool.
Good speaking with you, Tucker. Thank you.
Here.
Hope to, I think we'll be bumping into each other soon anyway.
I really hope so. And like I say, when you need to come out and check out our little establishment we have here in town, Bombshells American Cantina. It's in town here. And I want to have you and Jim both out. And
Oh, that'll be cool.
I got a nice cigar. We got house blend cigars. We got Maduros and blondes and a nice rum.
Oh, this guy loves, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's all day long. I smoke cigars. So.
I like your style.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, well, Tucker, I sincerely thank you very much for joining us. It was very cool, helpful and productive convo, just like I thought it would be. We enjoyed it. Hope that we speak with you again soon. And hell yeah, I'll take you up on your offer to come on.
Please do.
Come on over.
We'll do all, and I'll have you. I'm in my personal bar here in town actually right now too. We got our other bar, but we'll have you to this one and our other one, Jim. So
that's very cool. Well, thank you so much. Very much appreciated, and I appreciate your time. I know you're very busy. We went through the whole, your own business thing and all your travel. So look forward to speaking with you again.
Well, Jim, I want to thank you again. Thank you so much for what you're doing, brother. And thank you for the MUFON Mass Branch and all the MUFONs out there. I mean, you guys are doing the work that needs to be done. So, and thanks to the whole panel. I want to thank you guys too. I mean, and all the people, the American people, like I say, keep asking questions, keep them, transparent, keep them liable for their own actions. And what we need to be doing is keeping that pressure on it and keeping it prevalent. So I think everything that we're doing here and everything that you guys are doing and everything that's as a collective whole, I think it's going to get great results. I really do.
Thanks. And of course, if you get time, you're welcome to hang out in the so-called online back room or pop in and out as you wish, or join us for our round table at 6 p.m., which would be 4 p.m. your time. But if you don't have time, that's understandable too. It was great seeing you. It's been a while.
Yeah. I miss you, brother. Dang it. I'll see you soon.
Okie dokie. All right.
Alrighty,
Talk to you. Bye-bye.
You guys have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. All right. And howdy, Dr. Keith, and of course the fabulous Tedesco brothers as well. So folks, very, very pleased and excited to have with us a wonderful group. These guys are a heck of a crew. We have the fabulous Tedesco brothers, world-respected ufologists. And I know you guys don't like to be called scientists, but you're applied scientists, which means engineers. So same thing. And and I hear that now you're handy-dandy Tedesco 5000 ultraspectral gadget, which has been it's been on the back burner for me, but now as a result, I heard, and I'm very happy and honored that you guys are giving me 75% off.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And with us also, we have Dr. Keith Taylor, which I actually learned about Dr. Taylor through Luis Elizondo, and Lou was saying, I appreciate all the fan mail and stuff, but why don't you also thank people like Dr. Keith? And so we connected. And for those that don't know, he's an adjunct assistant professor for a New York City area college, and also a deputy undersheriff for an NYC area sheriff's office. And he's also involved in training and assisting law enforcement officers in said area, especially as of late, Dr. Keith, with the drone incursion. I know you've been involved with that. And so thank you. And all three of you folks. I also still appreciate our constant correspondence, and you're putting up with my pestering you. I pester politely, so hopefully not too bad. So thanks. Go ahead, guys. Totally looking forward to this. Please tell us what you have to talk to us about, and of course we'll jump in with all our questions.
Okay. Pete?
Yeah, sure. So I'll start, and thank you. It's a great honor to participate. And of course, I don't represent any of the entities that I am associated with. This is my own personal views and passions working with the Tedescos. I asked them some months ago if they would be interested in working with me to develop a paper. There was a call for papers from Naval Postgrad School about UAP, and this call for papers was being done on behalf of Arrow. And so I asked if they would collaborate with me to create a paper for submission for consideration, a publication of their the journal that they're focusing on UAP. It's the journal is called ECHO, ECCO. And so over the summer, I went on a number of outings with them and thoroughly enjoyed learning about all the different considerations when you're looking at trying to discern UAP or anomalous behavior from all of the prosaic things that can tend to confuse and conflate what you're doing. And so I was fortunate enough to really enjoy these excursions and learning about the expertise that John and Jerry have, why they are so special. I call them the Wright brothers of this age based on the work that they're doing and its importance for the future of understanding UAP and how to really deal with it. My whole concern as a law enforcement professional and educator is that we have, as a discipline, the training, equipment, and policies that allow us to deal with this issue in a rational and safe way. And up to this point, we haven't gotten the kind of leadership that I would hope from the federal level. And it has to be from that perspective, since this is an issue that affects all states, all of our communities, and has been affected for many, many decades. So if you gentlemen want to talk about our study and the kind of work that you found, or rather the results that you found.
Okay. Yeah, our goal was to when we got in touch with Keith, and we created this project, this other project, where we would try to create a model for law enforcement on collecting data in the field on UAPs, since they're the first responders that often come along first and often see these, tend to see these things first. So what we wanted to do is, based on the study we did, is offer recommendations on the kind of equipment they would need, the kind of protocols in the field and the methodology applied to the field work. That's the best data, and Keith was really instrumental in helping us establish that. And of course, we worked on a paper with them, co-authored a research paper with them on conducting this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is, I also want to say too, it's, there's something to be said about, the kind of research that we do with boots on the ground. It's, there's a lot of things that, are a lot of things that are prosaic that can be explained very easily. But there are a lot of things too that come into question. And if you're not out there, on a regular basis, you can be fooled. And many times, we've looked up into the sky. We've seen objects that, appear to be anomalous, and there is a prosaic explanation for them. And then there are times when there isn't, and we've exhausted all the other possibilities. But even with the kind of experience, being out there and seeing these things, we live next to two different airports. We see the flight traffic in and out, and I can tell you, you can definitely be fooled by this stuff. And having the right observations, the right equipment on it, And that's that. I mean, multiple pieces of equipment, multiple cameras, multispectral cameras, and because not all the data is going to agree. You have to be able to differentiate that. That's the best way to deconflict these things, is by instrumented means. I mean, having multiple observers is great, but instrumented means multi-layered layers of systems of equipment. So you get a data set, a full data set on these things, where you can make that determination, like a unique fingerprint.
I would just like to mention that the Tedesco brothers were recently featured in the MIT Technology Review. And the title of that article was "How These Two Brothers Became Go-To Experts on America's Mystery Drone Invasion." And what we're seeing happening in Europe is that airports are being closed in Germany, Poland, Denmark, Belgium, Lithuania. It's just something, and of course we know what's happened in our recent past in this country. Everybody references the New Jersey, issue, but this is a very real problem, and it needs to be addressed through science and through proper policy. And so working with the Tedescos and trying to figure out what technology can be utilized is something that I am not only interested in pursuing, but I know that our federal law enforcement and defense agencies have also shown an interest in.
And that's something we've also been doing, is this work is expanded into including in a partnership with the FBI. Of course, any data we collect, we share by and any instrumented means that we can deconflict these with normal prosaics, but that's shared. And of course, they have their own resources and great investigative resources to look into that further. The other thing, as I should say, is talking about the drone incursions. Is October 10th, before I forget, we'll be featured on the history program. The Proof is Out There, and we'll be talking about the drone incursions and the kind of things we've been observing and we've been collecting data on.
And this is something that's continuing too. This is this has been ongoing. We're still recording data out there off the Long Island shores. Quite recently, we've recorded quite a few sightings of drone-like aircraft. But it's it seems to be on a rise. Now I don't know whether or not this is something that is going to correlate to what we had last year, October and November. But there definitely seems to be some increase in the sightings and the presentations of these subjects.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a pattern, a repeating pattern that we saw in last year, and we saw back in 2022, and I think there was an incident that started back in 2020. Yeah, as well. Yeah.
And I'll just mention that in 2024, the Major City Chiefs Association did publish something they called the UAP Reference Guide, which provided a very good starting point for law enforcement leadership unfamiliar with this issue by giving a background history up to and including the David Grush congressional hearing. Of course, we've had multiple hearings since then, all with relevant information as regards to the issue of the problem of government not sharing important information with the populations that they serve. We also have seen the head of Arrow recently on a program with Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the encounters that law enforcement have had with unknown craft or phenomenon, and their efforts to try to prepare the federal law enforcement entities with the ability to manage those types of incidents. Not only managing the incident when it occurs, and I think this is where the Tedesco's work really is important, but managing the crime scene as well, not crime, but the investigative scene as well. Now, there are other entities that I would be remiss without mentioning. Certainly, the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies and the work that is being done there is very important. You can still hear me. Looks like I might have phased out a little bit.
You froze a little bit.
Okay.
We can hear you just fine. And
Okay, so I'll keep talking.
Yeah, apologies for the silence. We're just letting you folks go through it, but yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. And
Great. Then I'll just continue talking whether or not I can see myself on screen. but we've got some incredible work being done by SCU in terms of trying to focus on the investigative techniques that are being utilized from the scientific perspective to help deal with these incidents as they occur. I think that the work of the Tedesco certainly dovetails well with the efforts that SCU is doing now and has been doing in the past. You also have the Visible College, which is from the academic perspective, trying to move forward this issue of looking at the phenomena as an academic issue worthy of study, and trying to peel back the layers of stigma that have that previous academics have encountered when they've tried to research this issue in a meaningful way. And you have many other, the Galileo Project, the Soul Foundation, Rice University, just so many people who have really put their own reputations on the line there to address this issue in a serious way, which it sorely deserves based on the reports that the average citizen has talked about, has uploaded video to social media, and that we see this happening not only in this country, but all over the world. We see this happening, similar types of phenomenon, of which I think there's probably a wide variety, and also the similar lack of ability to respond to it in a way that I think it deserves. John, Jerry, do you guys want to?
Sure. And Keith mentioned some of those other organizations that are looking into UAPs and doing a good job. I should mention the Vasco project by Beatrice Villarroel. We had our partner out here recently, Dennis Asberg. He's the explorer who's looking into the Baltic Sea anomaly, but now also working with Beatrice on her vanishing objects, the transients that she's looking that are possibly in geosynchronous orbit around the Earth. Some unexplained lights and glints, and there's a whole process. There's a whole paper on that. Also, I mentioned Hestlin Project. I know they're regrouping and getting restarted to look into the phenomena in Norway on these unexplained lights in the sky. We've been coordinating with them as well and collaborating in helping them get their system up to date, up and running. There's another scientist which we begun collaborating with. I think it was called NRG or NGR Scapes. It's an Australian researcher looking into this phenomena as well. There's UAPX, Dr. Matthews Zadagas and Kevin Knuth, and those researchers. They're trying to get back into it. They did publish a paper recently on their work on Catalina Island in the Pacific.
And we want to congratulate them. On
Yes,
that as well.
and congratulations on that paper.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we certainly want to, between all of these groups, we certainly want to keep the lines of communication open.
Yeah.
I mean, I think collaboration is a must in this field. I think, I think we have to kind of lower those walls at times. I mean, we don't want to work in silos. We want to be able to work with other groups. The resources are slim right now. They're tough to get. I mean, some groups have some things, other groups may not have. Sharing resources, it's really important. But again, it's the open lines of communication. We have to keep that. If we're going to move towards some kind of disclosure in this thing.
And I just wanted to mention also Ryan Graves, Pilot Ryan Graves group, ASA, Americans for Safe Aerospace. They're doing a great job in collecting pilot reports, and it's supposed to. My understanding is they're supposed to release some data on the collections. So we'll see where that goes.
There are so many people. I think of Richard Lang, one of the old school investigators who's done, yeoman's work, written a number of books, particularly one about first responders. There are so many people that historically have worked sort of almost alone in isolation on this issue, and those who have done so publicly and had to deal with the barbs of public ridicule and stigma. Dr. James McDonald comes to mind.
Absolutely.
As one of the pioneers who's really working hard and suffered because of it. And when I mean suffer, I talk about what has been alleged by whistleblowers in congressional testimony about official efforts for influence operations to discredit individuals who were trying to pursue this seriously or try to whistleblow about activities that were being conducted without the knowledge of the Congress or the American people. I feel like I am preaching to the converted. Certainly everybody who's watching this was probably well aware of everything that I've said to this point. But it's important that that folks understand that this effort is not slowing down, that despite the backtracking that may occur, the lack of the approval of the UAP Disclosure Act for the third time is certainly something that is disheartening. But that alone will be enough to stop the overwhelming effort to get to the truth about UAP, about mystery drones, about whatever you want to call this phenomenon that we don't understand. And I've said previously that my personal feeling or speculation is that UAP represents a wide range, diverse range of things, both the nuts and bolts, as well as areas of non-corporeal plasma, maybe consciousness-based, or some sort of combination, as well as advanced technology that we're not familiar with. So all of the options are on the table until more serious work is done and the resources that are needed to really move the whole effort forward are allowed to proceed. You have Congress people who allude to the fact that this is a real thing. You have our intelligence community admit as much years ago. So the argument about trying to prove that something is real is long since past. The problem now is getting people to understand the significance of that admission, as well as acknowledging what individuals are experiencing and seeing and recording themselves, throughout the world. So my hope is that we will continue to see efforts for institutions and individuals to work together to provide some guidance on allowing us to deal with this in a rational way, not a catastrophic way for society.
And it's to answer what Keith was saying is there's definitely a lot going on in the private sector, and we'll probably have to put some focus on that. You know, I mean, there's the official channels, but there's the private channels too. We should be focused on.
Do you guys? We'll have a ton of questions, but we can hold off for a bit more. I'm just curious. Why on earth would anyone want to prevent disclosure of or understanding thereof non-human intelligence or other types of intelligence? And the reason why I ask that is we're all pretty amicable acquaintances or friends with Timothy Phillips, former deputy director of ARROW, and at least according to Timothy Phillips, as long as there's nothing interfering with or uncovering or disclosing anything defense related that would weaken our national defenses or in any way jeopardize our nation's defense, at least in his perception, his understanding, ARROW and all the agencies that he had dealt with and all the laboratories and so forth, federal, etc., we're all in favor of, by golly, if we discovered there's NHI, non-human intelligence, and we prove it, and no national defense was jeopardized, yeah, we're on our way to a Nobel Prize, greatest verification and proof in human history. So why would anybody be against that? And it certainly sounds like, Tim Phillips is a very seems like a very kind-hearted, good guy, and I've known him for a while, and I believe him when he says his experience at ARROW was that as long as it doesn't jeopardize defense, they're not concerned, and they'd be perfectly fine with the discovery of non-human intelligence. But for some reason, there are, I don't know if you want to call them forces or people that are against it, and I don't understand why. Does it all boil down to power and money, or is it something else that I just don't get? And I'll bow back out because I apologize for interrupting you guys because you're doing great presenting.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I think it's a loaded question. Lots of possibilities. I think we all have different opinions on that. Power and money is always a root of these kinds of things, but I'm sure there's national security issues that haven't been worked out. I don't know, Keith, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, I was just going to say we can all speculate on what we think reasons are. They can be very diverse, and they can change over time. But I think we're at the point where we need to know how to deal with these things because they obviously exist. We're recording them, and people are getting injured by them, and we need to respond. We need to have a rational response to it, as opposed to simply denying that it exists at all, and starting from a perspective of hopefully one day we can prove that intelligent life exists in the universe. How about we just deal with the incidents that people are dealing with on a daily basis, I imagine, all over the world currently. This is not rocket science in that there have been accounts going back many, many years of unusual, unexplained phenomena occurring. Lots of famous incidents that are well known, and a lot that I'm sure have not been publicized or have been written in books or reported in newspapers. But the overwhelming number, if you look at the hundreds of thousands of reports that have appeared in newspapers, appeared in MUFON's investigations themselves, that there is a unfortunate idea that I have that relates to Ryan Graves' testimony, where he said 95% of the incidents that military pilots were experiencing, they would not report due to the consequences of them doing so. They didn't want to be made an example of. I think we could probably say that that would occur not just with military pilots or commercial pilots. That would probably happen with, law enforcement or other communities where reporting on such an incident would have serious ramifications for themselves, for their careers. So I think that sort of held us back to the point where we don't understand the scope and scale of the problem or the types or kinds of threats that we may actually be facing. So we're kind of left to ourselves to define what the issues are and what the solutions are. And I think that is not a good way to address a very real issue. We need to have science lead the way and not classify science just because it reports information that is not what we want to hear. We can't deal with reality as we would like it to be. We have to deal with reality as it is and meet it and address it in a very serious way.
I think it's irresponsible too that for a government agency to stay silent on something like this. Especially if there is a flight safety issue, if there's an issue towards a law enforcement, the public at large, encounter these things that are causing some health concerns, some health risks, and Gerald had an encounter back in August of 22 that we had a physical manifestation with an object, and if something is known about this, and it really should be presented to the public, and in a responsible way, to let them know that there are some concerns and there are things that we need to be aware of.
Yeah, we have no idea what the long-term long-term effects of these things are, but people make contact with them, and they may make contact with something they can't see.
Mm-hmm.
It's a problem. The transparency has to happen. I mean, I think what's happening in Congress, it seems to be shared bipartisan, but it needs to be much more aggressive. I mean, they definitely have to pass bills that get subpoena power, to have some of these people forced to come forward and testify about what they know. I mean, otherwise it's kind of shallow the way we're covering it. You have a few people coming forward saying things, but you definitely need that subpoena power. These people have to be brought forward to talk about that's the Air Force. I haven't seen anybody, well, except for the latest whistleblowers. We haven't seen virtually nobody from the Air Force talking about these things.
They've been silent. They've been
I would just like to mention too that we have to sort of get out of our ideas of nationality and all the other definitions that we use to separate ourselves. We're dealing with a global issue. And so reporting, I believe that the only way that we are going to be able to get reporting that is consistent and accessible will be through some sort of governmental entity. But that won't be enough, because this is an issue that does not respect human borders. So we have to have the same capability to get that information and share it with our global partners and even adversaries, which requires that we work together. And that is unfortunately something I don't see happening in any meaningful way as relates to this issue.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's been over 70 years that this has been kept in the shadows, and that's really not acceptable.
Yeah, so 70 years or.
Jim, did you want to?
Oh yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
I apologize if you're continuing. I can go back off screen. I wasn't trying to interrupt. Sound like you had more info. I was gonna interject, but if you
No, that's
guys,
fine. Yeah. If you have questions, that's fine. Yeah, we're definitely open.
but did anybody have any questions? By the way, I've got a ton, but I'm gonna defer to everyone else first. Okay. So, Seth.
I just see fans, and I have a stupid question I can ask.
Go. Yeah.
I was gonna say, so
Yeah. Gino.
They're focusing on Long Island. Do they ever think about taking that RV and checking out any other spots?
Yes. I heard parts of it. Yeah, I heard something about being on Long Island.
Have you considered taking the RV to other areas besides Long Island?
Yes, and that's one of the issues with funding is this is an older RV. It's we've gotten a lot of use out of it. We've covered the island, but we definitely need upgraded systems. It's definitely upgraded transport. More rapid deployment of vehicles too to get out there. So, the other thing is we're trying to look into is some kind of funding. Our hope is that something materializes on that end.
And I should mention that in case folks don't know, Tim Phillips has come out recently and mentioned the importance of the Tedesco's work, not only their book, Nightcrawler Eye on the Sky, as being instrumental for helping Aero to develop their own system, but they looked at the Nightcrawler itself, the RV that they're describing, and used that to help them reconfigure the Gremlin system that they currently use, using the very robust resources of the federal government. I can only imagine what would happen if the Tedescos were properly funded. I can imagine phase 3 getting some sort of maritime representation for their work. So taking it out into the water is something that I think would be a great way to move forward with this study, especially with Congressman Burchett just mentioning about the probability of undersea-based activity.
And that's something that's the area we want to go with this. We've actually put together proposals for a maritime Nightcrawler system. That would be a retrofitted boat with equipment, everything from sonar to an omnidirectional sonar to portable ROVs that can be deployed from the boat using radar and all the sensor equipment we have, and an expanded land operation that go beyond Long Island. So I mean, we've already put together these proposals. We're expanding them. This depends on funding.
Right, and it's purely voluntary at this point. I mean, we have a lot of folks that do step up and they offer assistance.
There's people offering, yeah.
But you definitely need that kind of support too.
Yeah,
you need public support. You need support of the academic community as well.
Yeah, and the funding is a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of bizarre that on the one hand the federal government funds a lot of things, and I'm not critiquing our government, because God knows we always critique our government, and we're tearing our poor government this way and pulling it that way, but SpongeBob, I don't know. But the problem is, as far as I see it, and maybe I'm wrong, is just funding's limited. And then we have, as far as I understand, and forgive me if I'm clueless here, but there's a so-called government shutdown, but that excludes critical infrastructure as far as I'm aware. But then different programs are always being cut, Department of Government Efficiency, etc. And then even though we're all, United States citizens, Americans, etc., you got different parties, and then we've got an independent party. Everyone's got their own fiefdoms and their own purposes and stuff like that. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds to be like the crux of the matter as far as you folks trying to get funding to progress, and actually in return for the government to help you folks to help all of us, because because even though the United States is still well-to-do, and God willing will stay that way, you never know in this economy, just money's spread everywhere, and there's so many different efforts, it just makes it scarce. And then, as we touched on before, without getting into specifics, there's also competitive interest, because many parties are looking for funding for their own projects. Did I put that? Is that about right? And that's why it's so difficult?
If I may, I tend to think of this as this issue as not having any particular favorites or any particular, it is a nonpartisan issue. And that should be clear. It affects Americans, it affects Russians, it affects Chinese. It's not even, it's way beyond that. And so UAP are more than an unexplained phenomenon. They represent a law enforcement safety concern. If you just go by some of the historic cases where individuals have talked about things that have happened to their bodies or minds as a result, having a UAP preparedness framework will, one, protect frontline officers. That's my primary concern, and the citizens. Two, enhance credibility through sensor-based verifications, which is where the Tedescos come in, where science is mirrored into this whole effort, and then integrate local, state, federal efforts into a cohesive national strategy, which has to be mirrored by our neighbors, other countries, into a comprehensive, cohesive global strategy. As long as we think that it's only affecting one little neighborhood or one little nation, we're going to be only dealing. It's like the scientists, they're blindfolded, feeling the elephant and trying to describe what the problem is. We got to take the blindfolds off and work together and just see it as what it is. The elephant in the room.
Yeah, so remove agendas, remove politics, and wiser, smarter people.
So would you folks say what you just described to me, basically putting together sort of a cooperative layered shell within the country and then within the world, since these things could very well be non-human intelligence originated. I think what you guys just described to me about putting politics aside and special interests. So did I touch on what part of the call it the can of worms is, or what part of the difficulty is? And so I think Dr. Keith, you proposed a good approach in order to actually fund this effort. Did I get that right?
Well, certainly understanding what's important to prioritize. Having a comprehensive UAP response strategy is terribly important, as we realize as a society and as human citizens that this is a very, very real issue. How urgent it is, it's hard to tell because we're not able to get the data we need to understand the frequency of occurrences and the types and kinds that are occurring. We've heard bits and pieces from whistleblowers who are doing incredible work letting the public know the depth of this issue from their perspectives and experiences. But we need to address it from a global scale. You had Dr. Loeb on earlier, where he has mentioned recently that he's addressed the UN to try to have a global effort to monitor the meteor that's coming. It just went by Mars, and it's going to be coming by some of the other planets. That is the same type of effort ultimately that we're going to have when dealing with UAP and all of its different iterations, whether it's a drone or whether it's an orb or whether it's whatever it shows up as. It's not it. I'm sure it's they. I am not a expert on UAP by any means, but simply just talking in plainly, I can understand the lack of concern is troubling when the issue is right before our eyes.
The other thing I would add is this compartmentalization, which is occurring in the government. We have these completely compartmentalized areas of the government that are withholding some of these secrets. It also seems to be it occurs in the private sector too. Maybe not to that level, but that becomes a problem too. If we have groups compartmentalizing their work and they're not sharing their work, or they're not considering the idea of collaboration, full scale collaboration. We'd get a lot further if we had full scale collaboration with everybody working on this. It's not going to be discovered by one group, no, one effort. It has to be a collaborative effort, with everybody applying their own resources.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, coming in, Gene. As we have Gene, we did touch on last time when we spoke, guys, about Gene's disclosed Soviet reverse engineering of a UFO. I'll let Gene jump in. He had some questions. Go ahead.
I do have your book, by the way, Gene. Yes, I bought it as soon as I found out that you were releasing it.
I think your microphone might be muted.
Yeah, your microphone is muted. You just have to unmute it. No, Gene's microphone.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you have to unmute Jim. All right.
There you go. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? All right.
we can hear you.
It's we're only on almost hour 7. I knew we'd finally figure it out at one point. No, I was saying I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been fascinating. I come out of an Intel background. I retired in 2017. This dropped in my lap in 2019 from my father-in-law, and it's just having the old skill set was purely what got me involved in digging into the materials, both trying to understand what they were, then validate, verify them, and have sort of gotten into some experimentation, let's say. So I've, one area of work that I've done where I've been looking to compare the science against the US programs and Russian programs as well, but there's a plethora of more information that aligns the core scientific domains within my father-in-law's body of work with US programs. But what I wanted to focus on was one of the things that one of the early kind of tests that I ran. As I sat back and I thought about it, and I said, okay, well, if we accept this is the reverse engineering of a UFO and all of its functions and how it works, would that, asking myself, can that help us identify potential ways to spot them, to identify them? In the papers, it talks about how they use gravitational and how it generates gravitational magnetic fields, how in the relationship of the craft to the planet and the Earth and the territories that it's traveling in. And back in 2024, I ran my first tabletop experiment where I identified the optimum locations in the US, which ones had all of the geology that we could say was would optimize the performance of the craft. At that point, and then the only real research I had available as far as reportings went was MUFON and International UFO Network. So I picked a day, which was it was December 24th, I think. And that was because it was the second new moon of the month, and it was like a plus 2% gravitational impact. And for 2 weeks following, I just mapped where reports came from versus the identified optimized locations. I ran that test again this past August, this time incorporating in space weather factors and then just weather in general. So as the more I dove into the works, I was, picked up on things like thunderstorms, lightning plus 3-4 days on either side of events because of ionization in the air that's caused by the crafts generating these fields and whatnot. Excuse me. And this time I was at about an 85% rate. And when I started noticing, and this is getting to the question if it's similar to your research. So I started noticing these patterns in corridors of these highly charged optimum locations. A lot of them correlated to hot spots that craft are normally known to be at. And then if there was a sighting reported, that it would usually fall no more than 150 miles from the optimized location, that was picked, usually within 50 miles, otherwise no more than 150 miles. So, my question is, in your research and, what you've identified perhaps as optimal factors that exist around these sightings, does that seem to jive? Is it off? Where might it link, if at all?
You want to start? Well, it's very interesting. And certainly it's something can be field tested. As I said, that includes us getting out there, or other extension of us getting out there. It's very interesting. We've been doing studies. We just published a paper on long delay echoes from radar anomalies from these objects. Producers that suggest that they might be producing these gravitational fields around them. And it's something that we're looking more deeply into, and John could probably talk a little bit more about that.
Right. And this is, of course, this affects the whole electromagnetic spectrum. I mean, it's light, it's radio waves, everything in between. It's we're seeing these anomalies on when these objects are present. We're seeing them exhibiting some kind of a chromatic aberration. They also seem to be producing radio anomalies around them. We're having interesting effect on our radar systems, our marine-based radar systems. We get odd reflections. We get sometimes complete blocking of the radar signal, or severe interference patterns that's being produced. These radio waves seem to be coming back at times late. Sometimes they come back too early, producing some really odd display issues, that we're seeing. Oddly enough, that we have gotten a number of reports and videos from law enforcement officials and the public that is showing these objects that seem to be almost, it's like looking at a kaleidoscope, where these objects are rotating and they're giving off this varying wavelengths of light, changing light, and it's at first glance, you'd say, well, this might be the aberration of the lens system in the cameras, but you're seeing with your eyeballs too. You're seeing this stuff, and there does seem to be some kind of an oddity with the direction of these objects rotating too. If they're rotating towards the observer, they seem to go through more of like a blue shift. If they're rotating away, they go red shifting. We're looking at this stuff and saying, could this in fact be some kind of a distortion around them? A gravitational distortion that's affecting the radio waves, light and And also some of the recent LiDAR measurements that we made, that we've had a couple of oddities where an object that we believe to be, over 500 meters away from us, we've had returns like showing that they were 30 meters away from us, or 100 meters. It just doesn't seem to make too much sense.
There's also some bizarre diffractions of the light around these objects, which is quite interesting.
So
we've reached out to other researchers, a group in Canada, 2 engineers in Canada who are doing research on looking at magnetic gravitational anomalies.
Alcubierre, including an Alcubierre.
And the possibility of an Alcubierre type drive.
Mhm.
The other thing is we reached out to Heslin, the group doing the Heslin project researchers. They're seeing some oddities. And we have another research group that's also that we've been collaborating with, trying to make this determination.
Right, and there is a distortion. I mean, I know, you have some folks in academia saying, why aren't the pictures better? Or you have these skeptics that are saying that, everything's distorted, they're blurry. There might be a good reason for that. That's we've encountered that too. We can look at an aircraft at let's say it's 20,000 feet, and an object that's sitting at around 6,000 feet. The aircraft is clear as a bell, and the object is distorted. We can't get any detail or any definition around it, and it may in fact be some kind of a distortion of light or the field around it, electromagnetic effect of the object. So cameras don't, they can't give you a really good, clear indication as far as what's out there.
Well, I don't want to have a spoiler alert for you, but go over and get the book from Dr. Taylor, because it's all in there. And that's what I found amazing about it. That was one of the early things I did, was begin running the parameters of the physics and the engineering. And I've been talking about that what we are actually seeing and what people are actually capturing is part of an optical illusion that is caused exactly by and you're spot on. It's because of the nature of the field that the craft is generating around itself and our perspective to the earth. And I likened it to my layman's version of it was, it's like when we're driving and we think the moon is following us.
Yes.
Craft, again, according to the work, is operating in its own field within the structured vacuum, let's say. And it's just our misperception of what we're seeing. And everything you described is right on there. It's fascinating to hear that kind of feedback and to be able to say, I think this will probably help you put some science rigor around it and perhaps have other ways of testing it. Because that's been our goal with this is, there's enough material in there that reflects enough of the explanation of the phenomenon that would not only allow better testing, but as I mentioned earlier, getting into the U.S. programs, would allow better questions at the congressional level as well. I talk about these papers were written in the 1980s and have specific parameters for certain things. And then in the 2000s, we see DARPA DARPA organizing research around these exact same specific parameters. So where'd they get that number from? It's, one of those beyond coincidence. As I said, it was I figured out the math, it was 10 to the 630th power chance that it would be purely coincidence and not the result of brain drain, transfer of knowledge, espionage, or just they started at the same place. It seems the Russians did.
Interesting. Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I'll say something else too, is that some of the instrumented data that we have, there are transitory effects. If these things are in close proximity of the observer, there's some equipment is not very sensitive to it, but there are pieces of equipment that we've incorporated, like gamma ray spectrometers and that sort of thing, that that do respond in an instantaneous way. I mean, you can look at the counts per second, that sort of thing, and you can see these transitory numbers. They do increase. It is affecting the equipment. The same thing with RF field meters, magnetometers, that sort of thing. In order to qualify that, a lot of these things have to be trend plotted. You got to look at the data over a period of time, and you do see these transitory numbers, these transitory interruptions. Average. If you average it out, you probably wouldn't see much of anything. Some of the older Geiger counters do that too. They'll average out the counts, but you need something that a lot of this equipment has to be able to measure that instantaneous change. Like I said, if you're within the field of these objects, it does make an impact on the equipment. We are measuring this stuff.
And we can confirm some of the other factors that people have reported seeing over the decades is the electromagnetic effects on the equipment and also battery drains.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to hand you back over to Jim, and hopefully maybe we'll have an opportunity to speak offline. I can show you some things that
sure, absolutely
puzzle my mind constantly.
Sounds good. Thank you, Gene.
Yeah. Hey guys, Taylor folks, and of course the fabulous Tedesco brothers. All you guys are great, and being an engineering geek from Texas Tech, go Tech. Have to always my alma mater, good football school. I have to tell you, we could all go on for hours, and I could certainly go on for hours. We have another presenter. I know all three of you are very busy, but if you do have time, you're more than welcome to stay on backstage, or if you did have time, be great to have you participate in our 6 to 7 p.m. roundtable. If you don't have time, because God knows you guys are very busy, that's understandable. But either way, I thank you guys so much for joining us. And
thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
Oh, us too. And we've been looking forward to this for so long, and it was great speaking with all three of you, and we really do appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, in just a minute, we're going to bring on Mr. Pratik Shukla. He is my partner in crime in artificial intelligence. And when it comes to artificial intelligence, we have applications for crop circles, and examining and studying artificial intelligence and how on earth can we decode these crop circles and make sense out of them, and so forth. And this young gentleman is so brilliant. He makes me feel like I don't have any intelligence, So I mean, not even artificial intelligence. I got zero, right? Bright young gentleman. I'll send him a quick note, but I believe he's going to come on any second. And it's a very fabulous presentation that we have here. Is my good friend and buddy, Mr. Pratik Shukla. And for those of you that are saying, what in the heck is James Michael Awrach, otherwise known as Jim, or, oh, I don't know, SpongeBob, but it sounds okay. That's Patrick Starfish. Dealing with a smart, brilliant gentleman like this. Well, the answer is I met this gentleman at a artificial intelligence and machine conference known as AIM 2024. The poor guy was sweating so bad in the sun, and I offered him Pratik, out of the goodness and bottom of my heart, offered you the shade, and I took the heat for you, my friend. And this guy's a gentleman, because the whole time I had this beautiful, brand new suit on. The whole time he didn't bat an eyelash. He didn't tell me that I had chocolate cake frosting all over the sleeve of my suit. And total gentleman about it. Is to this day
yeah, I thank you for not exposing me for that. One thing, Pratik, when I was presenting and I was talking about my AI computer hardware and software, did I have chocolate frosting on my sleeve then, or was it afterwards?
I think it was afterwards. Yeah.
All right. Well, it didn't show up in the proceedings anyway. So, all right. So that's a good thing. So I'll let you present. And folks, just so you know, my contribution to this particular presentation, you saw my field investigator presentation earlier, and so that contribution was just saying, okay, Snapchat AI versus other types of like Google image search, etc., and what we could do with crop circles and so forth. So at least I did that. This presentation is completely 100% Pratik Shukla's own work, and then what I did was I took some of the verbiage and I simplified it for mere mortals such as I, since I have somewhat of an artificial intelligence background, not as in-depth as Mr. Pratik. And then if you see anything that looks kind of silly, that was me too. So we hope to keep your attention. All right, go right ahead.
All right. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, got it.
All right. All right. Good evening. Thank you so much for a very warm introduction, Jim. And my name is Freddrick Uldall, and I'm from UMBC. I'm a PhD student here. And today's talk is on AI, on crop circle phenomena, and it's more about the methods and roadmap that we have built so far. And this is a result-free preview of how we're going to study circular fills patterns with AI, and I'll briefly cover motivation, define some clear inputs and outputs, and then we'll probably walk through the pipeline and what kind of models we can use for segmentation or for finding out some fine structure. And our goal here is simple. We want to recognize what we are seeing, and we want to characterize this. So like symmetry, order, the ring counts, the confidence, and while we are staying neutral and hypothesis driven and transparent about the uncertainties. Right.
Yeah. So when you see something kind of silly, that's my cue. I put it myself. So I did want to remind you folks watching that all works are copyrights of their respective owners, but non-human intelligence-made crop circles are copyrights of the aliens who made them. And so these two aliens here, I don't know if they're from Zeta Reticula or whatever, but they don't understand every time they charge their UFO why it creates a crop circle. So, all right, Pratik.
All right. Okay, so let me start with why this is interesting. And when people say crop circles, they often mean one thing, but on the ground, we actually see at least three different phenomena. First is irrigation. There's a central pivotal system that leave near perfect circles. Second one is geologic landforms, like natural features like fly pans. And the third one is intricate formations, like high symmetry, crisp edges, patterns reported in fields. So it's the same word, but very different origins and textures. So because of the variety, scientists and field investigators, they need tools that do two things for us. Recognize what we're looking at and then characterize it in a standardized way. So think of it as moving from that looks unusual to here is the symmetry order, ring spacing, and all the statistics and all the details about it. So the question is why does it matter? So there are a lot of benefits. One is agricultural, or understanding the nature, studying anomalies. So for reports that don't fit irrigation or geology, a consistent geometric fingerprint that lets us separate rare but natural edge cases from puzzling events. And also possible non-human intelligence that we want to figure out. And if we want the conversation to be productive, we need objective descriptors or open methods that we can all set. And okay, so When I say AI, I mean two concrete jobs. First, recognize or characterize, and then what we're looking at is education or geological landforms or intricate formations. The second one is to characterize it. So actually measure the geometry, the order, and everything. And just as important is how the algorithm behaves. It must be neutral, so it does not give higher weightage to some class and lower weightage to some other. So it has to be hypothesis driven, and we state in advance what features we will taste and what outcomes we can confirm or disconfirm as an idea. Yeah. Okay. Jim,
Okay. All right, for you UFO dudes and dudettes out there, and you UFO chick that belongs to retired Staff Sergeant Gene Sticco. Yeah. All right, so here we go. And for you, Mr. Eric Hartwig, MUFON Massachusetts State Director. All right, you ready? Mark, set, go. What's a computer software requirement? Okay, so for software engineers out there, and I got lectured once by a very close friend of mine, Chucky. If you're watching, hi, you know who you are. Computer software requirement. He lectured me, and he epistoled actually like 40 of us in an engineering conference one day. This was like about 9 years ago. And he said, Jim, a computer software requirement has one input, one process, and one output. So if you, and that's it. And there was like this huge to do about it. And, you know, all these software engineer geeks and stuff. Pratik, you're going to have to deal with this if you go to industry, stay in academia. So, so as an example of an input, a UFO comes over and it's doing some weird stuff to the grass. And then a process, Farmer Brown gets quite angry because he's processing what's going on. The output, oh my God, look what happened to the poor guy's crops. All right, Pratik.
Yep.
And now, computer software requirement may be allowed as an array, which basically means the same thing, but in multiples, such that the similarities, for example, if you have anomaly number 1, which is a regular UFO, and then you have anomaly number 2, which is an orb type of anomaly, and the process may be different. In the second case, it's an array. Instead of Farmer Brown, you got Farmer Groundhog, and he's really mad because look what happened to his crop. All right, Pratik.
All right. Okay, so let me define the requirements so we all know what the system will and won't be able to do. So for the inputs, we start with images. Let's say aerial images, satellite images, or ground photos of circular formations. And when available, we will also add some optional context like recent weather and wind, or crop type or yield data, and some time-aligned field reports. And those context signals aren't required, but they help in some ambiguous cases. Now, the process is the pipeline standardizes the image and extract edges and texture, and unwraps the polar coordinates and computes the radical and other features. And a learning model like a CNN, or let's say a more advanced model like a vision transformer with a small geometry head, and we'll use those features to both sort and measure, and then we'll calibrate its confidence against a holdout set. So we'll live out a specific set of examples just to taste our model on. So the output will be, let's say, first a label. So whether it's an irrigation part or geological or very intricate kind of design. And the second is the geometry, the symmetry order, let's say, or ring count or radial profile that shows how intensity changes from center to outwards. And finally, we will report the confidence and calibration on our left out taste data. Okay, so the data plan is, let's say we're starting with imagery, and we will pull from public satellite tiles and credited web photos, and we'll keep those, we'll keep the classes balanced. So we'll have, let's say, roughly 100 images of each class. The metadata for each image will record the date, maybe the approximate location and when, or maybe the camera angle and even the resolution of the image. And this fields let us study how viewpoint quality affects performance and prevent accidental leakage across splits. And For other contexts, we can also use some reanalysis weather data, like for temperature or wind or maybe precipitation if needed. For labeling, we're going to use some conservative labels and seek consensus review and explicitly allow an uncertain tag. So when people are not certain what kind of image is it, they can just don't classify it in one of the other ones, and that prevents forcing ambiguous cases into the wrong bucket, and it gives us a clean subset of high confidence evaluation. Okay. So this is kind of a visual taxonomy. The graph on the left extreme is education. The middle one is geological, and the one on the right is, let's say, we are saying that it's a more kind of intricate kind of graph. Okay, so some baseline models. We want to compare our we'll create some baseline models to evaluate our data set on. So let's say we can start with some basic machine learning algorithms like random forest and maybe support vector machine SVMs, and then we can also benchmark it against some deep learning based models like ResNet or Vision Transformers. Vision Transformer is a little bit advanced, and it since it's based on transformer, it requires a lot more images, but we can definitely start with ResNets. And we'll also attach a geometry head to predict N or the ring counts alongside each classes, and we can test multimodal fusions to blend images within the context of, let's say, some weather data.
So Pratik, if I understand correctly, you said geometry head. So that's like that guy with the googly eyes, similar to the band Radiohead, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks, man.
Right. So for training and evaluation, I'm not gonna go into details, but let's say once we have trained the model, how we're going to evaluate it, like how it performed on some unseen data. So for we may use some standard machine learning evaluation metrics like F1 or accuracy, or maybe a mean absolute error for statistical data. And we just want to keep our model robust. We don't want to taste on the trained data, or we don't want to tell the model before and what we're going to taste on. So we're going to keep the taste data separate. So some of the planned experiments is we're going to start with, let's say, some image only baselines. So CNN or Vision Transformer can learn. So how they basically learn is, let's say we have a bigger image. It divides an entire image into small patches, and then it learns different features, and they correlate it with different parts of the same image. And maybe in experiment 2, we will add a geometry head to better predict or better estimate the N or the ring estimates. Then maybe in third experiment, we'll try adding context to see whether it's helping or not. On the fourth one, we might try cross-region transfer or low-resolution trial, or maybe some oblique photos to see how it's doing on that kind of data. Yeah. So
thanks for clearing your throat there, dude. So all right, ethics. All right, we have a very ethical artificial intelligence computer program. It's very ethical. And the work is going to be ethical too, as Pratik scolded me. He said, Jim, we have to be ethical. We must credit the photographers in this work. So like the crop circles, we didn't invent them, and we didn't take those pictures. Who owns the data that we're using, or the metadata and so forth that we're using to train this artificial intelligence? Respect land privacy. And if you don't, be like me and fly your drone over their fence and take all the pictures you want. But other than that, you should, respect their privacy. Don't overclaim, Mr. Pratik says. Like I like to brag, don't do that. Quantify uncertainty and explain the limits of your artificial intelligence. So if that was my AI right there, that jalopy from, I don't know, looks like 1952 Pratik or something. I'm telling you guys that 1952 car can go 3.5 times the speed of light. Now that's obviously an overstatement and an overclaim, and Pratik is saying, don't do that. I'll let you take the final line, and I'll be quiet now.
Okay, so we'll sell the pipeline for like same model, but we'll have different data sets for evaluation and training. For risk and mitigation, first week or we'll try to sort out weak or maybe biased labels, and every other labels can be noisy or reflect our own expectations. So we will use the consensus review and allow an uncertain tag rather than forcing a guess. And then we'll run a sensitivity analysis, retaining it with and without some borderline examples, maybe to see how much labels sway the results. Second, we are going to mix the image quality, and photos come at different resolutions, different angles, or maybe different compressed levels. So we'll train with robust augmentations, like we'll do some rotations, some perspective jitters, some blur or jumping artifacts, and then we'll do a condition-wise reporting. So the performance is broken out by resolution, viewpoint, or lighting instead of hiding behind a single average. Third one is the context-aligned errors. So whether or yield data may not line up perfectly with the images, image time and place. So we'll use a windowed matching, a tight but explicit time space window, and run ablation study with and without this context. So we can generalize in which cases this contextual data is helping us, and where it's not helping or it's making poor predictions. So what success looks like? So first, a reliable separation of the three categories: irrigation, geologic, and intricate formations across region and dates. Not just a good average, but a stable performance where we move in time and space. Second one is interpretable geometry outputs, let's say symmetry order and ring counts, the radial profiles with tight error bars. The numbers should be precise enough that the two different teams would reach the same conclusions without any uncertainty. So, and the third one is honest failure modes. Well, so where the model struggles, like maybe low resolution or oblique angles or maybe lookalike textures, and we'll quantify the measurable gains from textures like weather, crop data or reports when it actually helps. Okay, so here's how you can collaborate with us. So first, image permission and geotags. If you own photos or have access to fill imagery, we would love to get permission to use them with proper credit, of course. And any geographic coordinates or captured details you can share, that metadata is gold for fair evaluation. Second is help us build an open benchmark so that other people can use it in the research study when they're trying to maybe build some model or do some analysis, so we can have a same bench, share the results and compare. Third, we welcome constructive critics, challenge our assumptions, poke our splits, question our metrics, and those critics harden the methods and evaluation so results stand up outside our lab. So now the question is, why do we need this deep models? So handcrafted geometry is strong, but real images aren't laboratory perfect. They vary in angle, lighting, and resolution. Some of the edges they get fuzzy, rings deform, and perspective can hide the very patterns we want to measure. So that's where CNNs or vision transformers help. They learn invariants to rotation and viewpoints, and they pick up subtle textures like lodging patterns or streamlines that simple feature extractors may miss. So our hybrid plan is pretty straightforward. Let geometry give us interpretable measures, and let deep learning models or other deep models give us robustness to messy imagery and bring in the context. Like we can give it other context like weather or crop data and other reports as a different channel other than the images. And when it disambiguates lookalikes. So some CNN does baselines. We'll start with basic CNNs. So it take those patches and compares. It will share the weight across the image. So we'll have a it is easier to generate inferences when we start with CNN, and it's a really strong baseline. And we can try different architectures like ResNet or ConvNet Tiny One if we don't have enough resources available to train the model on. And we can use three heads as discussed before. And for tasks, we can use CE and L1. So something specific to the statistics, and some loss function like CE specific to the images. Okay, so the data pipeline and augmentation. So before we start training, we pre-process every image in some way. Let's say center crop or resize to a common size. Let's say 256 by 256, and normalize the pixel values. So that really actually helps the model to learn fast and actually converge, so we can have a good result or a good output. Then we augment to mimic real level messiness, like full 0 to 360 degree rotations, horizontal and vertical flips, maybe a bit of perspective warp, twerks to brightness and contrast, and even some JPEG artifacts. This forces the model to learn the pattern, not the photography. One small but important tip is whenever we rotate or reframe an image, we store the original orientation if it's known. Later, that can become a feature. For example, to test whether certain formations tend to align the wind direction or maybe filled rows. So once we have a stronger CNN baseline, we'll move on to a Vision transformer. Vision transformer are used pretty much in all of the academic projects which are focused on images at the moment. And we'll start with Vision transformer tiny or small using the patch size of 16. I'm not going to go too much into the details of how a Vision transformer works, but it's a pretty powerful model just for images. Okay, some segmentation for fine structure. So it teaches the model to outline where the structure is, not just what it is. So the task is to segment ring bands, large area, or pivot hardware. That pixel level map gives us a clean blueprint of the formation. And for labels, we can start chip with, let's say, a wear mask, detect edges and fit circles to propose bands, and then tidy them up. And if we have time, we add a small hand label set, even maybe, let's say, 30-50 carefully annotated images that can go a long way with UNIT. So UNIT is an architecture which is based purely on CNN, but as we reduce the resolution, we lose some important features. So to avoid doing that, we use UNIT, which is a powerful version of CNN. It's made out of CNN and a bunch of skip connections. Okay.
Oh, here's my cue. Okay, so Mr. Pratik is now talking about multimodal fusion. Well, multimodal fusion for idiots like me. So if you look at Pinky in the Brain, that's Pratik on the right, and that's me on the left. Okay, it's trying to explain to me multimodal fusion for idiots. So fusion means integrating data, computer data, information from several so-called modes. In other words, if you have images, pictures, text, etc., and you're going to combine pictures with contextual data, contextual, descriptions in text, metadata, dates, geographic locations, or annotations. And so why do this multimodal fusion for idiots? Well, what it does is it improves so-called decision-making, or in other words, it improves the artificial intelligence which makes decisions.
Okay, so
and this is multimodal fusion for a software engineer like Pratik. All right.
Okay, so we'll here try two simple strategies. So first, we'll start with early fusion. We'll take an image and using image embedding and concrete a small context vector. Let's say whether it could be weather, wind data, precipitation data, some other data like that. And so the model reasons over pixels and context together. Second, what we do is we do late fusion. So we run an image only head and then context only head, and then stack or maybe average the logics and make a final decision based on those two separate outputs. So this keeps the each stream honest and lets us evaluate the contributions. Because context won't always be available, we train with context dropout. It's around zero point 0.3, so it does not only learn from contextual data like weather data. So it means that during the training time, we randomly hide context in, let's say, 30% of the examples, and forcing the model to stand on its own when metadata is missing. So the result is a system that benefits from context when it exists and still performs reliably when it's not available. Okay, and self-supervised pre-training. So labels are scarce, and we'll start with contrastive pre-training. So on a pool of unlabeled images. The idea is very simple. We teach the network that two heavily augmented views of the same photo should land close together in an embedding space, and views from different photos should land far apart. So that builds a feature extractor that already understands the circle, edges, and textures before we even show it a class level. So we do not actually need label data. It can generate labels on its own, and then we can maybe verify it with what we have now. Um, then we fine tune our on a small labeled set, let's say 50 to 200 images, and we typically get performance that's surprisingly strong and robust to rotations and perspective. The key here is how we make the positive pairs. We apply heavy rotations, let's say full 0 to 360-degree rotation and viewpoint jitter, a bit of perspective warp or maybe blur, so that the model, learns invariants we care about. And after pre-training, the classifier head only has to draw boundaries in a clean, rotation-aware space. So it avoids overfitting, or it reduces overfitting, and which is better for real-world reliability. Okay, now the model risk and mitigation. So we already discussed how we are going to avoid overfitting. If the model memorizes the training image, it won't generalize. So we'll use a smaller backbone first, apply heavy augmentations, and add maybe an early stopping on a geography-aware validation split. So we quit training the moment validation error turns up. So our model won't just overfit on the training set, and it will be able to generalize on the data it has not seen already. The second one is data leakage via near duplicates. So two versions of the same photo, it's different crops or compressions, can sneak into taste and train data. So we'll run a perceptual hash deduplication before we split the data. So anything that's visually the same lives in only one partition. The other one is class bias. Let's say if irrigation images dominate, the model tends to predict irrigation too often. So we'll use balanced sampling during training, and when needed, focal loss to upweight the rarer case. So mistakes there matter more. So let's say we have very few examples of a single class. We will, in the loss function, we will force it to way higher, so it learns to better predict those kind of classes. Then we'll do angle arrive at different zoom levels and viewpoints. So we'll do a multi-scale evaluation and probably taste time augmentation with rotations. So predictions are stable when we resize or rotate the inputs. Okay, on compute time, it's very feasible. We can run it on our own laptop with or without a GPU. If it's just a CPU-based machine, then it might take a longer time. But let's say even if you have, let's say we use ResNet 18 and we train it on about 2,000 to 3,000 images at, let's say each image is 224 by 224 pixels. It will take around 30 to 60 minutes on a single GPU, let's say maybe V100 or A100. But for vision transformer, it's a little bit heavy on the computation time. It will take around 2 to 3 times longer than resonant-based architecture. For a small unit segmentation, if we run it for 50 labeled masks, it's very quick, like 20 to 30 minutes. And if we had self-supervised pre-training on a small unlabeled pool, expect maybe around 2 to 4 hours of training time. But this step is optional, and it easily buys robustness to rotation and viewpoints. And yeah, that's about it. Over to you, Jim.
That's so Pratik, thank you so much. Is excellent preliminary work and planning. So I put a lightning bolt next to the first result, because to me, my understanding is that ResNet 18 is, correct me if I'm wrong, it's similar to or related to convolutional neural networks, which I was asking you about when I met you last year at the AIM conference.
Yeah, that's right. It's a combination of convolutional neural networks.
Okay, and so 2,000 to 3,000 crop circle images. It only takes half an hour to an hour on one consumer GPU, like an NVIDIA or whatever. So what you're telling me, computation power estimate, you have an NVIDIA GPU, which you could get that like on a plug-in card, right?
Yeah, that's right.
A plug-in card, NVIDIA graphics processing, which a lot of people know that are into computers know that, and you get 2,000 to 3,000 crop circle pictures, and so this, your model and your architecture model for the neural network, artificial intelligence, it only takes 30 to 60 minutes to learn 2,000 to 3,000 crop circle images. That's it. In an hour, it learns all those, and then it'll be able to tell you when you give it an image, it'll inference, which means pow, in a second, it'll tell you what it thinks about that image. Did I get that right?
Yep, that's right. Absolutely right.
Okay. And VIT small, my understanding is, well, actually, you can explain to me what VIT small is, but my understanding is the advantage of VIT small, it's a different type of artificial intelligence model, and the advantage of that one is that it actually exceeds conventional convolutional neural networks when you get to, when you start getting deep layer neural networks. And so you put 2 to 3 times longer, I believe you meant 2 to 3 times the
Longer
amount
training
of
time.
images. Of images?
No, training time. Let's say if
2 to 3 times long.
60 minutes, yeah, maybe 2 hours or 3 hours.
Okay, but then you have something UNet seg, 20 to 30 minutes.
Right. Yep.
So
So
for
with
the
Vision Transformer is something that's based on, like, if you guys are familiar with ChatGPT or any large language model, they're all based on a model called transformers. So Vision Transformer is as a model, it's the same model, but it's made specifically to process image data rather than text data. Yeah. And if you take the original Vision Transformer, it has a lot of maybe billions of parameters, but the small one is, we can start training on it. And if we get good results, we can move to the bigger one. It has billions of parameters, so it might take a little bit longer to train on.
Okay, so is it safe to say, Pratik, that VIT small, VIT meaning visual transformer, artificial intelligence, it takes, instead of 30 to 60, it could take 60 to 180, which that's not too bad, 3 hours, if I get that right. But on the other hand, you can train it with much more complex data sets, and that's what the advantage is.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. So in three hours, which that's not too long. And what kind of how many consumer say GPUs, NVIDIA or ATI Radeon processors in doing that, or is that different?
Let's say just one NVIDIA, let's say A100, but it's totally fine. For one, it's work. Let's say if we don't have GPU and if you want to work, it on a CPU, it might take around 6 to 7 hours, but it's still possible to train it on a CPU.
Okay, and if I understand, Pradeep, the end result. So that's the learning phase. The end result, the inferencing, is similar to a filter. You've got the end result. You put an image through, and you could do something similar to, is this? Correct me if I'm wrong. You could say it'll categorize it, and it might come out saying human-generated crop circle or anomalous crop circle. Did I get that right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, excellent work. And last but not least, we're talking about benefits of artificial intelligence for crop circles. I do truly think that you're onto something, my good friend. I don't know how many scientists and engineers are doing this, but benefits study, was it anomalous and non-human intelligence generated, or is it something related to, I'm not sure if they said like micro patterns or micro bursts. You get these bizarre patterns in the grass or in the crops. Is it safe to say you could also use it to study the success or failure rate of different conventional irrigational crop circles? And so if you look on Google Earth, for example, you could survey the whole thing, get your training data sets, and at the end result, you could say, well, we know by certain irrigation, certain tram tracks, and things like that, certain patterns in certain regions of the planet, there's a higher success rate of crop circles, and the end result, you could help feed the whole country and give us more loaves of bread to eat. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. Yep. So
Yeah, totally.
if we have a model, we can train it on however many images we want. So the longer the data set or the more detailed the data set, the better it is for the model to learn. So yeah, that would definitely help.
Yeah, this is. Have you shown this to Professor Milt at all? Did you bounce it off him just to say what he said?
No,
or you're
not
you're afraid of the NHI UFO stigma, so you're like, oh,
I'm going to show it to him maybe when he comes in on Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, if he doesn't like it, blame it on Jimmy. Say it's Jimmy's fault. I met him at the AIM conference, and they were carrying him away in a straitjacket, and he's like, "No crop circles." But that is unfortunate with the UFO and crop circle community. There is a stigma, but I can tell you there are brilliant people such as you. I don't know if you heard of Dr. Avi Loeb. He was presenting earlier. Very, very well known. He's talking about he is talking about 3i Atlas, that huge super duper thing in our solar system. And we have the Tedesco brothers on. We have Dr. Rudy Schild, who's about ready to enter our talking points roundtable. Brilliant scientists from the likes of you. You're going to Maryland, Baltimore County, which you may as well be going to MIT. Shame on you. Now I can't hang out with you. I got to go visit you out in Maryland. But so, wonderful, wonderful school, and you've got brilliant folks like you, and they're all saying there's something to this non-human intelligence or the crop circles. We need to look into it, and I appreciate the demo and the way you showed it can be done with a simple graphics card input, and the end result is understand nature, understand anomalies, and more loaves of bread could be the benefits. Appreciate it, Pratik. So, my good friend, you are wholeheartedly welcome to stay online in our back room for our 6 p.m. roundtable if you have time and if you like. If not, we understand. But either way, you're welcome. And I do thank you, my friend, very much. And I'll always treasure and cherish talking to you for the last couple of nights, saying 5 more minutes, Pratik, 5 more minutes, and it's like I think it's 4 a.m. when I was going to bed. I'm like 2 more minutes, and I fell asleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right. Well, thanks again, and I'll speak with you soon.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Yes. So, all right, we'll be back in about 15 minutes, more or less, for our 6 p.m. Dinner roundtable, folks. Those just tuning in now, this is our first of a kind Uniting the UAP Community Symposium, brought to us through Wicked Alien Radio. That's on YouTube, Wicked Alien Radio, or online, www.wickedalien.com. And we'll be back shortly. Thanks.
Good boy. Wonder if they can hear me already. Beautiful. Oh, you want to take out that other version of me? The multiverse version? Yeah. Yeah, I can't hear you guys. It's probably just on my side. No, you're all muted. I was like, what am I? I was like, am I losing my mind? But yeah, if you look next to your name, you're all muted.
Yeah, hold on a second. I think we gotta do something here.
Still might be.
Jim, I think you need to refresh. Because we're not. Thanks. Because they weren't picking up the audio. Ty, are you getting the feedback?
Gene, do you see the new chairs I got?
Actually, probably what we can do at this point, Jim, is unplug that. Let's do that. Let's double check this. Ty, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
You folks are wonderful too. Thanks so much for coming. Okay.
Yeah, tell them I said
You got
hi.
it.
They were awesome.
All right, thanks for coming.
Howdy, Rudy. Thanks for joining us. Okay, you get that. I guess I could put my. I think I can put my headphones on too. If I understand that correctly. Actually, I got this right here.
Yeah, we don't need that one.
Okay.
There we go. All right, I think we've got.
Rudy, thanks for
Rudy speaking. Hello.
joining.
Rudy speaking. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Jim, you can't hear you. You need to unmute.
I hear Jim Awrach. Rudy speaking. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Rudy, we hear you. Just stand by. We're just
Thank you. Okay.
yeah, we're just trying to get Jim online.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's get trouble.
Howdy, Rudy. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now, Jim. I hear you now, Jim.
All right.
I hear you now, Jim.
Perfect.
Oh, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have an echo? Is it just me?
What's that?
Do you have an echo? Is it just me?
Very slight. It's not, we're sitting right next to each other, so I don't worry about it.
All right. Okie dokie. So, yeah, thanks for joining us, Dr. Rudy Schild. We have an open invite for any other folks that are going to join us at the round table. Although it sounds like I'm being kind of silly and over formal, it is of you with us, and that was so cool when the day when you Rudy, I'm like, oh my god, and yeah, I've seen lots of your news and read a couple of your papers, and also it's also of course that really cool book with chapter 10.
That the is my element atomic weight 215. Well, it was misquoted as 115, so it'd be way up there below uranium. You know, uranium 238. Well, uranium is actually element 92, so the number of protons is 92, and so this element is in this island of stability of the periodic table, way up at 215. It had been predicted that there would be such an island of nuclear stability, and the Russians at the I can't think of their institute near Moscow, were able to first isolate the element by doing some excitation by alpha particles, and eventually producing a few atoms of the element 215. And then this was in the area 2005, and within 10 years it was confirmed. Another research laboratory had also produced the element. That is a magic element which powers spacecraft. It allows the spacecraft to have quantum intense properties, and in particular to engage entanglement, a purely quantum effect. So this element 215, you hear a big fuss about it. Bob Lazar mentions that it is highly prized and is known to be related to the UFO story, but he has no clue why. Well, he couldn't, because at the time he was in had a classified status. 215 had never been materialized, though it had been predicted.
So Rudy, what do you say? This is kind of a segue for Gene, but what would you say if I'm not sure about 215, but I can tell you that in the works of Valeris, I'd sent you a link to Gene's book, as well as it's on his site, discusses a lot about deuterium in the nuclear reactor.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
Deuterium is a neutralizer. In other words, what it does is easily absorb protons. And so it's a moderator. It's what's used to control the reactor so it doesn't run away. So that's probably the role of the deuterium in this case.
Okay, so it's kind of interesting. You know, I'm definitely obviously nowhere near a nuclear engineer, but there's a lot I don't understand in Valeris's journal, where it shows a nuclear reactor chamber, and within it to sustain the reaction, there's, I believe it's a cold cathode, continuously ionizes gas so that there's a plasma in there. But I honestly don't know, or do I remember about 215. I just know that it's ionizing a gas with this plasma, and I know that deuterium's involved. So it sounds like the deuterium makes sense. Make up the cold cathode to me makes sense, because that's a way to ionize something as a gas. It's a plasma. What would you say about 215 with respect to a plasma? Are those two not synonymous?
Here's why its properties are so interesting. You have to understand that. Oh, thank you. I can't. I have to say, there's too much about this for me to absorb in real time. But I can tell you this, which is why there are the magical properties. When you get this high in the atomic table, it turns out that the electrons in such an atom would have to be, by classical theory, super relativistic. That is, move at faster than the speed of light to have a normal relationship, but faster than the speed of light for physical objects is not possible. So electrons have to lose their physical identity in order to become contained in the nucleus, all together in proximity. They have to become quantum representations of an electron and not have the property of physicality. That means that the nuclei of element 15 are highly degenerate and highly sensitive to quantum perturbation. That means consciousness waves. And so they can respond to consciousness, and they're shape-shifting atoms. They can range through a whole spectrum of types, and in fact make the element I suspect disappear entirely. So it's very, very magical stuff, and it's highly secretive within the UFO and security community. Anyway, I actually was hoping to enter the discussion and talk about the presentations that preceded it. I found this last hour or two extremely instructive, and I'm sorry that not all of the people are here. I presume this is being recorded, and it could be given to them, and you, for your sake, have a response to them, or perhaps we will have a gathering, perhaps at my house even. I guess you're all in Massachusetts, is that correct?
We are, yeah.
So I have a double parlor big enough for the lot of us, and
films and made it fun.
It'll be fun. Anyway, I wanted to talk about to the Tedesco brothers, for example. I wanted to ask them because they mentioned the paper by Kevin Kuntz. Kevin Kuntz is a scientist, an astrophysicist at the University of Albany, and he participated in that filming project with Caroline Corey, the producer-director, about the Terror in the Sky. I hope you've all seen that movie, and I'm interested in contacting Kevin and have set it up for a podcaster to bring us together, because I want to ask him if he would be willing to write up a scientific report. I think you've already heard the hint that I'm the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Cosmology. And we have opened a volume to indicate that we are sympathetic to papers that are scientific reporting about UFOs. And now, to do this, we have engaged a special senior editor to be editor of this special volume. His name is David Pritchard. Need I say more? David Pritchard had written a scientific paper which states that enough of this exclamation or enough of this excitement about things that happened in the past can't be experimented quickly, and don't read like, oh, it zoomed away. What acceleration rate? Oh, it stood stationary in the sky. Well, how stationary? Oh, we could see its size. Well, what was its size? There have to be physical reportage of the details for this to be science, to be published in a refereed scientific journal, which the Journal of Cosmology is, in papers dealing with other matters in classical physics. I wanted to ask Jim and his colleagues, and have been trying to contact them to get them to write such a paper, because in the movie The Terror in the Sky, they do give answers to these physical questions. They do calculate the acceleration rate, or at least a lower limit on it. You remember, if you saw the movie A Terror in the Sky, Caroline Cole had arranged for there to be 3 research groups around Catalina Island off the San Diego coast. And they all 3 had a specified location that they were going to scan and watch for any UFO activity, as that could be recorded by the 3 camera stations. And this way they were able to triangulate and measure the precise distance of any appearing spacecraft that did appear, and measure the physical size of the spacecraft, and when it zoomed off, measure the acceleration rate in absolute units of meters per second. That is science, and I would like to have a bunch of them write a scientific report outlining, for example, what were the spectral band passes of the military-grade hardware that you used to make your detection of the craft? What were the magnifications that you used, and how large did the image appear on your equipment? And what do you know about autofocusing or not? Things of that kind make science. They did science, and so I want to have them write up all the details in a report that I can send to a referee and say, this is a piece of science. Let's publish it in the Journal of Cosmology.
That's such a good, yeah, that's a and
I'm